Chapter 351, How dare you call yourself a cultivator when you don't even feel pain when you hit someone, Part 3. Now, it was the best outcome to accept it. Therefore, he had no choice. One of the reincarnators sighed and said, "LF, your highness is in trouble, I won't disturb you." As they spoke, the few reincarnators bowed respectfully to Li Yueming. He turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing this, the expression on Wang Zi's face softened a little. He sat back down. But at this moment, the crowd of onlookers had not completely dispersed. Everyone looked at Wang Ziwei and the others with strange expressions. Behind him, Li Yueming didn't say anything. However, the other students were generally more thin-skinned. At this moment, he already felt a little ashamed. Wang Ziwei and Li Yueming were acting as if nothing had happened. A student could not help but ask angrily, "Teacher, why don't you let junior brother Li accept the challenge? Those guys were very arrogant just now. We can't just swallow our anger and pretend that nothing happened, right?" Wang Ziwei glanced at him and said nothing. Seeing this situation, the student couldn't help but stand up and say, "Teacher, we cultivators should follow our hearts. The other party has gone too far today. In a sense, we are now representing the younger generation of cultivators in the entire western frontier. If we are so cowardly, won't we be laughed at by the cultivators in the Central Plains and other places? Although our western frontier isn't rich, we've never had anyone who feared death when we fought against the Qin army. If junior brotherly doesn't dare to accept the challenge, I'm willing to go on stage in his place." Not far away, a student behind Wang Ziwei could be heard speaking with confidence. A few reincarnators who were about to turn around and leave stopped when they saw this. Obviously, his interest was piqued. Hearing this, Wang Ziwei revealed a rare smile and nodded. "Since that's the case, then you'll fight on behalf of your junior brother. It's also a good time to train you guys." This student's surname was Lu, and his name was Lu Yu. Originally, he was standing on the moral high ground and pointing out the country. Although he didn't mention Li Yueming, he mentioned him everywhere. He was just short of saying that Li Yueming was a snake and a rat without any. However, he had never expected his teacher, Wang Ziwei, to take advantage of this opportunity. He took the opportunity to let him fight. The few reincarnators who had already left and the surrounding group of people all looked at him. At this moment, Lu Yu had a bad feeling. However, now that he was the one who stood out, he could only bite the bullet and say, "Let's fight then. Come on stage." The few reincarnators looked at each other. They both saw the mockery in each other's eyes. Originally, they thought that today's matter could only end here. They did not expect to have additional gains before leaving. They communicated through their eyes. A fatter reincarnator stood up and said, "He, I am Wu Yongfeng, let me spar with you." The surrounding onlookers who had yet to disperse were all interested. Although he didn't see Li Yueming personally, this matter didn't have a strong start but a weak end. At least they didn't eat for free. A moment later, the two of them came before the old woman from the Cultivator Academy. "Senior, we would like to compare notes on the path of cultivation. Please give us some pointers." Hearing this, Grandma Wang opened her eyes. He glanced at the two of them and said concisely, "Yes." After he finished speaking, an invisible wall of wind appeared beside the reincarnator named Wu Yongfeng and Lu Yu. This was a spiritual field. It was a special domain that could only be established by cultivators above the Origin Sea realm. It could isolate the interference of other cultivators around it. It could also prevent cultivators from getting injured during sparring. He entered the spiritual energy field. Wu Yongfeng smiled and said, "Come on, don't say that I didn't give you a chance." Lu Yu was furious when he heard this. "Stop pretending. You're just a group of civilian children. I don't believe you can be better than me." As he spoke, he controlled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to condense into a huge fist. It suddenly smashed towards Wu Yongfeng's head. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yongfeng twisted his neck, but he did not move much. However, to everyone's surprise, when Lu Yu's seemingly powerful fist arrived in front of Lu Yu, however, Wu Yongfeng easily dodged it. Seeing this, Lu Yu hurriedly turned around and dug out the money. However, no matter how hard Lu Yu tried, no matter how hard he tried, the fist transformed from spiritual energy was also unable to get close to Wu Yongfeng in the slightest. At this moment, everyone present had already seen the difference. Wu Yongfeng looked fat, but in reality, he was incredibly agile. While dodging, Wu Yongfeng revealed a disdainful sneer and said, "LT's too slow. Can you go a little faster? I haven't warmed up yet." Hearing this, Lu Yu's expression changed drastically. Taking 2 steps back, he gritted his teeth and gathered all the spiritual energy in his body, then suddenly attacked again. But this time, his ending was even more miserable. However, when Lu Yu got close, he used an unbelievable movement technique to dodge the fatal blow. He then kicked Lu Yu away. He fell to the ground and fell flat on his face. He couldn't get up for a long time. Lu Yu finally came back to his senses, but before he could get up, the surrounding spiritual energy field had already disappeared. "The sparring is over." Granny Wang's cold voice sounded. The surrounding crowd witnessed everything. Their faces were filled with disbelief. It had to be known that this so-called sparring match had only lasted less than 2 minutes. As for the two sides, in fact, Lu Yu's strength was not considered to be particularly strong in the cultivation meet a few years ago. However, that cultivator called Wu Yongfeng was a little too powerful. He could actually easily defeat Lu Yu just by dodging. What exactly happened these days? Were geniuses really everywhere? Wu Yongfeng crossed his arms and walked in front of Lu Yu. She stepped on his chest and giggled, "You're His Highness' senior brother, right? I didn't expect it to be so weak." Lu Yu's entire face turned red. He had never suffered such humiliation since he was young. He could not help but say hatefully, "I am a disciple of the Lu clan of Longzi." You. Wu Yongfeng was obviously disdainful of this and said happily, "You can't beat me, so you're going to tell me who you are, right? I think you only have this bit of ability. You really disappoint me." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Now I finally know why His Royal Highness is sick and can't come out. Ha 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 ha, it's really embarrassing to stand out in just a few moves after all, I don't even have the strength to hit people these days. If it were me, I would be embarrassed to say that I'm a cultivator." She heard him laugh. The surrounding crowd of onlookers could not help but look at Li Yueming and Wang Ziwei, who were not far away. Li Yueming's face revealed a hint of anger, as if he was extremely angry. Only Wang Ziwei's expression remained unchanged. He helped Lu Yu up and said, "You have to know that there's always someone better than you. There will always be setbacks on the path of cultivation, therefore, not everything goes smoothly for cultivators. Hurry up and get up. You are still young. In the future, you will cultivate hard to take revenge for today." Lu Yu felt a little ashamed. He looked resentfully at Wu Yongfeng, who was not far away, and nodded. "I will remember Master's teachings today." But after a moment, he was a little angry. He lowered his head and doubted himself. "But, Master, can my fellow disciples and I really defeat him?" Obviously. The spar just now had severely damaged his self-esteem. He had already begun to doubt his life. Wang Ziwei smiled. "You are you, and all of us are fellow disciples. You have your own Dao. Do you understand?" Lu Yu nodded again. In the past, he had always felt that his master was not as flashy as he had imagined. He couldn't let them do whatever they wanted. Going around in circles would only teach them some of the principles of the saints. But now, looking at Wang Ziwei's concerned face, he did not blame him for his failure at all. Lu Yu felt a rare warmth. Not far away, he heard Wang Ziwei's comforting words. Li Yueming almost laughed out loud. It had to be said that a scholar was a scholar, and the words he said were knowledgeable. This level of comforting people was really high. Li Yueming finally tensed up his face. He glanced at Wu Yongfeng and the others who were not far away with mocking expressions on their faces. His gaze was a little gloomy. These reckless fellows probably wouldn't let this matter rest in the future. He had to find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Chapter 352, The Hunter and the Prey, Killing the Reincarnators. 1. The news that the son of the Marquis of South Peak had been provoked by a few students of unknown origins and that he had pleaded illness to not fight quickly spread. This was indeed a big deal. Countless cultivators in Wenzhou City more or less took a few bites. And they were very fond of this. After all, this was the first time that the heir of the Marquis of Southern Mountains had been exposed to outsiders after hiding for so many years. In the end, before he could stand out, he made such a blunder. Many cultivators were amused. There were even other cultivators who came to join in the fun. Even though they couldn't enter the A72 arenas, they could still gather around the A72 arenas to obtain first-hand gossip at any time. Seeing that the surroundings were completely surrounded, Wang Ziwei stood up and left with his students. Not far away, a few reincarnators saw this situation, and although they were mocking him, they did not continue to mock him. After all, although they really wanted to complete the mission in one go, they had to do it. However, the actual operation was still a little difficult. The key was that they didn't dare to offend Wang Ziwei too much. Otherwise, even with Prince Yu backing them up, they might not be able to bear the consequences. He brought the defeated students back to the inn. As soon as they returned to the inn, all the students had angry expressions on their faces. He had no choice. The other party was too arrogant. From the beginning to the end, he did not seem to take them seriously. However, the most important thing was that the other party's strength seemed to be quite terrifying. Previously, Lu Yu had been easily crushed by the other party when he went on stage to spar. It made them feel like they couldn't lift their heads. After returning to the inn and sending away the group of students, he was finally done. Wang Ziwei came to the guest room where Li Yueming was. He looked at Li Yueming, who was deep in thought, and said in a low voice, "The strength of those few students today is very strong. They might have already reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. This must be Prince Yu's deliberate provocation for you." When he saw Lu Yu being easily defeated, even Wang Ziwei was shocked. He knew that these aggressive young students were definitely not simple. However, he did not expect that any of them would be a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. No wonder Prince Yu is so fearless. One had to know that in the past, although Lu Yu and the others could not be considered geniuses among cultivators, they were not considered geniuses. However, he was still an average existence. Even if they would encounter trouble, they shouldn't be toyed with and crushed like this. But now, the few youths that Prince Yu had recruited were all unfathomable to him. Fortunately, he was cautious enough to let Lu Yu test the other party's bottom line. Otherwise, if Li Yueming really went up, it was very likely that he would suffer a big loss. The son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains had been crushed by a few unknown peers on such an important occasion. If this news were to spread, it would not be a joke. It was fine if it affected Li Yueming himself. Perhaps even Marquis South Peak would be affected. Among the students he taught, only Wang Linlin and Tian Liang, who did not take the usual path, could show off. But according to his estimations, even the strongest Tian Liang, facing Wu Yongfeng, it was estimated to be at most a 30-70 ratio. Hearing Wang Ziwei's reminder, Li Yueming nodded and said, "Disciple already knows that this is a scheme by Prince Yu's faction. It's probably because my father has recently stolen the limelight from Prince Yu's faction in the external war. That's why Prince Yu wants to use this to attack me to pressure my father. If we can't deal with them and make them fear us, they will definitely still haunt us in the future. They won't stop until they achieve their goal." Hearing his answer, Wang Ziwei stroked his long beard. If it was a few days ago, Wang Ziwei would probably be surprised that Li Yueming's logical analysis was so close at such a young age. However, ever since he had a conversation with Li Yueming that night, he had long felt that this disciple in front of him was unfathomable. Therefore, Wang Ziwei wasn't too surprised. He nodded in agreement and said, "That's true. As long as the fight between Prince Yu and Lord Marquis is not over, I reckon that they will not let you off easily." At this point, Wang Ziwei pondered for a moment. For some reason. Suddenly, he asked, "What do you think of their strength?" Li Yueming tilted his head. He seemed to have really thought about it seriously for a long time before finally saying fearlessly, "It feels all right, just so-so." Wang Ziwei was speechless. He saw Li Yueming's indifferent expression. Wang Ziwei was shocked. He actually said that the strength of these students was only average? Was this for real? However, before Wang Ziwei could continue asking questions, suddenly, she heard someone knocking on the door of the guest room. She heard a knock on the door. The two of them looked wary. Li Yueming got up and opened the door to look outside, only to see a young woman dressed in black. The moment he saw the young woman, Li Yueming's face revealed a bit of doubt. After a moment, he said in surprise, "You are, big sister." The young woman rolled her eyes. He knocked on Li Yueming's head and said, "You silly kid, what are you thinking? How could big sister run out of the Cultivation Academy during the exam? I'm your second sister." Chapter 353, The Hunter and the Prey, Killing the Reincarnators. 2. Li Yueming touched his head and said embarrassedly, "Oh, so it's Sister Foot, Vio, why are you here?" Li Ruxing and Li Ruya had different temperaments. The foreign trade appearance could almost be said to be carved out of the same mold. It was very similar. In addition, Li Yueming had been studying abroad for 3 years. Therefore, even if Li Yueming was his biological brother, he couldn't tell the difference immediately. Li Ruxing rolled his eyes again and said unhappily, "Why? We haven't seen each other for 3 years, and you're still looking down on me." She leaned forward and measured Li Yueming's height before saying, Hey, not bad, almost as tall as me. Come, take off your pants and let me see if the earthworms below have grown. Our Li family needs to rely on you to carry on the family line." It was Li Yueming's turn to roll his eyes. Damn it! This dark history made him want to die. His second sister had always been mischievous since she was young. Therefore, he did not like her when she was young. All the maids in the mansion knew that as long as there was a second Miss Li Ruxing haunt the place, the little master Li Yueming often avoided the place. Both parties were natural enemies in the biological chain. Now, 3 years had passed, but Li Ruxing was still that little devil who hated people and ghosts. She wanted to rip off his pants whenever she saw him. She was undoubtedly her biological sister. Fortunately, Wang Ziwei, who wasn't far away, couldn't stand it anymore and coughed a few times to help Li Yueming out. Li Ruxing was startled when she heard the commotion. Li Ruxing put away the strange smile on her face. He walked into the room with a guilty conscience. After seeing Wang Ziwei, he bowed slightly and said, "One am Li Ruxing, the second daughter of the Marquis of South Peak. I have long heard of your great name." Wang Ziwei stood up and returned the greeting. He looked at Li Yueming and then at Li Ruxing, and smiled. "There's no need to be so polite. Since Lord Marquis's men have arrived, this one will take my leave for now." Li Ruxing's sudden appearance in the room on this note was definitely not just for a long time with Li Yueming. Therefore, Wang Ziwei got up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Li Ruxing hurriedly stopped him and said, "Sir, my father has instructed me not to hide anything related to my brother from you." Wang Ziwei was stunned. The implication of her words was obviously to let him stay and listen. In fact, under normal circumstances, he would definitely choose to leave. After all, there was a secret contest between Prince Yu and the Marquis of South Peak. The best choice was definitely to watch from the sidelines and not offend anyone. However, Wang Ziwei really stopped and did not choose to decline or leave. Seeing this, Li Yueming heaved a sigh of relief. Naturally, she did not come here just to chat with Li Yueming, but to solve what happened during the day. After closing the door, Li Yueming looked at Li Yueming and said, "Father and big sister have already arranged everything. Tomorrow, you can choose to exchange pointers with the other party in the A72 matches. At that time, the teachers of the Cultivator Academy will help you in secret, so you don't have to worry about anything." Li Yueming touched his nose and asked, "Why do I need teacher to help me in secret? I didn't accept the challenge today because I wanted to see what they were up to. It's not that I'm afraid of them." Wang Ziwei raised his eyebrows. "Good fellow. To actually be able to bribe the Academy's assessment teacher, in the entire Great Zhou, only a family of the Li family's level would have such power." Now, in order to protect Li Yueming, the Marquis of Nanya was willing to pay such a huge price. It seemed that he really doted on this youngest son. However, in comparison, Li Yueming's answer surprised him even more. In fact, Wang Ziwei did sense a hint of killing intent from Li Yueming in the beginning. However, for the sake of safety, he had persuaded Li Yueming to come back. Could it be, this disciple of his had unknowingly grown to such a level? From his personal perspective, this possibility should not exist at all. However, after the initial shock, Wang Ziwei could not help but feel a little uneasy. After all, Li Yueming had a criminal record. Every time, he would slowly follow behind. In the end, at the last critical moment, he would suddenly stand up in a way that no one expected. As a teacher, he was still muttering in his heart. But on the other end, Li Yueming was already smiling. "Of course I know you're not afraid of them, but isn't the mission of my sister and father to protect you?" As she spoke, her expression became serious. "Father said that Prince Yu is very shrewd and has many insidious methods. Therefore, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong in this spar." He saw that Li Yueming seemed to be a little unconvinced. Li Yueming smiled and rubbed his head. "Before you grow up, let big sister and father protect you. When you grow up, you can protect us." Li Yueming's hair was all over the place. He could not help but smile bitterly, but he was still very touched. His father, Li Nanfan, spent most of his time fighting in the bitterly cold lands beyond the Great Wall. His eldest sister, Li Ruyu, joined the Cultivation Academy, while his second sister, Li Yueming, stayed at home to manage the family business. Chapter 354, The Hunter and the Prey, Killing the Reincarnators. Part 3. Although the family was far apart, however, their hearts were still connected. Although they didn't see anything on normal days, when it came to a critical moment, they were the first to stand up for Li Yueming. This also strengthened Li Yueming's determination to think twice before acting. During the day, if it was under normal circumstances, Li Yueming would have already killed those reincarnators. But now, his every move represented not only himself, but also the Li family behind him. Although the Great Zhou dynasty looked calm on the surface, it was actually surging in the dark. The power struggles and factional struggles were very fierce. The higher one's position, the more cautious one had to be. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they might fall into a place of eternal damnation. Therefore, Li Yueming nodded and said honestly, "One understand. However, I don't need my family's help to teach those cultivators a lesson. I can do it myself." Li Yueming looked at Li Yueming closely. "Those cultivators are all in the foundation building realm. Can you really do it alone?" Li Yueming smiled and didn't say anything, but his attitude was firm. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming could only nod. However, if anything abnormal happened tomorrow, the Li family would definitely take over everything immediately. After discussing the plan for tomorrow, Wang Ziwei tactfully left. Li Yueming stayed in the room for a while, and after playing with Li Yueming, he left in the darkness. After everyone left, Li Yueming closed the door and continued cultivating. In these few days, he had already stepped into the foundation establishment realm. Although he had not officially broken through, it was only a matter of time for him. With the starry moon art, Li Yueming could not only absorb spiritual energy. He also strengthened his body by opening his body's treasures and acupuncture points. In addition, he had a perfect genetic body. It could be said that as long as the cultivators in this world were not several levels higher than him, no one could compare to his physical strength. He just didn't know what those reincarnators were up to. He hoped that they wouldn't disappoint him. Point 0. The next morning. On the third day of the cultivation gathering, Li Yueming, Prince, and the others once again came to the 72nd arena. This time, they all heard the surrounding practitioners more or less discussing the topic related to Li Yueming yesterday. His words were filled with ridicule and disdain. Obviously, Li Yueming's behavior of being timid in battle was looked down upon by many cultivators. Of course, most of them belonged to the type of people who didn't mind watching the show. Or to put it another way, the Li family was standing too high. Therefore, there were countless people below him who wanted to see him make a fool of himself. When they saw Li Yueming and the others enter the A72 arena, the group of cultivators stopped their discussion. They all looked at them. It could be said that the treatment was outstanding. Not far away, Xiao Qian and Prince Yu's son, Ji Wuyan, walked over. Xiao Qian sized up Wang Ziwei and said sarcastically, "El didn't expect you to still have the face to come today. You're really shameless." Wang Ziwei snorted coldly and ignored Xiao Qian's mockery. Ji Wuyan waved his hand, signaling Xiao Qian to shut up. He looked at Li Yueming and said with a smile, "Has your highness fully recovered today? If you catch a cold, you shouldn't walk around." Behind him, a few reincarnators, led by Wu Yongfeng, also surrounded them. All of them revealed eager expressions. Yesterday, they had acted as the vanguard and launched the first round of attacks on Li Yueming. For the time being, this round of attacks was very effective. After all, Li Yueming hid in his shell and did not stand out to avoid being defeated in front of everyone. However, it was still inevitable that people would gossip about it. As a result, the rumors had already spread throughout the entire cultivation practitioner meeting today. Some people said that Li Yueming was a spineless coward. There were also people who said that the Li family had no successor. There were even some people with ill intentions who secretly attacked Marquis South Peak's unstable status in the family. It was a huge loss of face for Li Yueming, Marquis South Peak, and the Li family. Therefore, they decided to give him another powerful dose of medicine today. It caused the fire to burn fiercely. But this time, before they could say anything, Li Yueming had already taken the initiative to target them. Li Yueming walked in front of them and sneered, "You want to spar, right? How about signing a life and death contract?" Before he finished speaking, behind him, Wang Ziwei hurriedly stood up and interrupted, "Yueming, don't spout nonsense. There was no such thing as a life and death contract in the plan they discussed yesterday." Therefore, he had no choice. When he heard that Li Yueming wanted to sign a life and death contract, Wang Ziwei was shocked. She subconsciously stood up and prepared to stop him again. "Li Yueming," Tukia at Wang Wulana said excitedly, "Reitner, Toi, one will teach them a lesson. Don't stop me, I want to fight them to the death." Wang Ziwei was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he finally chose to believe this disciple. After all, a student who could trick him under his nose was probably full of bad things. There was no reason for him to be too reckless. And he was still here. Lord South Peak had also secretly sent guards to his side. No matter what, he wouldn't let Li Yueming suffer too much. Chapter 355, The Hunter and the Prey, Killing the Reincarnators. Part 4. Therefore, Wang Ziwei sighed. He sat back down and said, "Forget it, think twice before you act." He heard that Li Yueming actually wanted to sign a life and death contract with a few reincarnators. And Wang Ziwei didn't stop him. Instantly, the entire venue was in an uproar. Yesterday, he had also eaten a medium-sized melon. But in the end, he still felt regretful that they did not fight. He never expected that after only one night, the conflict between the two sides would suddenly erupt. The dignified air of the Marquis of South Peak actually said that he wanted to sign a life and death contract. It was simply an explosive version of a shocking melon. Not far away, a few reincarnators saw that Li Yueming had spent the night brewing. Today, he could no longer tolerate the fact that he was going to be a virgin. They couldn't help but reveal an expression of "I knew it." After all, yesterday, they had secretly discussed how long Li Yueming could endure under their constant provocation. Basically, a few of the reincarnators thought that Li Yueming couldn't endure for 3 days. He didn't expect that it was only the second day. Li Yueming was so angry that he wanted to sign a life and death contract with them. Among the few reincarnators, Wu Yongfeng stood up and said, "The main purpose of this exchange meeting is to exchange pointers. Moreover, Your Highness is a daughter of a rich family, so there's no need to sign a life and death contract." They wanted to stomp Li Yueming to death. But now, under everyone's watchful eyes, even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to do so. After all, they were not strong enough yet. The purpose of provoking Li Yueming was only to step on Li Yueming and ascend to the top. He was not really prepared to fight to the death with the Marquis of South Peak. Regarding this, Li Yueming naturally knew. It was impossible for the reincarnators to be loyal to King Yu. Therefore, they would never easily sign the so-called life and death contract with him. But it didn't matter. If they didn't want to sign, someone would force them to sign. As expected. A moment later, a man with an unremarkable appearance walked to Wu Yongfeng's side and whispered a few words in his ear. Wu Yongfeng's expression turned ugly when he heard this. To be able to make him so angry, it was obvious that Prince Yu's faction had come to put pressure on him. Originally, in order to be a step faster than others, they had taken an unconventional path. Now, Li Yueming had provoked him. They were completely tied to Prince Yu. He could no longer withdraw from it. He sized up Ji Wuyan with hatred. Wu Yongfeng could only bite the bullet and step forward. "However, if Your Highness insists on taking this lowly life of mine, you can sign this life and death contract. However, Your Highness must be prepared to pay the price." The conflict between Prince Yu's faction and the Li family's faction in the western frontier had a long history. Now, it was not easy to find Li Nanfan's flaw. Naturally, Prince Yu would not let go of this good opportunity. As for Wu Yongfeng's life and death, clearly no one cared. This was a high-level fantasy world. On the surface, it seemed to be extremely peaceful. In fact, the sword light and shadow were abnormally dangerous. The identity of the hunter and the prey were often only separated by a thin line. He looked at Wu Yongfeng, who had a fierce expression on his face. Li Yueming's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly said, "Who said I only want your life? Aren't the brothers behind you all eager to try? Here, the life and death contract is here. After signing it, let's decide life and death on the high platform." As he spoke, he took out 4 life and death deeds at once. He casually threw it in front of Wu Yongfeng and the other 3 reincarnators behind him. Originally, Wu Yongfeng thought that Li Yueming wanted to sign a life and death contract with him alone. However, after seeing the other life and death pact that Li Yueming had thrown out, they finally understood that Li Yueming wanted to provoke the 4 of them together. He couldn't help but tremble in anger. He pointed at Li Yueming and laughed in anger, "Good, good, good. Your Highness is really bold. I want to see if you have 3 heads and 6 arms." Li Yueming stood still and said coldly, "Cut the crap, sign the papers first." Hearing this, Wu Yong had completely lost his mind. Ordinary people were still alive. Not to mention that he was a reincarnator. He was humiliated by Li Yueming. Wu Yongfeng had already decided to throw caution to the wind. Today, even if he had to die on the spot, he had to teach Li Yueming an unforgettable lesson. Behind him, The other 3 reincarnators also widened their eyes. It was as if fire was about to spurt out in the next second. Wang Ziwei, who was sitting on the chair behind him, was stunned. He knew that Li Yueming was sometimes hot-headed. However, he never expected that he would be so arrogant and reckless today. It looked like he would not stop until he pierced the sky. Even the group of Li family men of sacrifice who were secretly guarding Ji Wuyan could not believe their eyes. The surrounding cultivation practitioners gasped when they saw this. Damn it, has the son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains gone mad? He actually took out 5 life and death contracts at once? However, at this moment, they were not the only ones who were shocked. The group of reincarnators hiding in the crowd to watch the show could not help but widen their eyes. With their knowledge, they naturally knew that these students who provoked the son of Marquis South Peak were actually reincarnators. However, this was where the problem lay. A native from a local planet actually dared to take out a life and death contract to fight a group of reincarnators. This was simply the most ordinary thing in the world. Did he think that he was not going to die fast enough? Chapter 356, Shocking the World, the Cultivation Practitioner Examination, 2-in-1. He looked at Li Yueming, who was distributing the life and death deaths. At this moment, everyone, including the reincarnators who were watching the show, thought that he had gone crazy. Wu Yongfeng caught the life and death contract that Li Yueming threw over. He pressed a fingerprint on it. Behind him, the other reincarnators also went all out. They had obviously messed up the public reincarnation instance dungeon this time. They wanted to take shortcuts, but in the end, they were all treated as chess pieces that could be sacrificed. Losing the rewards and points was secondary. They were all level 6 reincarnators. He had experienced many reincarnation worlds and was not interested in ordinary rewards. It was also because of this that they did not care about the main mission. But now, they had been provoked by a native. If they could not teach the other party a lesson, they would find it difficult to swallow their anger. Of course. When they provoked Li Yueming previously, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with their shameless attitude. After all, reincarnation was a game. In their eyes, the natives were just a bunch of relatively intelligent NPCs. Some NPCs were stronger than others, and they couldn't afford to offend them. Some NPCs were weaker, so they could abuse them as they pleased. There was not much empathy between the two sides. After signing the life and death contract, Wu Yongfeng looked at Li Yueming and revealed a sinister smile. Your Highness, please. Li Yueming took the life and death contract and wrote his name on it. After giving Wang Ziwei and Li Ruxing, who were hidden in the crowd, a look to calm down, he said. He followed Wu Yongfeng and the others to the front of the teacher from the Cultivator Academy. Unlike yesterday, the teacher of the Cultivation Academy today was a man in his 50s. Although his expression was still cold. However, when he looked at Li Yueming, it was obvious that there was still a trace of complexity. Seeing Li Yueming respectfully hand over a life and death contract, the middle-aged man said, "Have the two of you thought it through? The exchange meet does not encourage you to fight to the death, but it does not stop you either. After signing this life and death contract, your life and death will depend on your own abilities." Li Yueming and Wu Yongfeng did not hesitate and nodded. "Sir, please activate your Reiki. Life and death are up to fate." The middle-aged man nodded. In the next second, a wind wall constructed from spiritual energy appeared and enveloped Li Yueming and Wu Yongfeng. After the domains were completely completed, Wu Yongfeng sneered and said, "Don't say that I'm bullying your highness because you're young. How about this? I'll stand where I am and let your highness have 3 moves." At this moment, countless cultivators had heard the commotion and came over to watch. At this moment, seeing how confident Wu Yongfeng was, many people couldn't help but worry for Li Yueming. Although Wu Yongfeng had yet to make too much of a name for himself in this exchange meet. However, just from the strength he displayed when he easily defeated Lu Yu in a few moves yesterday afternoon, it was enough for many people to see the clues. He was only 9 years old and was born into a commoner family. He had actually relied on his talent to cultivate to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. It was simply too terrifying. If Li Yueming was not a monster of the same level, she probably wouldn't have any strength to fight back in front of him. Of course, no matter how they looked at it. Anyway, Li Yueming didn't care. Ever since he took out the life and death contract, everything had returned to his control. Prince Yu's faction had targeted him, wanting to use him to contain Li Nanfan and achieve the goal of balancing the interest groups in the western border. What he needed to do now was to break the hand that the other party had stretched out. After all, he didn't have the time to deal with this group of annoying people every 2 or 3 days. In order not to leave any future troubles. It was fine if Li Yueming did not make a move, but once he made a move, he would kill these reincarnators. He ignored Wu Yongfeng's fist. After stretching his muscles and bones, Li Yueming clenched his fists. The star moon art in his body started to circulate. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the entire spiritual energy wall was continuously instilled into him. In the next second, Li Yueming disappeared from where he was and jumped around like a tiger and leopard. In an instant, he arrived in front of Wu Yongfeng. Gently punch out at the head of the city. There were no fancy special effects, only some spiritual energy surging out. But even so, it still made Wu Yongfeng smell great danger. One had to know that he was a level 6 reincarnator. Although he was only in the Foundation establishment realm now. However, whether it was his vision or intuition, it was far from what a Foundation establishment cultivator could compare to. Just the spiritual energy that overflowed from Li Yueming's fist made him feel that something was wrong. However, it was already too late. If he had not been careless at the beginning and had made sufficient preparations, he might have been able to avoid Li Yueming's punch now. Li Yueming's fist came at him. It looked light, but its speed was as fast as lightning. Caught off guard, Wu Yongfeng merely took 2 steps back. Then, in the next second, his fist fiercely smashed into Wu Yongfeng's face. Bang! A muffled sound echoed throughout the entire A72 arena. Wu Yongfeng's entire person flew out directly, smashing fiercely onto the spiritual energy wall. His facial features were all squeezed together. He opened his mouth and coughed twice. Blood dripped down. A few of his teeth even fell out. Li Yueming did not give Wu Yongfeng any chance to catch his breath. After sending him flying with a punch, Li Yueming did not stop at all. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Wu Yongfeng again. Chapter 357, Shocking the World, the Cultivation Practitioner Examination, 2-in-1. He fell straight down from the sky and fiercely stepped on Wu Yongfeng's throat. Wu Yongfeng's eyes widened, and both his eyes bulged. His face was filled with disbelief. Obviously, he couldn't believe that he had only revealed a flaw. He had actually been defeated so quickly and in such a sorry state. However, Li Yueming had already crushed his throat. Therefore, even if Wu Yongfeng opened his mouth and wanted to say something, he could only make some meaningless huffing sounds. At the same time, Li Yueming's reincarnation mark also sent a message. You have killed a reincarnator. Main mission, 4-Killer God has been activated. Mission requirements, eliminate 30 other reincarnators. Mission bonus, the more reincarnators you kill, the stronger you are, and the more generous the mission reward. Number of kills, 1. Level of reincarnator killed, level 6. Everything happened extremely quickly. As a result, many people had yet to turn their heads around. A moment later, he finally recovered from his shock. All the onlookers looked at Li Yueming, who was not far away, and then looked at Wu Yongfeng, who was slowly sliding down from the spiritual energy wall and covered in blood. They all subconsciously held their breaths. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Many people rubbed their eyes when they came back to their senses. After confirming that everything that had happened just now was not an illusion, Only then did it suddenly boil. F***ck, what's going on? If I remember correctly, the one who was sent flying just now was a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, right? The son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains is only 7 years old this year, he's so strong. I've heard some rumors that the heir of the Marquis of Southern Mountains shouldn't be very talented. Damn it, how could you call a 7-year-old's talent for beating up a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation building realm not good? How terrifying! After a short silence, the surrounding onlookers were all shocked. During the past few days of the summit, the group of cultivators felt that they had seen a large number of geniuses. Among the young cultivators of this generation, there were at least 30 geniuses that everyone already knew. He had already broken through to the Foundation establishment realm at such a young age, and his combat strength during the sparring was also exceptionally strong. It could be said that this generation of young cultivators, be it in terms of talent, strength, or temperament, were more terrifying than any other year in the Cultivators' Summit. Therefore, under such circumstances, rumors had already spread in the outside world. Some people said that many of the young cultivators were the reincarnation of the stars in the sky. After reincarnating, he would have the cultivation of his previous life. That was why it was so powerful. However, even though they had already seen a large number of geniuses. However, it was the first time he had seen someone like Li Yueming, who was able to kill a foundation-building cultivator with a single punch at the age of 7. It was really a small knife cutting their buttocks, giving them a good eye-opener. However, at this moment, the most shocked people were not the natives of the reincarnation world. The most shocked ones were the surrounding reincarnators. Probably no one understood the meaning of Li Yueming's punch better than them. Logically speaking, they wanted to know the strength of the reincarnators in the public dungeon. He only needed to look at his age. The earlier the reincarnator spoke, the higher the level of the reincarnation mark. It also meant that the more experience and strength he had. Of course, this estimate was not absolute. It could only be said that this was the case in most situations. Wu Yongfeng was almost 9 years old this year. He was born 1 or 2 years earlier than 80% of the reincarnators present. From this, it could be seen that Wu Yongfeng's reincarnation mark should be above most reincarnators. It was very likely that he had reached level 6. However, it was under such circumstances. Wu Yongfeng was killed by Li Yueming's punch and kick. To them, this was no less than a bolt from the blue. Who knew how many reincarnators had been charred inside and tender outside by the lightning, doubting their lives? This son of the Marquis of South Peak. Could he be the chosen one of this world? Generally speaking, worlds above level 4 often had more than one chosen one. However, even the chosen ones were divided into strong and weak. In order to better communicate, the reincarnators also distinguished the chosen ones. Some of the chosen ones who did not have enough heaven's will. The reincarnators called him the hot shot. The hot shots were similar to the spare tires of the chosen ones. Be it in terms of strength or luck, there was a huge difference between him and a true chosen one. Only if an accident happened to the true chosen one would the hot shot have the chance to go on stage. Among the hot shots, only the inheritor world had a lot of luck. And it was very likely that it was a unique existence. That was why the reincarnators called him the son of heaven's mandate. Now that this fantasy-side public reincarnation dungeon had reached level 5, there must be many chosen ones. If Li Yueming was the only chosen one in this level 5 world. However, it can trample a level 6 reincarnator to death. However, thinking about it this way, it did not seem right. Looking at the chosen ones in many worlds, they basically all had the aura of a protagonist the moment they appeared. Even if he was hiding in the crowd, he could still be seen at a glance. If Li Yueming was the chosen one, hundreds of reincarnators present would be watching. How could they not notice anything? But if Li Yueming was not the chosen one, then what exactly was he? Li Yueming was only 7 years old this year. It was impossible for him to be a reincarnator, right? Chapter 358, Shocking the World, the Cultivation Practitioner Examination, 2-in-1. If he was really a reincarnator, Li Yueming's mark of reincarnation should only be level 4. It was 2 levels lower than Wu Yongfeng's reincarnation mark. This kind of operation was also difficult for them to accept. He thought about it. The group of reincarnators could only assume that Li Yueming's destiny had yet to appear. It belonged to the kind of relatively special chosen one. Only then would they be able to understand it better. On the stage, the spiritual energy field had already slowly disappeared. Li Yueming picked up Wu Yongfeng's corpse with one hand and walked in front of the young prince, Ji Wuyan. As he spoke, he threw the unrecognizable and abnormal corpse in front of Ji Wuyan. At this moment, before Li Yueming could say anything, Ji Wuyan's face had already turned pale. After all, no matter how mature and confident he appeared in front of outsiders, he was still just a child. He was confident because of the family behind him. Looking at the specks of blood on Li Yueming's body, as well as his fierce eyes that seemed to want to devour someone, he was shocked. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He could no longer maintain that annoying look from before. At the side, Xiao Qian saw that the situation was not good and stood up to berate. "What do you want?" Seeing this, behind Li Yueming, Wang Ziwei also stood up. The tense atmosphere between the two sides suddenly rose to a certain level. Li Yueming smiled and said, "Young prince, don't be afraid. If I remember correctly, young prince is a friend of these people, right?" I didn't wait for Ji Wuyan to say a word. Li Yueming kicked Wu Yongfeng's corpse and said, "One might have to trouble the young prince to help them collect their bodies." Looking at the corpse that was still slowly bleeding under his feet, this was the first time Ji Wuyan was so close to death. He could only brace himself and say, "These people had nothing to do with the king, so stop slandering me." Hearing this, Li Yueming also smiled. He ignored Ji Wuyan, who was trying to keep up appearances. He turned around to look at the remaining 3 reincarnators and said, "Come on, who else is tired of living? I'll see you in the spiritual energy field." His voice was not loud. But at this moment, it was exceptionally clear. A few minutes ago, Li Yueming had said the same thing. At that time, there were thousands of cultivators present, but none of them took his warning seriously. They all ignored his words. But now, when Li Yueming said this sentence again, however, it was completely different. The remaining 3 reincarnators looked at Li Yueming, who was not far away. There was also a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. They were all too clear about Wu Yongfeng's strength. Even if he had committed a major taboo because he underestimated the enemy just now. However, Li Yueming could easily kill him with a single punch, which was enough to show that Li Yueming's strength was quite terrifying. But now, Li Yueming was clamoring again. The 3 of them finally threw away their pride as reincarnators and began to get serious. The 3 reincarnators did not speak, but their attitude was already very obvious. Today, either Li Yueming died or they died. A moment later, one of the 3 walked into the newly opened spiritual energy field. When the other cultivators saw this, they all stopped their discussion. He looked at the center of the spiritual energy field again. In the previous match, Wu Yongfeng had been careless and underestimated his opponent. In the end, Li Yueming seized the opportunity and killed him in a few moves. Now, would the other cultivators be able to fight against Li Yueming? However, what happened next was once again beyond everyone's expectations. However, after this cultivator entered the spiritual field, it was obvious that he was fully equipped and prepared. However, in front of Li Yueming, he still couldn't last more than 3 moves. Similarly, it only took 2 to 3 minutes. The tall and thin corpse was once again thrown by Li Yueming in front of Ji Wuyan, whose legs were weak. This time, all the cultivators who were watching could no longer sit still. All along, the heir of the Li family had been very low-key. He had never appeared in front of the world. But now, he had only appeared once. The turmoil it caused was enough to make everyone feel complicated. The so-called great clans. The first thing they saw was the strength and status of the pillar of the dynasty. The second was the cultivation and talent of the heir. As for the deeper background and foundation, this was usually a taboo area for the great clans. It would not be easily known to the outside world. And now, the Li family's Nanfan had repeatedly made military achievements in the western border battlefield. His son, Li Yueming, had such astonishing talent. If there were no accidents, through the operation of these two people, a new top-notch aristocratic family would rise in the Great Zhou dynasty. Point 0. As the saying goes, good things don't go out, bad things travel thousands of miles. This sentence was obviously a huge exception in Wenzhou City at this moment. Currently, there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Linjiang City waiting for the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy to start the examination. Information at this time was the most sensitive. The slightest movement of wind and grass would spread thousands of miles in less than a day. Thus, the news of the Marquis of Southern Mountain's son signing the life and death pact and killing 4 challengers in a single day quickly spread throughout Wenzhou City. Especially after nightfall. All the cultivators in Linjiang City rested. The restaurants, hotels, and brothels were filled with discussions. The most amazing thing was that storytellers were everywhere, vividly spreading the scenes of the day. Li Yueming expressionlessly threw the 4 corpses of Prince Yu's youngest son and told him to collect them, but Prince Yu's youngest son did not even dare to let out a fart. Chapter 359, Shocking the World, the Cultivation Practitioner Examination, 2-in-1. The storyteller's saliva flew everywhere as he praised and praised. At this moment, Li Yueming, Li Ruxing, and Wang Ziwei were also drinking and eating in the restaurant. Li Yueming didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the storyteller who was talking so much that his saliva flew everywhere. Second sister, is this what you meant by slightly artistic editing? Li Ruxing was still chewing on a pork trotter. He raised his head and said cheerfully, how is it? Didn't sister express your handsomeness and elegance to the fullest? Li Yueming couldn't help but complain, actually, I think it's more like a fairy tale. It has nothing to do with me. Li Ruxing rolled her eyes. Obviously, he was not satisfied with his evaluation. However, seeing that Wang Ziwei was still beside him, he could only give up and continue to bury his head in the chicken feet. During the day, Li Yueming spent some effort to get rid of those annoying cultivators. He had always been cautious. Therefore, in order not to cause any trouble in the future, Li Yueming naturally wouldn't give them a chance. He sent them all back to the reincarnation space. Then, she witnessed everything and was stunned. After all, in her imagination, Li Yueming was still the younger brother who needed her to take care of him. He didn't expect that it had only been 3 years since they last met. This little brother of his actually had such powerful strength. After recovering from his shock, Li Ruxing immediately instructed his entourage to write 2 letters to Li Ruyu and Li Nanfan. As for herself, she returned home as fast as she could. He spent money to hire a group of storytellers and began to boast about Li Yueming's achievements in Wenzhou City. In order to spread it out as quickly as possible, Li Ruxing, who had liked to read all kinds of indecent novels since he was young, even wrote his own autobiography and wrote an outline for the storytellers. That's why. It was only nightfall, but the news of Prince Yu's defeat had already spread throughout Wenzhou City. When Prince Yu received the news, he would probably be so angry that he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. After all, he wanted to use these reincarnators to teach Li Yueming a lesson. He would take the opportunity to weaken the strength of the western border. However, not only did he fail to deal a blow to his opponent, he even made a big mistake in the end. The second son, Ji Huiyan, was traumatized by the 4 mutilated corpses of Li Yueming. In the end, he even cried on the spot. She was just short of opening her mouth wide and going home to call her mother. However, Li Yueming couldn't be happy at all. After all, he had deduced it once before he was born. He clearly knew that the reason for the Li family's eventual destruction seemed to have something to do with his performance being too monstrous. As for rebellion, it was more like a big hat that the emperor had put on. Under this hat was the righteousness of the imperial power. Of course. Thinking about it carefully, there was actually something strange about the number. However, it was definitely more or less related to him. It was precisely because of this. Li Yueming was so low-key and cautious when he was just born. But now, everyone in Wenzhou City knew about him. Perhaps even the emperor in Hejing had heard of it. This was not good news for him. However, Li Yueming also had a scale in his heart. However, it was still within the scope of common sense. He believed that the emperor was not crazy enough to kill them over such a small matter. In the next 2 days, Wang Ziwei brought a group of students to participate in a few cultivation exchange meets. As for Li Yueming, he cultivated in his room every day. After all, he had seen what he needed to see. And now, he had shown enough strength. There was no need for him to participate in the summit anymore. All he needed to do was to quietly cultivate and wait for the cultivator's examination to begin. But even so, the rumors in the outside world did not stop because of his disappearance. Now, Li Yueming's fame was unparalleled in Wenzhou City. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The cultivation practitioner examination had finally begun. The black gold gate slowly opened, and hundreds of Void Refinement Realm and Origin Returning Realm teachers walked out of the school. The entire scene was unusually grand. The hundreds of thousands of young people below the stage were all excited and nervous. When he looked at this supreme hall, his eyes were filled with yearning. Only Li Yueming, Tian Liang, and Wang Linlin were qualified to refer to Wang Ziwei. There were a total of 3 questions in this cultivation practitioner exam. The main purpose of the first question was to elaborate on the thoughts of saints. There were 2 martial arts questions. One was a battle, and the other was a spiritual energy test. Students had to achieve the required score before they could be admitted into. However, this was not difficult for Li Yueming. He had easily passed the test and successfully entered the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy. In contrast, there were hundreds of other reincarnators who had also entered the Cultivator Academy. On the day the assessment ended, for the first time, Li Yueming saw the supreme leader of the Zhou dynasty. The emperor sat on the supreme golden throne. He wore a gilded 9-dragon imperial robe and had 12 red jade streamers on his head. He looked down at all the students below him. Beside him, the core group of people in the Great Zhou dynasty was also standing there. Chapter 360, Shocking the World, the Cultivation Practitioner Examination, 2-in-1. It formed an extreme pressure. Even a group of audacious cultivators who were used to acting recklessly were trembling in fear and did not dare to overstep their boundaries in such an occasion. He glanced at it without batting an eyelid. Li Yueming saw Prince Yu, who did not look too good. At this moment, the other party was also sizing him up. After the red tape ended, the emperor personally bestowed the students with jade belts that symbolized glory. Li Yueming was also rewarded. However, unlike the other students, the emperor even asked him a few questions about family matters to show his closeness. Li Yueming naturally showed a flattered look. He hurriedly expressed his loyalty. The emperor did not say much. After bestowing the jade belt, he reincarnated and returned to the throne. There was another banquet in the evening. Compared to the solemnity of the day, the banquet at night was more important. After all the students and officials had left, the emperor looked at a figure in the shadows not far away and asked, "Grand Preceptor, did you notice anything unusual?" In the shadows, the imperial astronomical supervisor slowly walked out with the help of 2 eunuchs. He looked at everyone's back as they left. "There's too much trouble here," and everyone will be the source of chaos in the future. Hearing this, Lne Emperor's gaze clearly nagged. The old supervisor obviously didn't want to keep him in suspense. He continued, "Your Majesty, don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. This group of people can't be killed, and they can't be killed. The destiny of the Zhou dynasty lies here. Kill him and the Zhou dynasty will definitely lose in the battle for the ascendant stage." Hearing this, the emperor eased up a little. "In that case, why do you say that they are the source of chaos?" The old supervisor pondered for a moment before continuing, "This will depend on how you control and use them. If you control and use them well, they will be the sharpest sword in the world. They can cut open the bodies of all enemies in the world. If the command is not good, the command is not good. They were also the sharpest swords in the world. However, their swords might hurt the Zhou dynasty itself." The emperor was clearly interested in Enyang. He asked again, "How can I hold the head of this sword without being stabbed?" The old supervisor closed his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he slowly shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, there are some things that this old man cannot say. In addition, Your Majesty, the person you were talking to just now was the son of Marquis South Peak, right?" The emperor didn't say anything and only nodded slowly. The old supervisor's face darkened. He coughed twice before saying, "This child is a heretic. Among this group of people, I can't see through him. Your Majesty, please be careful." Hearing this, the emperor still didn't say anything. However, his face revealed a hint of coldness. 0. At night, the graduation banquet began. This banquet was hosted by the emperor and he invited the students who had entered the cultivator academies to eat. Many of the teachers and important officials of the Great Zhou dynasty's academies would receive invitations to get acquainted with the examines. It could be said that he had given face to many examines. Halfway through the banquet, the emperor and Prince Yu arrived in private clothes and appeared at the banquet. The moment she saw him, many students were scared witless. The emperor waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so formal. Then, he found an important official he was familiar with and started chatting and drinking. As he drank, the emperor and Prince Yu came in front of Li Yueming and raised their wine glasses. "Prince of the Marquis of Southern Mountains, if I remember correctly, I gave you a title of nobility a few years ago. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I didn't expect you to have already started cultivating." "Not bad, not bad." Li Yueming didn't understand what these two were up to. He could only say calmly, "Long live your Majesty, long live Prince Yu," when he heard Prince Yu's name. Prince Yu's face twitched, clearly shocked by Li Yueming's words. The emperor didn't find it strange. He held his hand and asked, "Marquis South Peak has been leading the army outside the Great Wall for 5 years. He has charged into the enemy lines and defended the border. He has made great contributions to our Great Zhou's resistance against the Qin enemy. As the emperor, I have to take care of you. How about this? If there are any great teachers in the Cultivation Academy, feel free to pick them. I will help you invite them." Li Yueming hurriedly bowed and said, "This brat thanks your Majesty for your father's reward." His procedure was quite standard. However, it did not seem to be outstanding. The emperor was slightly disappointed, but he continued, "One heard that you and Prince Yu's youngest son had an argument during the exam." Hearing this, Li Yueming finally understood the emperor's intentions. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. "Your Majesty might have misunderstood. Wu Yan and I hit it off at first sight. How could there be any conflict?" The emperor nodded when he heard this and tried to smooth things over. "That's good. You and Wu Yan are the future pillars of our Great Zhou. You should take good care of each other. You can't have conflicts and let outsiders laugh at you." Li Yueming continued to nod. Yes, whatever you say is right." The emperor clearly knew whether they had a conflict or not. In fact, to put it bluntly, The emperor might know the ins and outs of the whole matter better than Li Yueming himself. The reason why he pretended not to know about it was because Zhou Tianzi wanted to be a peacemaker. Li Yueming's fist was not hard enough, so he was forced to adapt to the situation. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Yueming didn't suffer any losses. Since King Yu was willing to bury the hatchet, he naturally had no reason to refuse. However, this banquet also made Li Yueming feel a little strange. The emperor actually pulled Prince Yu over to be the peacemaker. This didn't seem like a good thing for the Li family and himself. Chapter 361, Dao of Yin Yang, Master-Teacher Selection. 1. After the banquet, all the students began to leave one after another. Li Yueming was the last to leave. After walking for a while, he realized that there were dozens of reincarnators waiting for him outside the building. When he appeared, immediately, the eyes of the group of reincarnators shone with golden light. Li Yueming was stunned and looked around. Good heavens, there didn't seem to be any beautiful women around him. Did these guys have to look at him like that? Just as he was about to take a detour and leave with a puzzled expression, a rather handsome reincarnator blocked in front of him. Li Yueming's expression turned cold as he said lightly, "What do you mean?" This was Wenzhou City, under the feet of the emperor. Seeing that his expression was not too good, the reincarnator smiled and hurriedly introduced himself. "My brother's surname is Ding, and my name is Yi. I'm the eldest son of the Ding clan in the southwest." Li Yueming glanced at him. He had never heard of the so-called Ding family before. It was probably a small family that was not ranked. And this group of reincarnators often did not visit the temple for no reason. And now, she was specially waiting for him here. She probably had her eyes on him. Therefore, he was prepared to see what these guys were up to. "If you have something to say it quickly." Ding Yi's expression did not diminish. He nodded and continued, "I've long heard of your highness's great name, and I'm even more shocked to see you in the hall today." Now that he had finally found an opportunity, he was thick-skinned enough to come and befriend him. As he spoke, he smiled, revealing a look that all men understood. He said, heard that there's a Hanchun restaurant in Wenzhou City. The wine is brewed with the water of the heavenly mountain in the northern cold region. It's called a delicacy in the world. This one has specially booked a private room at Hanchun restaurant. I wonder if your highness has the time to do me the honor of visiting." Li Yueming was stunned. He's trying to be nice. It's either rape or theft. This sentence was even more accurate when it came to reincarnators. He thought for a long time. He finally figured out what this reincarnator named Ding Yi was up to. It was probably because the other party had yet to see through his identity as a reincarnator. They mistakenly thought that he was the chosen one of this world. Because of this, the reincarnators who smelled the benefits pounced on him like sharks that smelled blood. He thought of this possibility. Li Yueming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the previous few reincarnation worlds, when they encountered the chosen ones, they would think of ways to win them over to their camp. Not to mention the current public reincarnation instance dungeon. By following the chosen one, the reincarnator would also enjoy a certain amount of fate. Let me give you a simple example. If the Son of Heaven's mandate appeared in the Great Zhou Imperial Court, as long as he was loyal to the Great Zhou, he would be able to obtain the Great Zhou Empire. Then, the final victor of the Six Nations War would most likely be the Great Zhou. As reincarnators, they followed the trajectory of the chosen one to complete the mission. Obviously, everything would be twice as effective. In addition, some of the chosen ones might even trigger some hidden missions or side missions. After completing it, the reincarnators would not only receive rewards. It was also possible to obtain a trace of the fate of the All-Seer. Doing things in this world would be smoother. Under such circumstances, with the title of the Chosen One, Li Yueming would be a hot potato in the eyes of the reincarnators. Therefore, he had no choice. After thinking about these rules and regulations, Li Yueming immediately understood what this group of reincarnators were up to. Ding Yi was still waiting for his reply. We scholars are the pillars of the country. How can we talk about such a shameful thing in public? Li Yueming chided. This is ridiculous. Ding Yi was stunned. He didn't expect Li Yueming to have such a big reaction and even reprimanded him so righteously. Was he that ruthless? He didn't even want to go to a brothel? Ding Yi had activated so many reincarnations. It was rare for a native to be able to resist the temptation of beauty. Destiny's Child was indeed difficult to deal with. However, just as he was about to change his move, Li Yueming took 2 steps forward and whispered in his ear, "Cough cough, after the entrance ceremony ends, meet me at the entrance of the academy at 8 o'clock in the evening." Ding Yi was speechless. He was stunned for a moment. Ding Yi revealed a look of disdain, but he still winked and said, "Then it's settled. After the enrollment ceremony, see you at 8 o'clock in the evening." After the discussion, Ding Yi left happily. Behind him were 3 or 4 reincarnators. After greeting Li Yueming one by one, they all bid farewell and left. Most likely, they were all players who had contacted them through secret codes. After they all left, there were more than 10 reincarnators behind him who still wanted to come into contact with Li Yueming. HNWPVPRT.I Vilpminsi Envin LV didn't HNVP the Timp Tien Bertnen them. Without a doubt. Among this group of reincarnators, Ding Yi's group was the strongest. Because of this, Ding Yi was the first to greet Li Yueming. Due to their strength, the other reincarnators could only stand to the side and row back. Therefore, he had no choice. It was enough to agree to Ding Yi's request. Other small fish, small shrimp, Li Yueming, no time to greet. What awaited them next was the entrance ceremony held by the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy. During the enrollment ceremony, a group of youths would choose their teachers in the Cultivator Academy. This segment was very important to some ordinary students. Chapter 362, Dao of Yin Yang, Master Teacher Selection. 2. However, it wasn't an important matter for Li Yueming. After all, his path was different from ordinary cultivators who used qi to control their bodies. His main goal was to develop the human body. To him, spiritual energy was just a tool to increase his strength. Under such circumstances, the path that the academy teachers walked was completely different from his, so what could they teach him? However, he still had to go through the process. At the banquet, the emperor had told him that he could choose any master teacher he wanted. This actually made Li Yueming a little wary. He found it hard to believe that the emperor was the kind of emperor who was amiable and easy to talk to. Those who could become the son of heaven were all vicious and cold people. After all, there were too many things to experience in that position. Deceit, struggle, betrayal. How could one command and control such a large dynasty without a certain level of skill? And the reason why he had such an amiable image in front of a junior like him. This was definitely abnormal. From the various signs, Li Yueming judged that he was most likely targeted by the emperor. The Zhou dynasty was good at astrology and divination. It sounded a little metaphysical. However, this thing had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and was still recognized by the world. He definitively had some skills. Although he didn't know what methods the emperor had used or how deep he had gotten, he didn't know how powerful he was. However, this was bad news for Li Yueming. At this moment, he could more or less guess why the Li family had suddenly perished when he was deducing. The emperor controlled too many information channels. It was very difficult to hide anything from him in the empire. Even Li Yueming, who was a reincarnator, could probably be calculated by the emperor. However, for the current Li Yueming, the only good news was that Li Nanfan was still leading millions of troops to fight against the Qin army in the western border. Thus, as long as the emperor was not crazy, for the time being, he definitely wouldn't do anything at this critical juncture. After all, the neighboring Qin country had long coveted the rich Great Zhou. If something happened to Li Yueming and the Li family. At this moment, Li Nanfan on the border battlefield was no different from a time bomb. The Qin army would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. One bad move. Even the entire western border and the entire Great Zhou dynasty would be in turmoil. Point 0. During the entrance ceremony, big sister Li Ruyu appeared in front of Li Yueming. They hadn't seen each other for 3 years, and Li Ruyu was now the eldest daughter of the Li family. When he saw Li Yueming, Li Ruyu's bright eyes immediately narrowed into a full moon. It looked very good. Pulling Li Yueming's hand and patting his head, Li Ruyu smiled and said, "This little brother has made a name for himself. Father wrote back from the border overnight, saying that you have made him proud this time. He also said that on the day of enrollment, he will hold a banquet in the army to celebrate you." Li Yueming smiled shyly and said helplessly, "It's not about winning glory, as long as it's not embarrassing, haha." The two of them chatted for a while. After the foreplay of the entrance ceremony was over, many disciples began to conduct the master-disciple assessment. The so-called master-disciple examination referred to the teacher choosing the students, and the students choosing the teacher. For example, some teachers entered the path through literature and advocated being both civil and martial. For example, some teachers were generals when they were young, and they liked to wield swords and guns in battle formations. If the student agreed with the teacher's teaching philosophy, and the teacher also agreed with the student's talent and character, then the teacher would be able to teach the student. Then, this student could choose to become a teacher's disciple. It had to be said that although it was a fantasy world, however, the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy's concept of teaching students according to their aptitude was rather advanced. His eldest sister, Li Ruyu, had come here specially. He wanted to ask Li Yueming about his future development path. He looked at the group of teachers from the Cultivator Academy who were walking over. Li Ruyu's expression became serious. He looked at Li Yueming and asked, "Little brother, the process of becoming a disciple in the Practitioner Academy is very important. In a sense, becoming a disciple of them determines which industry you will develop in the empire in the future." At this point, he was afraid that Li Yueming didn't understand him enough. Li Ruyu continued, "For example, if the teacher you choose is a general, then most of the places where you study and cultivate in the future will be on the battlefield. If the teacher you chose was the Imperial Astronomical Supervisor's palm print, then in the future, you would probably need to learn the astronomy and geography of the Great Zhou, the 12 solar terms, and the stars. Can you understand what I'm saying?" Hearing this, Li Yueming nodded. In fact, Wang Ziwei had already explained everything to him before he entered the Practitioner Academy. Li Ruyu had only explained it in detail. The so-called selection of teachers was actually a transfer of power in the Zhou dynasty. The older generation of cultivators who were about to retire would serve in the Cultivator Academy for a period of time. After teaching enough students, only then can I retire to the mountains and forests and stop asking about the world. This was also why the Great Zhou Cultivator College was so important. After all, the person being nurtured here was the next generation of the Great Zhou dynasty's many powers. After seeing him understand, Li Ruyu nodded and continued, "There are a total of 188 teachers in the academy. Every teacher is at least a true form realm or spirit condensation realm expert. They have considerable influence in the various power centers of the Great Zhou dynasty. Father means to see if you have a teacher you like? If you don't have any, do you have a profession that you like? I have been cultivating here for 3 years, so I have some understanding of the teachers in the Cultivator Academy. I can recommend you." Chapter 363, Dao of Yin Yang, Master Teacher Selection. Part 3. According to the normal situation, the words Li Jia's children, if admitted to the college, the general, all choose to join the army. However, Li Nanfan was very generous to his son, Li Yueming. Therefore, he was not going to force him to choose a specific teacher. Li Yueming thought for a while. He didn't need any teacher to teach him. However, he could indeed consider carefully when choosing an industry. After all, what he needed the most now was peace and quiet. Apart from peace and quiet, the second most important thing was to be independent and free. Only in this way could he continue to cultivate step by step and not be disturbed by many messy things. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, "Sister, I want to lie flat. Is there any teacher who can teach me how to lie flat?" Li Yueming asked. Li Ruya was speechless. She didn't understand for a moment. After a long while, he said with some doubt, "Lie flat? What is lying flat?" Li Yueming thought about it. He gestured a sleeping posture and said, "It's the kind where you eat, sleep, and eat. No one will disturb you every day." Li Ruya was speechless. After he understood, Li Ruya was dumbfounded. After thinking for a while, she reached out and touched Li Yueming's forehead. "Are you awake? Finding a teacher is not child's play." Li Yueming took her hand away. "Sis, what do you think of our family?" she asked seriously. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, Li Ruya lowered her eyes and said, "It's naturally very good to rule a region. Right now, my father is fighting a war at the border while I'm studying in the academy. If I become a powerful cultivator, what will happen to our family?" Li Ruya thought about it. She still didn't understand what Li Yueming was trying to say. After thinking for a moment, she nodded again and said, "Two marquises in one sect, that's naturally better." Li Yueming smiled. Everything in this world is about balance. If there is yin, there will be yang, and if there is yang, there will be yin. The most beautiful time for a flower to bloom is often the time when it is closest to withering. This principle is also the same for the family. If our family is too strong, do you think it is a good thing for us? Li Yueming's explanation was very simple. He didn't mind hiding anything from his sister. Li Ruya was also a person with a heart of heart, so she had completely understood Li Yueming's meaning. "But even if that's the case, little brother, you don't need to give up on yourself, right? What does lying flat have to do with giving up on yourself?" Li Yueming laughed. "All right, I have a scale in my heart. Big sister, you just have to believe me." Li Ruya's face revealed a hesitant expression. But looking at Li Yueming's serious face, he couldn't help but sigh. "Since that's the case, should I inform father? As the eldest daughter of the family. After all, Li Ruya could not inherit the family business. This stall would eventually be handed over to Li Yueming. Therefore, she would not interfere with Li Yueming's decision. Moreover, no one else in the family might know about it. However, she knew clearly. His little brother had been very smart since he was young. Moreover, his intelligence and wisdom cannot be measured by common sense. Now that he insisted on finding an unreliable teacher, there must be a reason. However, she felt that this matter was still rather important. Therefore, he suggested asking Li Nanfan. Li Yueming waved his hand and said, "Do you think my father wouldn't understand such simple logic?" Li Ruya thought about it and it did make sense. In the end, he nodded. "If that's the case, I have heard that there is a teacher in the Cultivator Academy who seems to be more suitable for your requirements." However, hearing this, Li Yueming became interested. Although he said that he was lying down. However, in reality, he did not expect to find a teacher who could teach lying down here. He never expected this. Hearing Li Ruya's words, it seemed like there really was such a good place to put it. Hence, he followed the topic and asked, "But what?" Li Ruya opened her mouth. She seemed to be hesitating whether to tell him or not. In the end, she sighed. "But you have to be mentally prepared. This teacher doesn't have a good reputation in the Practitioner Academy. It's rumored that he has some mental problems. He hasn't accepted any students for decades." Li Yueming became even more interested. "Oh? There's such a thing." Seeing that he was interested, Li Ruya explained, "Teacher's name is Shu Tian. If he hadn't been kicked out of the academy and his illness hadn't acted up, he might have come to recruit students today. If you're really interested, you can go and take a look. But I really don't recommend you to choose such a teacher. If you don't do well, it might really ruin your future. Li Yueming nodded. In his heart, he had already made up his mind to go and experience it. Point 0. The two of them were still discussing. The group of teachers had already come to their respective seats and sat down. The Cultivation Academy was very imposing. Every teacher carried a Dao pillar inscribed with a spirit drawing array. In order to maintain the operation of the Dao pillar, every year, the amount of manpower and resources that the Cultivation Academy spent on mining spirit stones was an astronomical figure. Hundreds of teachers sat down. The group of students also stood up. Next was the process of mutual assessment between teachers and students. Chapter 364, Dao of Yin Yang, Master Teacher Selection. Part 4. In fact, this process was a little like the Cultivation Practitioners Summit. It was just that the summit could only add points and pave the way for entering the Cultivation College. Now that he had entered the Cultivator Academy, he had to be much more careful when choosing teachers and students for the second time. After all, once he entered the sect, to a certain extent, the future of a teacher and a student was bound together. Li Yueming stood up and prepared to walk towards the venue. However, at this moment, Zhou Yang and Wang Linlin came over. "Junior brother, which teacher are you planning to become your disciple?" Wang Linlin asked. Li Yueming stopped and smiled at Wang Linlin. Haven't thought about it yet." "What about you, senior sister?" Wang Linlin smiled charmingly and said, "We can be considered to be of the same lineage. After entering the academy, we naturally have to look at each other, therefore, senior brother Zhou and I are prepared to become disciples of the same teacher. I've specially come to ask little junior brother now to see if the three of us can continue our old relationship as fellow disciples." It didn't sound like a problem. However, Li Yueming knew that these two guys still had evil intentions towards him. At first, they wanted to get Li Yueming to give them face. Later on, when he found out that Li Yueming's strength was not bad, he shamelessly came over to Li Yueming and wanted to build a good relationship with him. The result was unexpected. Li Yueming became famous in the exchange conference. He revealed a strength that made the two of them extremely frightened. Only then did the two of them know. The originally unremarkable Li Yueming was actually very likely to be the chosen one. Thus, the two of them began to have thoughts again. Li Yueming didn't even need to think about it. As long as he revealed which teacher he was prepared to become a disciple of, these two dogskin plasters would immediately say that they had the same plan. Then, she continued to follow behind him. However, this was not unacceptable to Li Yueming. After all, reincarnators might not be eye-catching now, but once they were given time to grow, the power of an adult would be extremely terrifying. As long as he controlled them properly, he could definitely use them in the future. He weighed the pros and cons. In the end, Li Yueming didn't reveal anything. However, he did not stop the two from following behind him. A moment later, Li Yueming entered the assessment venue. Hundreds of teachers were the elite backbone of the entire Great Zhou dynasty. None of them were easy to deal with. There was usually a notice board beside them. The above would clearly describe each teacher's strength, position, and strengths, as well as the requirements for the students. If a student felt that he was interested in a certain teacher, they could enter for an interview. Li Yueming was currently in the limelight. Therefore, he was recognized as soon as he appeared. It immediately became the center of attention of all the reincarnators and ordinary students. Of course, the ordinary students might just be curious. But the group of reincarnators were different. They saw more things. Under everyone's gaze, Li Yueming walked past one teacher after another. He didn't even pause halfway, as if none of the teachers around him could satisfy him. This naturally aroused many people's doubts. Wherever there were people, there would be martial arts. The teachers in the academy also had differences in strength and status. The teachers who could set up the platform at the front would usually have higher strength and status in the academy. After all, if the platform was in front, the students would be able to see it as soon as they entered. The higher the probability of picking a talented student. In contrast, the higher the stage, the lower the teacher's strength and status in the academy. Because the platform was at the back, the students chosen were often the leftovers of others. The less space they had to choose when taking in disciples. Of course, it was the same. Generally speaking, the higher the rank, the higher the standards of a teacher. The lower the teacher, the lower the standards for accepting disciples. There were some students who were not talented and had flaws in their appearance. It was estimated that only the teachers at the very end would be willing to recruit them. However, the problem was that with Li Yueming's talent and the emperor's personal promise, logically speaking, he should be able to pick the most famous and powerful teachers in the entire Cultivator Academy. Why did he leave so many master teachers behind? Did he have to look for it at the back? He followed Li Yueming around and walked to the last row of the platform. Even Wang Linlin and Tian Liang, who were following behind Li Yueming, started to mutter. Finally, Li Yueming stopped. He stayed in front of the first 108 teachers. Chapter 365, Battle on the Battlefield, First Show. 1. He looked at the number of the platform. Even Tian Liang and Wang Linlin, who were following behind, felt uncomfortable. Good fellow. What the hell was going on? No matter how bad the other teachers were, they would still write some impressive points on the notice board. However, the notice board next to the teacher's platform was empty. Nothing was written. How miserable must he be to be like this? Li Yueming actually stopped in front of such a teacher. Many people were puzzled by this. Li Yueming didn't pay much attention to it. He was about to step into the cave to see what was going on. However, she saw him walk in. Not far away, an ordinary teacher from the Great Zhou Cultivation Academy hurriedly ran over and stopped Li Yueming. He reminded in a low voice, "Young Master Li, this teacher is called Shu Tian. 30 years ago, because of divination, he encountered some taboo that shouldn't be divined. Since then, he has started to go crazy intermittently. The academy has been discussing whether to dismiss him in the past few years. He couldn't teach young Master Li anything. Young Master Li, please don't ruin your future." Seeing that Li Yueming was still curious, the teacher hurriedly said, "Of course, if young Master Li wants to go in and take a look, that's fine too. However, you have to wait a moment. Wait for me to report to the academy and call 2 teachers to accompany you." Li Yueming nodded. A moment later, under the protection of 2 teachers, Li Yueming entered Shu Tian's platform. Looking over, a middle-aged man with grey hair was lying on a chair not far away. He seemed to be sleeping soundly. When the 4 of them approached, they did not see any reaction from him. Seeing this, Ming Li couldn't help but frown. He had originally wanted to become a disciple of this teacher, but now it seemed that he had thought too simply. Beside him, a teacher was trying to wake Shu Tian up. But Shu Tian still didn't respond. If it wasn't for the even snoring, people would probably suspect that he had passed away. The teacher was prepared to use other methods. But Li Yueming said, "Forget it, there's no need." Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, if it wasn't Li Yueming, it would probably be someone else. This group of teachers probably didn't have the time to fool around with him. However, Li Yueming was personally appointed by the emperor and he was also Li Nanfan's son. Therefore, even in the academy, there were still people who respected him. The 4 of them did not say anything else. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, as they walked, the 4 of them suddenly felt a little scared for some reason. In the end, it was Li Yueming who felt some kind of malicious gaze. He turned around. Shu Tian, who had been sleeping just a moment ago, had woken up. A pair of strange eyes swept across the other people present. It made a hair-raising sound. It was like an old wooden door creaking after decaying. The laughter was very unpleasant, as if it came from the endless underground. As he laughed, he muttered to himself, "It's all wrong. It's all wrong from the beginning to the end. Everyone has been deceived. Ha ha ha." He laughed and laughed. Shu Tian's gaze fell on Li Yueming. Suddenly, the strange laughter stopped. Shu Tian stared at Li Yueming for a long time, and even Li Yueming felt that he couldn't take it. He was like a lone wolf in the wilderness, looking at a piece of bloody raw meat. And Li Yueming was the one who was at the mercy of others. A moment later, Shu Tian said in a hoarse voice, "You are different. Why are you different? You know? No, you don't know. You can't know. They won't let you know. Then why are you different? Why is it different?" As he spoke, he rushed forward as if he had gone crazy. The speed was so fast that Li Yueming couldn't even imagine it. The two teachers who were supposed to be Li Yueming's bodyguards seemed to have slowed down by hundreds of times. Shu Tian reached out and grabbed Li Yueming. Li Yueming didn't feel anything at all. When he realized that he had soared into the sky, he could not help but turn pale with fright. However, before he could struggle, unexpectedly, Shu Tian suddenly let go of his hand as if he had touched something poisonous. He took 2 steps back and looked at Li Yueming. I see, all right, billions of people in the world were like turtles in a jar. They never thought that there would be an anomaly." As soon as he finished speaking, he started laughing again. This laughter seemed to have magic, and it could be transmitted to the eardrums through the ubiquitous spiritual energy vibration. It would always make people's scalps go numb and make them think of many bad things. Moreover, Li Yueming and the others weren't the only ones affected. Instantly, even the teachers on the other platforms could feel Shu Tian's aura. The teachers' faces changed drastically as they rushed out. Shu Tian looked at Li Yueming and said, "They are all liars, liars that have existed for thousands of years. The words it says and the method it creates are all lies that deceive people, don't be fooled. Remember, you must not be fooled." As he spoke, he laughed and cried. She swayed her head back to her seat and went back to sleep. Seeing this, the teachers forced themselves to calm down. Li Yueming seemed to be in shock. The teacher who brought him here earlier couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. "Young Master Li, are you all right?" Chapter 366, Battle on the Battlefield, First Show. Part 2. Li Yueming shook his head, but his gaze towards Shu Tian was filled with fear. This was the downside of the fantasy world. You would never know if the person standing in front of you was some unreasonable expert. If it wasn't for Shu Tian's lack of killing intent. Even if Li Yueming had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough for him to die. Seeing Li Yueming shake his head, he heaved a sigh of relief. If anything happened to Li Yueming at the Great Zhou Cultivator College, if word got out, the world would be in an uproar. The consequences were likely to be on the level of an earthquake. After heaving a sigh of relief, the teacher from the Cultivation Academy couldn't help but hint, "Young Master Li, please don't pay attention to this lunatic. He has been in a state of agitation for a long time, and his condition is very unstable." Li Yueming didn't say anything. Shu Tian gave him a very dangerous feeling. But from his intuition, Li Yueming didn't feel any hostility or killing intent from Shu Tian. As for whether or not to believe Shu Tian's words, this was a matter of opinion. However, no matter what, he no longer had the slightest thought of wanting to be his disciple. After all, his primary goal of becoming a disciple was to keep a low profile and develop. Now, if he followed behind Shu Tian, he would probably become famous all over the world. The 4 of them left the platform. Outside, dozens of other teachers had already gathered here. Obviously, once Shu Tian lost control, this group of teachers would swarm forward and suppress him as quickly as possible. Now that Li Yueming had come out safely, he didn't lose an arm or a leg. The academy's direct administrators and teachers could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Xu Tian might look crazy and sickly now. Going back 30 years, he was known as the most talented person in the Great Zhou dynasty in 2000 years. His strength was probably second to none in the entire Great Zhou. If he really went crazy, there might not even be anyone in the Cultivator Academy who could keep him in check. Li Yueming didn't look too good. Li Ruya was also a little nervous. She walked over and asked in a low voice, "Are you all right?" Li Yueming shook his head and didn't say anything. After a short period of chaos, this matter was quickly suppressed. After all, information about Xu Tian had already become a taboo topic in the Cultivation Academy. Naturally, the Cultivator Academy would not spread the news of the event. All the students returned to the right track and continued to choose their teachers. Li Yueming had no choice but to carefully examine himself again. The main thing was that he realized that there were too many gazes focused on him now. Originally, having Prince Yu's faction was already enough to give him a headache. Now, there was another unfathomable emperor and a large number of reincarnators. Every move would be closely watched by various factions. This always made him feel like his hands and feet were tied. He had to weigh the pros and cons of various forces before taking action. In the end, Li Yueming decided not to pick any random teachers. After discussing with his elder sister, Li Ruyu, for a moment, Li Yueming chose to become the disciple of the Old North General Yuao Tian. The Northern General and Li Yueming's grandfather had some personal relationships. The two of them used to be comrades on the same front. Li Yueming's grandfather had already passed away. Yuao Tian had also reached the age where he could retire and hide in the mountains. Under such circumstances, Yuao Tian naturally had no reason to reject Li Yueming's request. Everything happened naturally. From a certain perspective, Li Yueming's acceptance of Yuao Tian was equivalent to announcing to everyone that he was going to inherit his ancestors' family business in the future and make contributions on the battlefield. After becoming Yuao Tian's disciple, dozens of reincarnators came for an interview. Just like Tian Liang and Wang Linlin. Ding Yi, who came to visit Li Yueming at the pier a few days ago, also became Yuao Tian's disciple. He probably made up his mind to be bound to Li Yueming. Point 0. After the ceremony. That night, Li Yueming, Ding Yi, Tian Liang, and Wang Linlin went to Hanchun restaurant to listen to music and drink. As expected, the rumors outside were not false. The girls in Hanchun brothel were proficient in blowing, playing, and singing. However, the things that a group of children could do were limited. At most, they could only drink wine. At this moment, Li Yueming realized that he was surrounded by reincarnators. Yuao Tian probably never dreamed of it. The disciples he took in this time were all reincarnators, and they were all the monsters among the monsters. While listening to music, Ding Yi had been trying to get a good impression of him the entire time. This was also a common tactic used by reincarnators. Once they identified a native and wanted to build a relationship with him, they would try their best to gain a good impression of him. At this moment, Li Yueming felt like he was an NPC in a game in his previous life. Unfortunately, he was not a real NPC. Otherwise, he would have to give a few missions to this group of reincarnators. Otherwise, it would be a waste of their attention. It was already hard for him to imagine. When the group of reincarnators discovered that he was also a reincarnator, he would see their expressions. Overall, this banquet was quite enjoyable. After drinking, everything went back to normal. Yuao Tian was a general on the battlefield, and what he taught his students was mostly the method of arranging troops and formations to kill the enemy. Li Yueming would occasionally go to class to listen to the lecture. In reality, most of his energy was still used on cultivation. The teachers in the Cultivation Academy had Dao platforms that could increase the efficiency of their cultivation. Chapter 367, Battle on the Battlefield, First Show. Part 3. Similarly, the students also had a chance. However, the formation that sped up the students' cultivation efficiency was called the spiritual altar. The amount of spiritual energy extracted from the Dao pillar was massive, and it could provide great help to cultivators of the 6th and 7th realms in gathering spiritual energy. As for the spiritual platform, it was much worse, only about 10 to 20% of the effect of the Dao platform. However, for a group of students who had just entered the Qi transforming and foundation establishment stage, the effect was still quite terrifying. At this moment, with the help of the spiritual altar, Li Yueming had already broken through to the foundation establishment realm. He had spent about a year to successfully enter the second tribulation of the 12 fairy tribulations. This cultivation speed was already considered very terrifying. However, this speed was still built on the basis that Li Yueming did not cultivate the Qi control technique. If Li Yueming had learned to control the body with Qi, his cultivation level would probably be even higher now. 0. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Li Yueming was already 10 years old. In the past 3 years, Li Yueming basically never left his house. Every day, other than attending classes, he would cultivate. Through the perfect genetic body and infinite deduction, these two extreme talents worked together. His cultivation speed was abnormally fast. After all, back in the martial world, he had already opened many human apertures. Now, all he had to do was open it again. Until he returned to the martial god realm, he didn't need to worry about any problems when breaking through. 3 years had also allowed him to completely get rid of his childishness. He became a handsome young man who was as graceful as jade. At least it was no longer like before, where one could tell at a glance that he was a little wimp. 3 years of this one day. Teacher Yuao Tian gathered all the students under him to announce a piece of news. As a general who would rule a region in the future, all his students had to have a murderous aura. Therefore, Yuao Tian decided to bring his students to the Northern Battlefront Army. Northern Battlefront Army. As the name suggested, they were the troops displayed in the northern region of the Great Zhou dynasty. There were about 300,000 people. Their secondary duty was to prevent the Tang dynasty's troops from crossing the 100,000 mountains to attack the Great Zhou. Of course, the Tang dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty were not neighbors. There were 100,000 mountains between them. Therefore, after thousands of years of peace. As a result, the Northern Battlefront Army's secondary responsibility changed from defending against the Great Tang Army to defending against Great Qin's army in the northwest. After all, Great Zhou and Great Qin were old enemies. The two sides had been fighting for many years and had been coveting each other for a long time. Li Yueming and the group of reincarnators also left the prosperous Wenzhou city under Yuao Tian's lead. They arrived at a remote place on the northwest border. The northern and western regions of the Great Zhou were famous for their bitter cold. The northern territory was frozen and the cold wind blew. The western region was covered in yellow soil and sand. Yuao Tian was indeed a famous ruthless person. He directly brought a group of students in their teens to Dingzhou City at the northwest border. Right now, the ones defending against Great Qin's main force were the Western Garrison Army. Under such circumstances, the Northern Battlefront Army took over a part of the Western Battlefront Army. Dingzhou City was the core city of the battle line taken over by the North Army. Occasionally, Great Qin's army would wander here and harass and destroy Great Zhou's villages and cities. The scale of these rebels was neither large nor small, and it was just right for the students to practice. Yuao Tian's hair was white, and his face was filled with killing intent. He was not a gentle scholar, but a general who knew the names of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield. Therefore, other than Li Yueming, Yuao Tian's attitude towards the other students could hardly be described as good. His cold and arrogant gaze swept across the students one by one. Yuao Tian waved his hand and said, "From today onwards, you will all become the most inconspicuous warriors in the border. If you can't personally chop off the heads of the 10 Qin people, you can forget about ever returning to Wenzhou City, understand clearly, even in Yueotian's eyes. A group of students in their teens, even though they were all geniuses. To be able to chop off the heads of more than 10 people was already a very good result. But what he did not know was, the students under him usually looked unremarkable. In fact, all of them were ferocious. After all, there was nothing much to say when they cultivated. The reincarnators all had their own cultivation methods and rhythms. But now that they were on the battlefield, it was completely different. After all, killing enemies was the same as pushing the main mission, which would allow them to obtain a higher score and more materials at the end of the settlement. It was naturally hard for them not to be proactive. There were a total of 13 students present, including Li Yueming. All of them were reincarnators. He was naturally not afraid of killing people. They suppressed the excitement in their hearts and nodded. "I will obey your orders." Yueotian didn't quite understand why they were so excited. However, he still nodded and did not say anything. His gaze lingered on Li Yueming's face for a moment before he waved his hand and said, "In a while, a sergeant will lead you down to retrieve your armor and spears. I hope you won't disappoint me." After he finished speaking, Yueotian turned around and left without looking back, leaving behind a group of excited reincarnators. At this moment, they all felt that they had come to the right place. After all, among the main missions given to them by the reincarnation mark, the first one was to choose a suzerain country from the 6 countries and help him unify the world. Originally, they had thought that this mission would only officially begin after they graduated from the Cultivator Academy. But now, Yueotian had brought them to the battlefield in advance for practice. This meant that they were likely to be ahead of all the other reincarnators. After all, they were on the battlefield to kill enemies. This was definitely one of the most powerful actions to annihilate a country. Now, they could come to the battlefield in advance to make contributions. At that time, once they graduated from the academy, their starting point would be much higher than other reincarnators. This was definitely a great thing for many reincarnators. Thinking of this, when the group of reincarnators looked at Li Yueming, their gazes became a little fiery. What was a destiny's child? This was called the son of destiny. They followed behind Li Yueming, even if they didn't put in any extra effort. It could also achieve twice the result with half the effort. Li Yueming could only watch from the side. Anyway, they could think whatever they wanted. After leaving Wenzhou City, he was finally free from the eyes of many forces. It also meant that he could finally do something. He had been low-key for so many years. Li Yueming had already made a preliminary plan. First of all, before he had enough strength, he would never touch Wang Ziwei's hidden mission. This thing was a red line that killed anyone who touched it. Once touched, one's head would fall to the ground. If it is serious, the whole family will be executed and the whole family will be implicated. Secondly, he was still carrying the title of the Chosen One. Before the other reincarnators discovered his true identity, he had to remove as many doubts as possible. He would strive to make all the reincarnators believe in his identity as the Son of Heaven's mandate. After all, what he urgently needed now was to increase his strength. It was to secretly cultivate his own faction. Since they were going to deal with the Great Zhou dynasty, Li Yueming naturally couldn't trust a single member of the Great Zhou dynasty. Furthermore, the emperor seemed to have been secretly watching his every move. He was supporting his own forces right under their noses. As long as Li Yueming's brain was still working, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. He was indeed courting death. Therefore, Li Yueming could only target the group of reincarnators. After all, reincarnators did not have any *T concept of country, nor did they obey orders and be loyal to anyone. As long as they were controlled properly and given enough benefits, they would be ferocious dogs. As for the plan, the last time, the end of the car, it was Yueotian's practical training. If he was not surprised, the emperor had already noticed him. Although he was not sure what the emperor's attitude towards him was for the time being. However, from the various signs, it was definitely not going to be particularly good. At this moment, Li Nanfan was still fighting against the Qin army in the west, so the emperor did not dare to do anything to the Li family and Li Yueming. However, once the war at the border was not so intense, it was hard to guarantee that the emperor would not find an opportunity to eliminate the Li family. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for him to keep a low profile. Compared to keeping a low profile, what Li Yueming needed now was a race against time. He had to show off as much as possible. He would use this opportunity to attract more attention and gain more praise and support. This way, the emperor might have more scruples when he wanted to make a move in the future. He had a comprehensive plan. His next goal was very clear. This expedition to the frontier was his best stage. Chapter 368, Your horse is not bad, but soon it will be mine. 1. After Yue Tian finished explaining the contents of the special training, he turned around and left without looking back. The group of students waited for a long time. Soon, an armored general who looked to be in his 30s and had a full beard walked over. After sizing up the few of them, the bearded general said, "My name is Ma Erba. I'm the left commander of the Northern Army. I'm now the commander-in-chief of Dingzhou." Seeing that no one answered, the bearded man continued, "Before I assign you guys tasks, let me say this first. I know that you all come from the capital, and all of you are of noble status, but old General Yu handed you over to me because he knew that I was the most ruthless person and hated the cold-blooded Central Plainsmen the most. Look at all of you are extremely weak, and there's no sense of responsibility in your eyes. All of them have been worn away by the comfortable environment and become flowers that grow in a greenhouse. Do you know why the Great Qin Empire, which is 1,000 miles away and eyeing our Great Zhou covetously, has an armored soldier who can swallow the world like a tiger in less than 100 years? It is precisely because their country and army have the soul of the army. The Qin dynasty, from the emperor, the civil and military officials, to the millions of soldiers and the billions of people, are united and determined to get rid of the bitter cold of Qin and take over the Central Plains. Do you know that the coronation ceremony for Qin children at the age of 12 is the head and blood of our great Zhou soldiers? Do you know how many people the Qin people have plundered every year? How many fertile farmlands and villages have you trampled on? Do you know how much blood and tears the entire northwest region shed to resist the Qin army when the Qin cavalry left Han and marched southeast? You don't know, and neither do the Central Plainsmen. Everyone in the world says that the northwest region of the Great Zhou is cold and bitter. I don't know that if it weren't for the fact that the soldiers and civilians of the northwest were united in resisting the Qin enemy, the entire Great Zhou would have fallen into endless chaos and war. Therefore, since old General Yu has sent you to me, I will definitely not give you any preferential treatment just because you are from the capital. Not only that, I will be even stricter with you." At this moment, the bearded man's gaze was filled with a murderous aura when he spoke. This cold aura was accompanied by the white wind from the northern mountains. It was like a knife that was digging meat and removing bones. It made all the reincarnators feel a chill run down their spines. The group of students did not get angry because Marba's words were mixed with knives, spears, sticks, and sticks. A reincarnator smiled and said, "Whether it's a mule or a horse, we still have to walk it before we know. The general seems to have underestimated us." Marba looked at the reincarnator. He was not angry either. Instead, he nodded and said, "I hope that I have underestimated you, follow me." After he finished speaking, he turned his head and walked in front with large strides towards the main gate of Dingzhou city. Behind him, a group of reincarnators followed. They walked for about 20 minutes. Everyone arrived at a camp. Marba looked for the patrolling soldiers outside the camp and whispered a few words to them. The soldier who received the order nodded and quickly jogged into the camp. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in his 30s came out of the camp. The man's armor did not look as bright as Marba's. The feathers on his head, which symbolized his official title, were also shorter. The man saluted Marba as he walked out of the camp. Then, he asked, "General Marba, what orders do you have at this late hour?" Marba pointed at Li Yueming and the others beside him. "Meng Ba, didn't you always complain that the scout camp lacked people? I've found some people for you. You can pick 4 of them." The man named Meng Ba glanced at Li Yueming and the others. He revealed a look of disbelief. "General, are you joking with me? Our scout battalion does the most dangerous and tiring work. These guys all have soft skin and tender flesh. They don't look like adults, right? He doesn't look like a capable scout." Marba's expression was still solemn and silent. He didn't say anything. However, he used his actions to tell the other party that he was not joking. Meng Ba revealed a puzzled expression. Obviously, he didn't understand why Marba suddenly stuffed people into his camp. However, military orders were like mountains. He didn't dare to be negligent. He calmed himself down and looked at these 10 some soldiers with soft skin and tender flesh. In the end, it was unknown if it was a coincidence. He chose Li Yueming, Tian Liang, Wang Linlin, and Ding Yi. After he had finished choosing his successor, Marba did not reveal another word and left with the remaining reincarnators. A group of students obviously wouldn't be squeezed into the same unit. After all, Marba didn't know how strong these youngsters were. If they were placed in the same unit, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. After layers of distribution, finally, Li Yueming followed 8th Meng into the military camp. On the way, Meng Ba asked curiously, "How old are you guys this year? Why did you join the army?" Wang Linlin, Tian Liang, and Ding Yi remained silent. Li Yueming naturally took over the topic and said, "Milord, we are all classmates. Because our family suffered the vicious hands of the Qin thief, we joined the army in anger." Hearing this, 8th Meng was obviously skeptical. However, after thinking about it, he did not probe further. As he walked, he said, "All right, no matter why you joined the army, since you're here in the scout camp, you'll be a part of the scout camp from now on. My name is Meng Ba, the captain of the scout camp." Chapter 369, Your horse is not bad, but soon it will be mine. 2. However, don't blame me for not reminding you. The Scout Battalion is mainly responsible for gathering information outside. It is one of the soldiers with the highest death rate in the entire army. If you are not prepared to be caught by the Qin army and immediately commit suicide, don't even think about coming here. The few of them nodded. He indicated that he already knew. Meng Ba stared at them for a long time. After confirming that he did not find any fear on their faces, his expression eased a little and he said, "In addition, the scout camp needs skilled archers and horsemen. Do you know how to ride a horse and shoot arrows?" The reincarnators basically knew how to ride horses and shoot arrows. Even if he didn't, Yuao Tian had already taught him in the past few years. Therefore, they naturally nodded. Meng Ba was obviously a little shocked when he heard this. He asked, "All of you know archery?" They were different from the Qin people who owned a portion of the grasslands beyond the Great Wall and could graze horses. The people of the Zhou dynasty did not have a place to herd horses. Therefore, war horses had been a scarce resource since ancient times. Usually, an ordinary family would be considered quite wealthy if they could even have a mule. Even the troops were mostly ordinary infantry. It was because of this that a qualified scout was so precious. But now, these young men of unknown origins all said that they knew riding and archery. No wonder 8th Meng was in disbelief. Seeing his suspicious expression, Li Yueming smiled and explained, "One won't hide it from you. The few of us are quite rich, so we know a little about riding and archery, but we're not proficient." Meng Ba did not say anything. At this moment, no matter how smart he was, he had already noticed that Li Yueming and the others seemed to have some background. However, it was clear that the matters above could not be interfered with by a small lieutenant like him. Therefore, he nodded and said, "That's good. Even if you only know a little, it's very rare. After leading them to the military camp, because it was already late at night, Meng Ba only gave them a few sets of armor and identity tags. Then, he sent them to an empty broken tent to rest for the night. Then, he prepared to leave. Before he left, Meng Ba stopped and gave his final instructions. The army is different from the outside world. You must not run around at night. Once caught by the patrolling guards, the lightest punishment is 20 strokes of the cane, and the heaviest punishment is beheading. Also, you must not be late for your training tomorrow morning, understand? The 4 of them nodded, indicating that they understood. He finished speaking. Meng Ba also left. Only the 4 people in the tent looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Ding Yi closed his eyes to sense. After making sure that no one was eavesdropping outside the tent, he took the initiative to look at Li Yueming and said, "Brotherly, what do you plan to do next?" The 4 people present were actually all reincarnators. However, Ding Yi, Wang Linlin, and the other 2 obviously didn't know. In their eyes, Li Yueming was the chosen one. Now that they were assigned to the same military camp as Li Yueming, they had to admit that their luck was simply bursting. In order to be able to better touch the fate of the chosen one, Ding Yi took the initiative to ask Li Yueming about his next plan. As for the principle, LT was very simple. The choice made by the chosen one was actually equivalent to a shortcut in life guided by the fate of heaven and earth. They just had to follow behind. Occasionally, he would play the role of a bystander and deduct 666 or something. In the end, their scores might be better than most reincarnators who worked their entire lives. Li Yueming naturally knew what they were up to. Therefore, he took the opportunity to say, "Since we're here, let's take things as they come. Let's first take root in this scout camp." After hearing his answer, the few of them felt a little more at ease. They couldn't help but smile. The night was silent. The next day, the 4 of them walked out of the tent. Outside the door, hundreds of soldiers had already gathered before them. At this moment, he was looking at these unfamiliar faces with a puzzled expression. Meng Ba stood in front of the army and waved at the 3 of them. "Come here." Li Yueming and the others walked up to the stage. Under the gazes of hundreds of people, Meng Ba slowly opened his mouth and said, "These young people are new here. From today onwards, they will train with everyone." As he spoke, Meng Ba looked at Li Yueming and the others. There are 3 requirements to become a qualified scout. The art of archery and riding is the most important. Only when one is proficient in archery and riding can one travel freely on the battlefield and transmit the information they have gathered. As for the second rank, it's stealth and camouflage. If one is proficient in stealth and camouflage, a scout can go deep into the enemy's abdomen or even spy on the military camp. However, ordinary people generally don't have these unpresentable skills. Only after joining the army and studying hard might they be able to understand a thing or two. As for the last one, it's the courage, prudence, and composure. As for why I put this last, it's not that he's not important, but because he's too rare. The ultimate goal of us scouts is to be like the legendary swordsman, passing through the flowers without a single leaf touching us. I'll give you 3 months. If you can't meet the requirements to become a scout, I'll report to the higher UPS and transfer you away. Because a cowardly and unskilled soldier might only lose his life on the battlefield, but a cowardly and unskilled scout might delay the opportunity of an entire army and affect the success or failure of the entire battlefield. Chapter 370, Your horse is not bad, but soon it will be mine. Part 3. Such a crucial position is no child's play, understand. After finishing the basic requirements, they will be able to do so. Meng Ba transferred Li Yueming and the others into the army and began some daily training. The soldiers who could become scouts were basically cultivators. The highest cultivation level could reach the 3rd realm of the 12 Tribulation Ascension, the Spirit Pool realm. As for the 8 squad leaders, they were cultivators at the 4th realm, the Source Sea realm. Of course, in terms of strength alone. Basically, there was no one who could be a match for Li Yueming and the others. After all, after 3 years of cultivation, even the weakest Wang Linlin had reached the spirit pool realm. The strongest, Li Yu, had almost broken through the spirit pool and entered the Source Sea realm. Therefore, Meng Ba's so-called devil's special training. Li Yueming and the others were basically under no pressure. In just a short period of time, they had all reached the standard in the first assessment. Such a swift and fierce speed really shocked Meng Ba. When he first saw Li Yueming and the others, he was disgusted. If Marba hadn't forced him to accept the 4 of them, he probably wouldn't let Li Yueming and the others enter the scout camp even if he was beaten to death. But now, 8th Meng naturally regretted his actions. If he had known that they were so talented, he would have gritted his teeth and asked for them all. On the 2nd month, Li Yueming and the others were still training. Suddenly, an emergency order came from the military camp. According to the information from Jinchuan City in the west, a troop of nearly 10,000 cavalrymen from the Qin state had passed through the defense line at the western border of the Great Zhou dynasty. They had passed through the 100,000 mountains in the north and were likely to appear in the area under the jurisdiction of the Northern Battlefront Army. After receiving the news, Meng Ba hesitated for a moment before deciding to send Li Yueming and the others out. After all, searching for a small group of Qin troops was the least dangerous job in the scout camp. He could also send Li Yueming and the others out to gain experience. Just like that, Li Yueming and the other 3 rode on their spiritual horses that were worth thousands of gold. They formed a small team under the leadership of 2 elite scouts. They began to search the area around Dingzhou City. 10,000 Qin soldiers was neither too much nor too little. If they were marching, there would always be some traces left behind. Furthermore, they had traveled thousands of miles to this place, so they probably did not have enough rations with them. Therefore, they definitely could not hide for too long. Now, the job of the scouts was to find them before they completed their strategic goal. This way, at the very least, he could avoid some unnecessary sacrifices. A small team of 6 scouts. At the beginning of the search, they were still very close to each other. However, as the search continued to spread, the distance between them was already hundreds of miles. Rolhovo experienced scouts searched the northwest, which was relatively more dangerous. Li Yueming and the others were in charge of searching for other directions that were not as dangerous. As a cheat player, of course, Li Yueming wouldn't be so reasonable. Not only could he not be reasonable, but he also needed to fully power the external device. After all, the entire northern defense line was tens of thousands of miles away. If the Qin army of 10,000 people were to be searched blindly like this, he probably wouldn't be able to find it in his lifetime. As the chosen one in the eyes of Wang Linlin and the others, how could he not have this bit of luck? Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming immediately activated the system and started deducing one path after another. Although the destiny did not belong to him, he had unlimited deduction talent. He could completely disguise himself as the chosen one and reach the stage where he could pass the fake as the real one. A moment later, Li Yueming finally frowned. He began to run thousands of miles away with a goal. As a scout, Li Yueming's spiritual horse was one of the most precious military supplies in the entire military camp. It was easy to travel hundreds of miles in a day. About 2 days later, Li Yueming came to a barren mountain northeast of Dingzhou City. The northwest is poor. The extreme drought and the unpredictable heat and cold had created the scattered yellowish-brown plants on the Gobi Desert. But now, these yellowish-brown plants seemed to have encountered an unexpected disaster. Not only were the roots left, but they were also eaten. Many of them were even trampled into the soil. Li Yueming found traces of the Qin army outside the sand dunes. A great pile of horse dung and countless messy footprints. Judging from the scale of the traces left behind, it was hard to imagine that a 10,000-man army could have left behind such traces. Even the spiritual horse could devour all the plants on the hill. Even the most conservative estimate would be 40,000 to 50,000 people. Could it be that the Great Zhou's intelligence was wrong? Li Yueming noticed something unusual. After observing for a moment, he continued to search. Another 2 days passed. Li Yueming finally caught up with the Qin army that was hiding in the dark. From afar, the Qin army probably numbered 40,000 to 50,000. Even in the territory of an enemy country, their formation was very neat. This made Li Yueming secretly shocked. If it was a troop of 10,000 soldiers, the northern battlefront army could easily take them down. However, it would be more difficult for the northern battlefront army to swallow an elite troop of nearly 50,000 soldiers. After all, in the 6 states, the Qin people were famous for not fearing death. Their elite troops were unparalleled in the world. Chapter 371, Your horse is not bad, but soon it will be mine. Part 4. The fact that the Zhou dynasty's defenses in the northwest had been shrinking inch by inch over the years was proof of the Qin army's combat strength. And now, such a troop had suddenly appeared at the border. I'm afraid that the other party's plot is very big. The only thing that puzzled Li Yueming was how the Qin army managed to infiltrate such a large force without anyone noticing. One had to know that the 100,000 mountains was not a good place. It was filled with spiritual energy. All kinds of poisonous insects and ferocious beasts were extremely ferocious, enough to swallow an army of 1,000,000. The 6 nations had learned their answer through countless bloody lessons. If they were lucky, they might be able to pass through the mountains. However, the greater the number of troops, the greater the commotion, and the more difficult it was to pass through. 50,000 people could probably set off a beast tide in the 100,000 mountains. It was impossible for it to be so smooth. It was really strange. Unfortunately, Li Yueming didn't have enough information on hand, so he couldn't do the infinite deduction. Therefore, he could only continue to investigate. From the trajectory of the army, the other party seemed to be heading towards Dingyuan City, the northernmost part of the Great Zhou defense line. Dingyuan City was not a military town. It couldn't even be called a city, but a pure watchtower. Its only function was to observe and warn the spirit beasts that were about to appear in the 100,000 mountains. This was so that other cities that might be affected could prepare in advance. Why were the Qin army marching towards Dingyuan City? Li Yueming was full of doubts. However, as a scout, he had already completed his duty. What he needed to do next was to report this information to the northern battlefront army to make a decision. However, just as he was about to retreat silently, a small group of black dots suddenly appeared on a hill not far away. Li Yueming's eyesight was naturally excellent. He discovered that the other party was also a team of scouts. However, he was wearing black armor while the other party was wearing reddish-brown armor. Reddish-brown was exclusive to the Qin army. Li Yueming knew that he had been discovered by the scouts of the Qin army. Therefore, without much hesitation, they started to flee. Not far away, the Qin army did not expect their tracks to be so secretive. He was actually discovered by the scouts of the Great Zhou. One of the Qin scouts turned around and reported. The other scouts all chased after him, trying to stop Li Yueming. Li Yueming did not stop. After all, although he was very confident, he wasn't confident enough to arm wrestle with the army. Naturally, he ran as fast as he could. The quality of the Qin army's spiritual horses was even better than that of the Great Zhou. Therefore, the 5 scouts of the Qin army only took 3 hours to catch up to Li Yueming. When he was only 300 meters away from Li Yueming, the Qin scouts drew their bows and shot arrows, trying to shoot Li Yueming down from his horse. However, Li Yueming suddenly stopped. At this moment, they were already far away from the Qin army. The scouts behind him were not a big threat to Li Yueming. Li Yueming stopped. The scouts of the Qin army behind him were stunned. To be honest, they had fought with the scouts of the Great Zhou dynasty more than once. However, Li Yueming was the first person who could run as fast as he did. If it wasn't for the fact that the spiritual horse under his feet was really not good enough, he reckoned that the other party would really run away. After recovering from their shock, the Qin scouts spoke with a Kansai accent, "Run? Why didn't he continue running? How can a horse like your great Zhou that is raised in a pasture be compared to the wild spiritual horses in my western Qin prairie?" Li Yueming smiled. He couldn't help but glance at the spiritual horses under the feet of the Qin scouts. "Indeed, your horse is very good, however, LT will be mine soon." Seeing that he still dared to boast shamelessly even in the face of death, the Qin scouts were both shocked and furious. Their eyes widened. However, Li Yueming did not give them the chance to continue talking nonsense. After all, he couldn't guarantee that the Qin army wouldn't send any troops to pursue them. It was more important to escape now. Hence, there was no need to waste words. Li Yueming's arm moved slightly. The sword in his hand shot out like a meteor. Due to its speed, the entire sword could barely be seen as an illusion. Puchi! The sound of a long sword cutting a throat rang out. In the next second, dark red blood spurted out. In fact, these Qin scouts were also cultivators of the spirit pool realm. However, in front of Li Yueming, who was also in the spirit pool realm, he did not have the slightest strength to fight back. The scout in the lead still wanted to draw his bow and shoot an arrow before he died. However, even until he died, he could not believe that the Zhou country scout they had been chasing for half a day could actually kill them with a casual move. Damn it, with such strength, was there a need for you to run so hard? Chapter 372, The Fourth Calamity Enters the Stage. Part 1. After taking care of the Qin scouts who had followed them here, the two of them were stunned. Li Yueming chopped off their heads. He drove the 5 spiritual horses that had been captured to Dingzhou City. On the way, he met Huang Li Er and the others who were also looking around. From afar, a group of people saw that he was covered in blood. There were still a few intact heads hanging from the back of the horse. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Good heavens, how long had they been searching? When they found nothing, Li Yueming had already returned with his head tied. The chosen one was indeed so terrifying. After meeting them, Li Yueming called for a few people to follow him back to report the news. Just as the few of them were galloping in the distant Dingzhou city, Marba was in the scout camp, asking about the search. When he heard that there was no news from the Qin army, Marba frowned. According to the news from the border army in the west, if the Qin army hadn't been completely annihilated, they should have passed through the 100,000 mountains and reached the northern border by now. However, so many days had passed. However, there was no news from this team. The unknown was the scariest. The Great Zhou did not know the intention of the Qin army sending a small group of troops here, so they naturally could not calm down at all times. Thousands of scouts searched day and night for 3 days, but they still could not know any traces or Tne Kun army. Marba had a bad feeling about this. However, it was useless to just think about it. Before they could obtain accurate information, the army in Dingzhou would definitely not act rashly. Therefore, Marba took 2 steps left and right. "Where are the young men I sent to you last time?" he asked suddenly. "Are you still training in the camp?" Meng Bei didn't understand how Marba's thoughts suddenly shifted from the Qin army to Li Yueming and the others. "General, those young men have been sent out by my subordinates to spy on intelligence." It was Marba's turn to be stunned. A moment later, he came back to his senses and asked curiously, "How long has it been? Did they pass the scout army's assessment?" Meng Bei carefully glanced at him and nodded. "Sir, those young men are all talented. They have been in the team for less than a month, but they are already proficient in drawing bows, archery, riding horses, and killing." Marba didn't say anything. After a moment, he widened his eyes and asked, "Are you really talking about those Central Plainsmen?" Meng Bei nodded again to confirm, "This is a newcomer that you personally brought over." How would I dare not pay attention to him? Naturally, it's true. Sir, where did you find such a good seedling? He asked, shrinking his neck. Don't forget about me if there are such good seedlings to go next time. Marpa waved his hand in a bad mood. However, he was still skeptical. He was a native born in the northern border and had the bloodline of a few people from beyond the Great Wall. As a result, he had thick skin and thick hair since he was young. He was also very tall. When he was young, his parents had died under the trampling of the Qin cavalry. In order to obtain military merits and receive rewards, the Qin soldiers cruelly beheaded everyone in the village. He and the children of the other families in the village were hidden in the well by the villagers. Only then could he live in this world. It was also because of this that he had a monstrous blood feud with the Qin people. Of course, having enmity with the Qin country did not mean that he had any good feelings for the Great Zhou. The so-called Emperor of Great Zhou, who loved his people like his own children, when hundreds of people in his village were slaughtered and their heads were taken by the Qin people as a coming-of-age ceremony, they didn't stand up to avenge them. As for the disciples of the Central Plains, they looked down on them even more. He only knew how to read the so-called books of sages all day long. But if reading those so-called saint books could settle everything, how could the Zhou dynasty be suppressed by the Qin army? Under normal circumstances, he had neither loyalty nor etiquette. A guy who was only filled with hatred and hot-blooded would probably never be able to be put in an important position in his life. But now, the Qin army's iron hooves were getting fiercer and fiercer. It had already made all the officials in the court feel a great threat. Under such circumstances, they finally did not dare to put on airs and suppress the soldiers and generals who could fight. At this moment, the sky was getting dark and the sun was setting. Marba looked at the sunset on the Gobi Desert and sighed. However, just as he was about to return to the main tent of the military camp, he suddenly saw a few small black spots on the ground in the distance. Just as he was still puzzled, the black dots were already approaching quickly. The spiritual horse under his feet was extremely fast. It was so fast that it did not seem like the troops of the Great Zhou dynasty. Instead, it seemed like Qin army. Marba's eyes instantly emitted a fiery and fierce light. Meng Bie, who was beside him, also felt the abnormality. He stood up and looked in the direction of the setting sun. The soldiers on the city wall had already adjusted their weapons. Once the small group of soldiers outside the city got close to the attack range, they could easily annihilate them. At this moment, a few black dots not far away suddenly took out a few flags from behind. He looked into the distance. Under the fiery red light, the flag appeared especially clear. That was the Great Zhou's flag. Generally speaking, only scouts and a few messengers could carry this flag outside the pass. The soldiers on the city wall stopped what they were doing. At this moment, someone had already seen that the group of people leading the team were wearing scouts' clothes. Chapter 373, The Fourth Calamity Enters the Stage. Part 2. The horse galloped. He entered Dingzhou City from the side door with his traveling cavalry. About 5 minutes later, Meng Bie and Marpa saw the travel-worn Li Yueming and the others. Marpa looked at them up and down and asked curiously, "What happened?" Li Yueming didn't waste his breath. He directly threw the head of the Qin soldier on the spiritual horse to the ground and said, "A few of my classmates and I went out to search for the Qin army. We found traces of the Qin army 1,000 miles northeast of Dingzhou. The information sent back from the border was wrong. The Qin army had a large number of people, a total of 50,000, and they were all elite tigers and wolves. We followed them all the way and found that the Qin army seemed to be approaching Dingyuan City." Li Yueming's words were short and powerful, and even his breathing was rhythmic. It didn't look like he had traveled thousands of miles. The first to react was the battle-seasoned Marba. He also did not waste any time and said directly, "Send the scouts to investigate immediately." Meng Bie was stunned. Then, he hurriedly bowed and received the order, and immediately jogged away. He was very clear. If what Li Yueming said was true, then the entire northern border would probably be busy. After Meng Ba walked far away, Marba looked at Li Yueming and the people behind him again. A moment later, he nodded and said, "Continue." Li Yueming didn't hide anything and continued, "We followed the Qin army and gathered enough information. When we were about to return, we were discovered by a few scouts of the Qin army. The scouts followed us and tried to stop us from returning." As he spoke, he lifted the dark red cloth covering the horse's buttocks. 5 heads appeared in front of Marba. Marba walked in and casually lifted the head that was tied to the horse's back. As an old enemy of the Qin army, Marba was naturally very familiar with the Great Qin army and the Great Zhou army. Most of the Zhou soldiers' provisions and food were mainly rice, wheat, and other grains. Therefore, the degree of tooth wear would be relatively low. Although the Qin people also ate grain, most of the time can eat all the northwest prairie above the miscellaneous grain, even though it could fill his stomach. However, the taste was very rough and dry. As a result, the Qin people's teeth would be more severely damaged. After observing his teeth and hair, Marba nodded. Soon after, he then looked at the spiritual horses behind Li Yueming. After sizing them up for a moment, his eyes lit up and he said, "These spiritual horses are the first generation of wild horses from the grasslands. The ones you killed were actually elite scouts of the Qin army." At this moment, a group of people, including Huang Li'er and the others, they all felt that Marba's attitude towards them had changed greatly. "Yes. This time, you have made a great contribution. I will report all of this to General Yu. According to the rules of the Northern Battlefront Army, if you kill 5 elite scouts, you will be promoted to a centurion." As he spoke, Marba stroked the glossy fur of the spiritual horse and revealed a not-so-good-looking smile. "However, the situation this time around is a little special. How about this? I'll write a letter to the imperial court and see if I can ask for a few more official titles." As an old general, Marba looked rough, but in fact, he was very meticulous in certain aspects. From the bloodstains on Li Yueming's body and some other details, he could tell that Li Yueming was the only one who participated in the battle. But now, Li Yueming took the initiative to say that the other 3 were also involved in the battle. Clearly, she was hiding something from him. However, he did not expose her. After all, he could take the initiative to share the credit and take care of the friendship between his classmates. This was not easy on the battlefield. The so-called general was a group of subordinates who could fight to the death to protect him. Could it become a tool? This time, Marba's impression of Li Yueming and the others changed greatly. The scouts sent out by Dingzhou City found traces of the Qin army in the direction Li Yueming had described. However, it was already a little too late. The Qin army was too large, with 50,000 elite troops. The Northern Battlefront Army couldn't mobilize so many troops to encircle and suppress them in a short period of time. Thus, they could only watch as the Qin army headed north. After being discovered, the Qin army did not continue to hide their tracks. Instead, he charged towards Dingyuan City without any concealment. 10 days later, Dingyuan City was breached by the Qin army. Fortunately, Dingyuan City was only a temporary city. There weren't many civilians and soldiers in the city. After hearing the news of the Qin army's attack, they all abandoned the city and left. Therefore, the Great Zhou dynasty did not suffer too many losses. However, the fact that they did not suffer too many losses was the biggest mystery to everyone. After all, the Qin army had disregarded the risk and crossed the 100,000 mountains, entering the Great Zhou Empire from 1,000 miles away. Their strategic goal was not as simple as occupying a harmless Dingyuan City according to Yuaotian and the higher UPS of the Northern Battlefront Army, no matter what the QJN army was planning. The Northern Battlefront Army should immediately join forces with King Yu army in the northeast to wipe out the 50,000 Qin soldiers. However, this resolution was met with the collective opposition of the court and Prince Yu. The reason given by the court was that there was insufficient food. After all, the western border had been at war for many years, so it was reasonable for the imperial court to be short of food. Prince Yu's attitude was more ambiguous. Chapter 374, The Fourth Calamity Enters the Stage. Part 3. He didn't object directly. However, he was just dodging and hiding, unable to let out a fart for a long time. In fact, he didn't want to lose his strength for the Northern Battlefront Army. After all, he and Li Nanfan were enemies. And General Yu of the Northern Army was a loyal ally of the western frontier. Prince Yu couldn't wait for the Qin army to cause more trouble in the north. How could they be willing to go and provide support? In fact, the main reason was that the number of Qin troops was too subtle. 50,000 people. It happened to be on the verge of tension and relaxation in the Great Zhou dynasty. As long as the Great Zhou dynasty was determined to mobilize more forces, the 50,000 elite Qin army was not enough. However, the 50,000 Qin troops were in an awkward situation where the Northern Battlefront Army could not easily destroy them. This was a zone that could be controlled or ignored. This caused the officials in the court to waver. After a long discussion, finally, the emperor issued a decree and decided to wait for the grain to ripen next year before deciding whether to send troops. A decree was issued. Although the entire Northern Battlefront Army was dissatisfied, they could do nothing about it. After all, since ancient times, dynasties had risen and fallen. Its core was nothing more than the words money, grain, and money. If one had to add a thread to the middle, the word power was enough to penetrate it. Whether it was money, food, or power, it was not something that a general could control. The civil and military were at odds with each other, and the officials of the capital and the powerful officials of the border were at odds with each other. It wasn't that they wanted to oppose each other. It was because the imperial power was in control of everything, and it was impossible for the officials and the army to get along. Of course, those things had nothing to do with Li Yueming. He did not care whether the Qin army lived or died, and he did not care about the rise and fall of the Great Zhou for the time being. In any case, his rewards had come. The first was the reward for the official position, which was quite generous. He was given the position of centurion, but because scouts were special, a centurion could only lead 15 soldiers. Secondly, in order to show his love, Li Yueming also had the right to choose his soldiers first. This was naturally good for Li Yueming. Soon, he sent Huang Li Er and the others to find all the reincarnators under Yuaotian. Regarding his recruitment, the group of reincarnators were naturally happy to do so. Or rather, he watched Huang Li Er and the others follow behind Li Yueming and continue to win. Many reincarnators were so envious that their eyes turned red. Damn it, why were they still defending the city? Li Yueming had brought Huang Li Er and the others back from the battlefield. Why were they still soldiers? This was f***ing unfair. They also wanted to cling onto Destiny's Child's thigh. In this way, the operation was completed. The reincarnators were clearly arranged by Li Yueming. With this, Li Yueming finally gathered his own forces and followers. From an ethical point of view, the loyalty of a reincarnator was the cheapest and most hypocritical thing in the world. After all, they had neither morals nor ethics. He even called himself the fourth natural disaster. However, from another perspective, as long as they could complete missions and earn reincarnation points, the reincarnators were the most loyal people in the world. After all, who would have the time to backstab the chosen one who helped them earn money? However, at this moment, his wings were still very tender. He was still far from spreading his wings and flying high. Life in the military camp was rather dull and boring. Other than the daily training, there were almost no other entertainment activities. Of course, Li Yueming had proven his strength with his actions. Now, there was no need to train like ordinary soldiers. Therefore, he spent most of his time on cultivation. After all, no matter what world it was, one's own strength was always the foundation of one's existence. Everything else could be delayed. After such a long period of training and strengthening, he had already broken through to the fourth realm. He was only a step away from the fifth level of the origin sea. The reason why he could not break through. Actually, it was not because of the spiritual energy. After all, Li Yueming's entire body was a collection of cheats. The ordinary problems in the path of cultivation could not stop him at all. It was because he had already cultivated to the highest realm of the martial Dao world. In the following cultivation, the experience of the martial Dao world could no longer provide him with any help. He wanted to continue becoming stronger. He had to open up a higher path on the basis of the martial God realm. If this had happened in the past, Li Yueming would probably need to spend hundreds of thousands of years to open up a path to a higher realm. But later, Li Yueming met a martial artist again in the technological world and learned the 10 directions martial force from Constantine. By dissecting the technique and operating pattern of this move, Li Yueming had already deduced a part of the mysteries of a higher level than the martial god. In addition, he had also bought more martial arts manuals from Wang Linlin Ir The Real World. There were also some experiences that could be used as a reference. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming's accumulated experience was different from the past. However, under such circumstances, in order to break through to the Source Sea realm, Li Yueming had spent half-year. Only then did he find some clues. Year 7819 of the Great Zhou Royal Calendar. Li Yueming was 14 years old and had already grown up. The Great Qin Army, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly and deployed nearly 1 million soldiers at the western border of the dynasty. Chapter 375, The Fourth Calamity enters the stage. This caused the pressure on the entire Great Zhou to increase sharply. At the same time, the Northern Battlefront Army finally received the order to suppress the 50,000 Qin troops in the north. Prince Yu was forced by the emperor to send 100,000 elite troops. He was prepared to take the 50,000 Qin soldiers from the two sides of the bread. In the end, he would catch a turtle in a jar. It was strange. After the 50,000 Qin soldiers took over Dingyuan city, they stopped moving. They did not go out to plunder, nor did they go south to attack other cities. He didn't know what he was up to. Under such circumstances, as the most elite scout general, Li Yueming received a mission. That was to do their best to find out what the 50,000 Qin soldiers were up to before the battle began. After all, only by knowing each other could one win 100 battles. The 50,000 Qin soldiers had been holed up in one place for almost a year. It was hard to imagine what they were doing. Just like that, the rear was still continuously transferring troops and rations. Li Yueming and the other 13 reincarnators formed a scout team and set off first. Before he left, even Yuao Tian was alarmed. After all, this mission was quite dangerous. Although Yuao Tian was impartial, there were still so many students, so he was still a little worried. However, when Yuao Tian arrived at the camp and was about to give a few private instructions to the students, however, the group of students acted as if nothing had happened. He was riding a big black horse without a single strand of hair and showing off his might in Dingzhou City. They were playing as they walked. They were competing with each other to see whose spirit horse had a longer penis. It was as if they were not going to the Qin army's den of tigers and wolves. Instead, it was as if they were out hunting. Even though Yuao Tian was extremely magnanimous, he still felt his blood pressure rise when he saw this scene. This group of people. Did he really not know how dangerous this mission was? He could actually act so relaxed. Was he worrying for nothing, or were these guys overly optimistic? He took a few deep breaths. Yuao Tian coughed twice and stood up. When they saw him, the group of reincarnators stopped smiling and bowed. "Greetings, great general." At this moment, there were still soldiers watching. Of course, they couldn't expose each other's identity as master and disciple. This spying is extremely dangerous. You have to prioritize your personal safety. You can't force it, understand? Yueotian swept his gaze across the group of people and continued, "You can't be successful without experiencing life and death. I hope you don't blame me." The group of reincarnators agreed. Among the crowd, Li Yueming stepped forward and said, "We can't repay the general's kindness. However, since ancient times, it had been a pleasure to be afraid of a man's achievements on the battlefield." The students were grateful to the general, so how could they blame him? Seeing this, Yueotian closed his eyes. He sighed heavily and waved his hand, let's go." In this solemn and stirring atmosphere, the group of students all bowed to him with excited expressions. However, before Yueotian could recover from the sadness of life and death. However, Li Yueming and the others had already left on their horses. In the evening wind, the group of reincarnators quickly returned to their chatting and laughing state. It was as if the solemn posture had never existed. Although they were quite far away. However, Yueotian could still hear the messy topics they were discussing. Although topics like "What should I eat tonight to prevent hemorrhoids from relapsing?" "I'll always feel itchy in my crotch when I ride a horse," "I always feel uncomfortable if I don't do a few cool moves when I ride a horse," and so on sounded ridiculous, they were still within his understanding. Then why did topics like "The king of the scout camp next door has a unique skill of flying poisonous dragons," "On the beauty ranking of Dingzhou cities," "Widow and the research report on the dissimilarities between the Great Zhou's spirit horse Ding Ding and the Great Qin's spirit horse Ding Ding" sound so harsh? Looking at the group of students leaving in a carefree manner, Yueotian felt as if he had suddenly become a person who did not fit in with this world. As expected. Old. Chapter 376, You Call This a Scout? Part 1. The north wind rolled up the white grass on the ground, and it snowed in August. In the cold and dry northern regions of the Great Zhou, the wind howled. The desert was vast and desolate. The cold wind that penetrated the heavens and earth was like a malicious ghost in the middle of the night, making people feel cold from their bodies to their hearts. In such a terrible weather, there were still more than 10 riders following the road paved with gravel and weeds all the way north. They headed towards the desolate and cold north. Although the group of reincarnators were laughing, they did not seem to take Qin Jun seriously at all. But in reality, they were all old foxes. Naturally, he knew the difficulty of this mission. However, they were also very confident in their own strength. With their current cultivation, even if they couldn't defeat the Qin army, they snooled still to add 1e to escape. It was precisely because of this that they could have the leisure to chat about such trivial matters. Point 0. At this moment, hundreds of miles away from them, Dingyuan City was brightly lit. Tens of thousands of Qin soldiers were on duty. Under the illumination of hundreds of large and bright torches, the entire Dingyuan City was filled with light. Whether it was in the city or outside the city, there was no difference between the day and the day. Li Yueming brought more than 10 reincarnators to an inconspicuous Gobi desert outside Dingyuan City. Standing here and looking further north, he saw the Shiwen mountain that separated the frontier and the pass. There were countless spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains. There were also many extreme environments that ordinary people could not understand. For example, in the northwest corner of the 100,000 mountains near the Qin people, there was an active volcano that had been active for more than 10,000 years. This active volcano would erupt billions of tons of dust every decade. It was the main cause of poverty in the entire Qin dynasty and the western border of the Great Zhou dynasty. In the northern part of the Great Zhou dynasty, where the northern battlefront army was located, there was a super snow mountain known as the extremely cold peak. That's why. The further north Li Yueming and the others went, the colder and more dry the air became. The cold airflow on the snowy mountains and the snow that did not melt all year round were the main reasons for the bitter cold in the northern part of the Great Zhou dynasty. Of course, it didn't matter what happened to the 100,000 mountains. The important thing was to find out what the Qin army was planning to do by occupying Dingyuan city. This was because the Qin camp was heavily guarded. No one could easily blend in. However, even from a distance, he could still feel that something was wrong. One had to know that torches were an extremely rare resource on the battlefield. It was not a wartime state now. The Great Zhou army was still mobilizing and assembling thousands of miles away. The Qin army camp was still brightly lit at night. Everyone stayed where they were and observed carefully for a long time. Only then did he realize that the reason why the Qin army was brightly lit all night was because they were mining the surrounding rocks to build the city wall. Everyone, including Li Yueming, was shocked. Wang Linlin widened her eyes and said, "Are these Qin people crazy? They clearly know that our Great Zhou has gathered hundreds of thousands of troops to destroy them. It's fine if they don't run, but they actually dare to build fortifications here overnight." Ding Yi was also speechless. It seems like these Qin people are really stubborn. They are determined to defend Dingyuan city. Li Yueming didn't say anything. He stared at Dingyuan city for a long time. Suddenly, he turned to look further north and said, "Let's go to the 100,000 mountains." Hearing this, all the reincarnators present were stunned on the spot. They didn't understand why Li Yueming would suddenly give such a confusing order. The mission given by the higher UPS was to gather more information about the Qin army. Li Yueming wanted to bring them to the 100,000 mountains? If Li Yueming was following an ordinary troop with indigenous members, then he would be able to defeat them. They might hesitate after hearing Li Yueming's instructions. However, Li Yueming's subordinates were all reincarnators. What was a reincarnator? The lawless ones were the reincarnators. Therefore, after Li Yueming proposed this resolution, no one stood up to refute it. After all, in the eyes of the reincarnators, Li Yueming was the chosen one. It's not wrong to follow him and be a minister. Even Wang Linlin asked casually, "Why are we going to the 100,000 mountains?" Li Yueming revealed a faint smile. After saying that, he did not say anything else. He turned around and headed north. This group of Qin people lit torches and built fortifications overnight. Obviously, he couldn't fool Li Yueming. First of all, it was impossible for the Qin people to carry so many torches with them or find so many in Dingyuan city. The north was bitterly cold, and most of the plants that grew in the Gobi Desert were cold-resistant and drought-resistant. There weren't even many trees. How could he have enough wood and oil to make so many torches? Moreover, the Qin army had been in Dingyuan city for more than a year. There was no looting. How could there be enough food to supply the army? Thus, after a brief observation, Li Yueming could conclude that this group of Qin soldiers was playing an empty fort tactic. In fact, the true location of the Qin army was very likely to be near the 100,000 Spirit Mountain. In the entire north region, only the 100,000 Spirit Mountains had an endless stream of spirit beasts and spirit plants to feed such a large army. As expected, Li Yueming and the others continued to advance north for more than 1,000 miles. They found traces of the Qin army again under the extremely cold snow mountain. Chapter 377, You Call This a Scout? Part 2. This time, there were at least 40,000 Qin soldiers. They built their tents under the snow, which looked like bumps in the snow. The group of reincarnators behind him were shocked. Obviously, they did not expect the Qin army to dare to get so close to the 100,000 Spirit Mountain. One had to know that the spirit beasts in the Spirit Mountain were extremely ferocious, but they were not to be trifled with at all. They observed for a long time. Finally, they saw two young men walking out from the middle of the Qin army's tent. The young man on the left was wearing a reddish-brown casual outfit, but his face was as handsome as jade. The young man on the right looked much worse. However, there was a reddish-brown fox standing on his shoulder. This added a mysterious aura to him. At this moment, the young man in reddish-brown casual clothes on the left was carrying the luggage of the young man with the fox on his right shoulder. The young man on the left hurriedly returned the salute. The two sides exchanged pleasantries for a moment. Only then did he slowly disappear from everyone's sight. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming already had some guesses in his heart. Behind him, the group of reincarnators looked at each other. Only then did they realize that they were all staring at each other. They couldn't help but discuss softly, "That guy with the fox on his shoulder looks a little familiar, could it be that group of reincarnators?" Speaking of which, the fantasy world with sequence number 7, it was indeed possible that animal controllers would appear here. Hearing this, someone chimed in, "There's no need to think about it. As far as I know, there were spirit masters who posted on the reincarnation forum this time." The others did not reply. But everything was said without words. This might be the intuition between reincarnators. The moment they saw the young man, the group of people recognized him. The so-called animal tamer. It was a profession that could subdue and control powerful spirit beasts. No wonder the Qin army could pass through the 100,000 mountains. It turned out that there were reincarnators among them. Animal controllers had mastered the habits and hobbies of many poisonous insects and beasts. The more experienced ones even mastered several foreign languages and could communicate with wild animals without any obstacles. If they had their support. This explained why the Qin army was able to silently lead 50,000 troops across the 100,000 Spirit Mountain. This wasn't good news for Wang Linlin and the others. After all, other than some extremely high-level natives, the only thing the reincarnators were afraid of were other reincarnators. And now, there were beast tamers in the Qin army. This also meant that their existence was no longer unique. Of course, Li Yueming did not participate in their discussion. After all, his current identity was the Chosen One. Naturally, it was impossible for him to pull out his own avatar. Li Yueming took one last glance at the Qin army at the foot of the snowy mountain and did not stay there any longer. He led the reincarnators out of this dangerous place. And then, he turned around again and headed straight for Dingyuan City, which was 1,000 miles away. Li Yueming's thoughts were simple. Since most of the Qin army was on the snow, there would not be many Qin soldiers in Dingyuan City. They only sent many soldiers to supervise the workers who lit torches in the city to build strong fortifications overnight. They made the Zhou scouts think that the Qin army was still in Dingyuan City and was building a defensive line. In many ways, it was equivalent to an empty fortress. Even though Li Yueming still didn't understand what they were up to. However, it didn't stop Li Yueming from destroying them. After all, he did not want the Zhou dynasty to be too happy. This was because once the Qin army weakened, the emperor would be able to regain his senses. When the birds are gone, the bow is hidden. When the rabbits are dead, the dogs are cooked. The Li family might be in trouble. However, he also did not want the Qin dynasty to be too happy. After all, Great Qin was already very powerful. If he defeated the Great Zhou, he would probably be able to unify the world like a tiger. Only the Great Zhou Empire and the Great Qin Empire were not happy. Only Li Yueming would be happy. Therefore, since he was in the vortex, he had to muddy the waters as much as possible. This way, it would be easier for him to fish in troubled waters and gain benefits from both sides. And now was a good opportunity. If they could launch a surprise attack on Dingyuan City, they might be able to reap some miraculous benefits. When he heard Li Yueming say that he was going to attack Dingyuan City, the group of reincarnators could not help but be excited. Good fellow! Following the Chosen One, as expected, it felt great. If they could take down Dingyuan City, it would be the credit of breaking the city. Their main mission completion rate would be greatly increased. Therefore, he had no choice. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart for a short while, the group of reincarnators immediately decided to do this even if they had to take a certain risk. They all followed Li Yueming and rushed over. In Dingyuan City, a group of soldiers was still building a defensive offensive. They were already very tired from working day and night. But now, with every additional stone that was built, there would be an additional hope of survival when the Zhou army attacked in the future. They could only force themselves to continue working hard. According to the information from the scouts, currently, the Great Zhou was still mobilizing troops to transport grain. There was still about half a month before the attack. Therefore, the Qin army never expected that the enemy would rush towards the city wall in the middle of the night. Chapter 378, You Call This a Scout, Part 3. When the Qin army on the watchtower noticed Li Yueming's team of more than a dozen people, Li Yueming and the others were less than 100 meters away from the city gates. There seemed to be many soldiers on the city wall. However, 90% of the Qin army's main force was at the foot of the snowy mountain, doing something unknown. The current Dingyuan city was actually an empty shell. It was only on the surface. The flustered soldiers had just fired their first volley of arrows. Li Yueming, Wang Linlin, and the others were already within 20 meters of the city wall. In the next second, Li Yueming slammed his horse and flew into the air. The other 13 reincarnators beside him did not hide anything and also flew into the sky. He began to use all his strength to clear out the soldiers on the city wall. Soon, under the illumination of the torch, for a moment, sparks flew all over the walls of Dingyuan City. As the weapons slashed at the metal, the screams and wails of the soldiers could be heard endlessly. It had to be said that the elite soldiers of the Qin army were truly ferocious. Even the basic soldiers were cultivators who had reached the foundation establishment realm. And they were all fearless of death. Even if Li Yueming, Wang Linlin, and the others were all reincarnators, it was not easy to kill them. But that was all. Although the Qin soldiers were all very troublesome to deal with, their cultivation levels were still too low. It was unable to pose too much of a threat to the reincarnators who were already in the spirit pool realm or even the origin sea realm. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. However, at this moment, a truth realization state expert was suddenly eliminated in Dingyuan City. The true form realm was the fifth tribulation of the 12 heavenly tribulations of the fairy realm. It was derived from the meaning of turning complexity into simplicity, illusion into reality, and falsehood into reality. After reaching this realm, the cultivator's entire body could be nourished by spiritual energy. It would completely surpass the lifespan of ordinary humans. They could live for nearly 1,000 years. Seeing this situation, the group of reincarnators could not help but feel that something was wrong. Ding Yi casually cut a Qin soldier not far away into two. With a face full of blood, he looked at Li Yueming and asked, "Captain, is the wind tight?" Li Yueming glanced at the many construction materials in the city, as well as the city wall that had been expanded more than twice. "There's no hurry. I'll go and meet him. Hurry up and start a fire, but be careful not to burn Dingyuan City down." As he spoke, he ignored the group of reincarnators who were looking at each other. He rose and flew towards the high-level practitioner not far away. Ding Yi and the others looked at each other. They all saw the disbelief in their eyes. There was also conflict and struggle. If they gave up on Li Yueming now, they would be able to escape unscathed. But if he stayed. However, Li Yueming was unable to stall the truth realization state reincarnator. Then, they would most likely suffer heavy losses. However, this hesitation only lasted for a second before it was replaced by determination. As the saying goes, wealth and danger are the best. As long as Li Yueming was the son of destiny, it would be hard for them to lose. He didn't know how confident Li Yueming was in resisting a truth realization state cultivator. However, according to the attitude and habits that Li Yueming had always shown, he probably wouldn't do something like hitting a rock with an egg. Therefore, they did not choose to leave. Instead, he began to pull out the burning torches on the city wall and casually threw them on the building materials on the ground. Very quickly, Dingyuan City was set ablaze. The fire lit up the northern land. The officials and cultivators in several cities around them saw the strange phenomenon in the sky. Their faces were filled with confusion. What was going on? Isn't that the direction of Dingyuan City? What was the Qin army doing? Could it be that they collectively set themselves on fire? Dingzhou City was not the only one that sent out scouts to gather information. The surrounding northern cities had also sent many scouts to scout for news of Dingyuan City. At this moment, the scouts hiding around Dingyuan City could not help but be shocked when they saw the raging fire and the dozen or so soldiers still fighting in the fire. Those guys who killed and set fire on the city wall, WHV does he look like a scout from our Great Joe from his attire? However, shouldn't the scout's duty be to hide and gather information like them? How could he possibly commit murder and arson on the walls of Dingyuan City? This beaver? This didn't make any sense at all. But no matter what, the group of scouts did not dare to delay. They quickly sent the news back. In the light of the fire, the group of reincarnators led by Wang Linlin, Ding Yi, and the others were even more shocked. This was because the scene of Li Yueming struggling to resist did not appear. When the truth realization state cultivator came out of the camp, his aura was as strong as a rainbow. The spiritual energy in his body was as deep as the sea and seemed to be able to suppress everything. However, after exchanging a few moves with Li Yueming, he was sent flying by Li Yueming. To be honest, at this moment, the group of reincarnators all began to doubt their lives. One had to know that they thought that their cultivation speed was already very fast. It was almost like breaking through a small threshold in a few months, and breaking through a big threshold in a year or two. Even so, the strongest among them was only at the early stage of the fourth realm, the Origin Sea realm. Strictly speaking, Li Yueming, the native chosen one of the local world, was younger than them, but he could already fight with a 6th level true form realm cultivator and had the upper hand. Damn it! When did the level 5 chosen one of the fantasy world become so abnormal? He was actually 2 years younger than them, a group of senior reincarnators, but his strength far exceeded theirs. Was it because they did not have a deep understanding of the level 5 world's Destiny's Child, or was this Destiny's Child's strength too supermodel? However, no matter what they were thinking, everything was destined to be difficult to get an answer. The fire in Dingyuan City was getting bigger and bigger. Li Yueming glanced at the truth realization state cultivator not far away and didn't continue. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, how could that truth realization state cultivator allow him to come and go as he pleased? He directly used his methods to make him stay. Seeing this, Li Yueming said coldly, "Since you insist on pestering me, don't blame me for being rude." Li Yueming took a deep breath. He took a few steps forward, and his entire body seemed to have become a phantom. In just a flash, he had already arrived in front of the truth realization state cultivator. Li Yueming threw a punch and shouted, 10 directions martial force. In the next second, boom! A loud sound rang out. The true form realm cultivator in the air was sent flying almost 1,000 meters away by Li Yueming. While he was still retreating, he had already spat out countless mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that Li Yueming's punch had hurt his chest. The flames in Dingyuan City seemed to have sensed an aura of nothingness and suddenly stopped for a moment. One had to know that this was a flame that could burn a city. However, under Li Yueming's punch, it seemed to have solidified. One could see how powerful it was. Before anyone could react, Li Yueming kept his fist and said to the group of reincarnators underground, "Brothers, the wind is tight." Li Yueming didn't stand on ceremony. He took the lead and fled towards the south. Only then did many reincarnators wake up from their dreams. He narrowed his eyes and turned around. Only then did he realize that there seemed to be an even more powerful cultivator's aura surging at the foot of the snowy mountain thousands of miles away. It was obvious that they were rushing over with all their might. Seeing this situation, the group of reincarnators could not help but curse. They did not dare to delay. He hurriedly tucked his tail between his legs and began to flee. This time, they were in big trouble. The 50,000-strong Qin army's main camp, Dingyuan City, was burned into a sea of fire. If he didn't hurry up and leave, once he was caught, they would probably be torn into pieces by the furious Qin army. Chapter 379, Uaotian's Shock. Part 1. It was obvious that following Li Yueming to attack Dingyuan City was a very dangerous thing to do. However, to a group of reincarnators, the risk was worth it. The first main mission of this public reincarnation dungeon was to choose a suzerain country from the 6 countries. Then, he would assist the suzerain in unifying the world. And now, they were bound to the Great Zhou dynasty. If he could follow Li Yueming and take back Dingyuan City that was occupied by the Qin army, at the very least, the score and reward of the first mainline mission would already surpass 90% of the other reincarnators. The most important thing was that they could escape south after killing and setting fire. It was really exciting. Following the chosen one was simply winning all the time. This kind of brainless gameplay was simply awesome. The Qin army at the foot of the snowy mountain had discovered the strange situation in Dingyuan City and was rushing back. A group of reincarnators who had just finished destroying the city wished they had 2 more legs and quickly went to the city south of the Great Zhou dynasty. Point 0. In the distant Dingzhou city, Uaotian was gathering the northern battlefront army from various cities. It was the final preparation for the upcoming expedition to Dingyuan City. To be honest, ever since the 50,000 Qin soldiers took over Dingyuan City last year, he had always had a bad feeling in his heart. After all, other than the Northwest Legion who had to deal with the Qin army every day, in the entire Great Zhou, he was probably the only one who understood the Qin army the most. The people of Qin were not afraid of death. However, he would never easily put his comrades in danger. Therefore, the king of Qin dared to send 50,000 elites deep into the Great Zhou. In a state of isolation and helplessness, this kind of behavior was no different from seeking death. Uaotian would never believe it if there wasn't a particularly big scheme. That's why, when he realized that the Qin army's intentions were unclear, he immediately sent a warning to the imperial court to annihilate them as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll become a disaster in the future. However, he was a border general and did not have much authority in the court. Thus, after the report was sent to the court did not accept it on the pretext of food. This matter had been put on hold until now. However, ever since Li Yueming and the others had found out about the Qin army's whereabouts, they had been unable to do anything. The security around the Great Zhou scouts became very tight. Most of the scouts could not get much useful information. Therefore, Uaotian only knew that the Qin army had started building the city after occupying Dingyuan City. It was as if they wanted to live on the northern border of the Zhou dynasty until the end of time. Of course, it was useless to say more now that things had come to this. Uaotian could only hope that the Qin army had not achieved their strategic goal. Just as Uaotian was in a daze, suddenly, Marba, who was wearing heavy armor, ran over while panting. After bowing respectfully, Marba raised his head and said, "Great General, according to the intelligence from the cities, Dingyuan City caught fire for some reason. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could see the fire light up half the sky." Hearing this, Uaotian's eyebrows shot up. Good heavens! He was still thinking about the Qin army in Dingyuan City. At this moment, he heard that Dingyuan City was on fire. Was his will already so powerful? How could he fire a fireball at the Qin army from thousands of miles away? He finally came back to his senses. Uaotian waved his hand, signaling Marba to rest for a moment. After Marba's breathing became even, he asked, "Where are the scouts? Why wasn't there any detailed information on such a big matter?" Marba hurriedly replied, "The scouts might still be on their way. The prefectures in the surrounding areas of Dingyuan City reported back immediately after seeing the weather. Hearing this, Yueotian nodded. Although the flames around Dingyuan City soared into the sky. As the saying goes, one should only act after planning. As the commander-in-chief of an army, Yueotian naturally could not make a move when the situation was unclear. Fortunately, the scouts of the Great Zhou did not make Yueotian wait too long. Very soon, detailed news came. Meng Ba was the leader of Dingzhou City's scout camp. He had personally gone to the main tent to report this news to Yueotian. As soon as he entered, Meng Bat's face lit up and he said, "Great General, according to the secret report, it is true that Dingyuan City is on fire. According to the personal witness of many scouts, when the fire broke out, the main force of the Qin army did not seem to be in Dingzhou City. Moreover, this fire seemed to be man-made. Someone killed randomly on the walls of the Qin army and then started a fire." After saying that, Meng Ba asked Dao, "General, I heard that tens of thousands of Qin soldiers went crazy in Dingyuan City surrounding a carpet search." At this moment, Yueotian, Marba, and a few high-ranking generals of the Northern Battlefront Army were all in the tent. When they heard the news, their first reaction was disbelief. The 50,000 elites of the Qin army had taken over Dingyuan City, yet it was burned down by someone? What kind of man could achieve such a terrifying result? When they heard that the main force of the Qin army was no longer in Dingzhou, the group of high-ranking generals reluctantly accepted the reality. However, there was another problem. Who dared to attack the Qin camp in the middle of the night? Did he eat the guts of a bear or a leopard? A moment later, Yueotian, who had regained his senses, asked in puzzlement, "The scouts didn't find out who attacked us?" Chapter 380, Yueotian's Shock. 2. Hearing this question, Meng Ba seemed to want to say something but hesitated. However, under the scrutiny of his superiors, he did not dare to hide it. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and say, "General, from the information reported by the scouts, the group of people who attacked Dingyuan City seems to be, it looks like a scout from the Northern Battlefront Army wearing my Great Zhou uniform." Hearing this, instantly, the entire tent was filled with the smell of a pin drop. The group of generals looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. This mother-f***er. The ones attacking Dingyuan City were Great Zhou's scouts? When reporting this news, shouldn't the scouts think about it first? How could a scout attack a city? A moment later, Meng Ba, "Don't you want to think about what you're saying?" Marba said with a dark face. "If the ones attacking Dingyuan City are scouts, then I will send you to attack the city in the future." Hearing Marba's question and the unfriendliness in his tone, he felt that he had to be careful. In addition, he could feel the suffocating atmosphere in the camp. Meng Ba's entire forehead was oozing water, and drops of sweat dripped down. "I'm also very puzzled," he said hurriedly after a moment. "But no matter how many times I asked, the scouts who came back were all the same." At this point, he might have felt a little guilty himself, so he lowered his head and said, "Actually, I think it's possible. It's possible that someone disguised as our Great Zhou's scout and attacked Dingyuan City." "That's right, it's very likely." He looked at Meng Ba, who was covered in sweat. Marba, who was his superior, wanted to reprimand him. However, Yueotian, who was behind him, stopped him and said, "Other than that, is there any other information? For example, how many people were attacking Dingyuan City?" Hearing this, Meng Ba heaved a sigh of relief. "General, you didn't blame him, so he let this pass." When he heard the question, he hurriedly said, "Reporting to Great General, Dingyuan City was in chaos at that time." When the surrounding scouts noticed the abnormality, they quickly approached. The fire on the city walls had already started. "The only thing we can confirm is that the number of people who attacked Dingyuan City was not many, and each of them was a well-trained cultivator." When the scouts heard the commotion, they immediately rushed to Dingyuan City. In less than an hour, the group of fake scouts had already destroyed the guards on the city walls and set Dingyuan City on fire. From this, it can be seen that their methods are very experienced. They should be extremely proficient in killing and arson. After hearing Meng Bat's report and analysis, the group of generals could not help but fall silent again. It could only be said that some of this news was really incomprehensible to them. One had to know that the north they were in was famous for being bitter and cold. Normally, no random forces were willing to visit this stingy place. Where did this group of fake scouts come from? Moreover, this force seemed to be quite powerful. If it weren't for the fact that 80% of the high-ranking generals of the Northern Battlefront Army were here, they wouldn't have been able to escape. At this moment, they were probably suspecting that it was their own people who had sent them out. But even his own people had never heard of such an elite troop under the Northern Battlefront Army. He thought for a long time. The group of people could not think of a reason. But no matter what, the 50,000-strong Qin army's base had been attacked. This was still good news for them. Meng Ba was dismissed. Great General, since Dingyuan City has been burned down, should we take this opportunity to beat up those who are in trouble? Marba stood up and asked. Uaotian narrowed his eyes when he heard this. After thinking for a while, he didn't answer. After sweeping a glance at everyone, he asked, "What do you guys think? I feel that there's something fishy about this situation. It seems like the Qin army is using a trick to lure us in," a general said. Another general also stood out. "Why don't we investigate them first? Especially those fake scouts who dared to use the Northern Battlefront Army's name. I'd like to see who they are." It was obvious that most of the high-ranking generals were doubtful about this. After all, there was something fishy about this matter. It would be unwise to act rashly before everything was investigated. However, just as the few of them were still discussing repeatedly, in the north of Dingyuan City, more than 10 travel-worn scouts rode back with flags. After receiving the news, Meng Ba, who had just been reprimanded, walked to the door with a dark face. Then, he saw a group of people led by Li Yueming rush into the city at lightning speed. The moment she saw him, Meng Ba opened his mouth as if he was reprimanding her. After all, they had already entered the city, yet they were still so rash. However, before he could reprimand her, Meng Ba could smell a thick scent of blood. After getting closer, only then did he realize that the armors of Li Yueming and the others were all red and black. If it wasn't for the fact that the armor on their chests was undoubtedly the armor of the Zhou dynasty, Meng Ba would have thought that Li Yueming and the others were Qin soldiers. Such a strong smell of blood. His armor and robes were almost dyed black and red by the blood. Were they rolling around at the gate of Death God? Chapter 381, Uaotian Shock. Part 3. He frowned. Meng Ba keenly sensed the abnormality and said from afar, "Is there any emergency?" On the horse, Li Yueming said, "Meng Sima, please bring us to the main tent immediately. We want to see General Yu. We have an urgent military report for 800 miles. Meng Bat's expression immediately turned serious. He took the initiative to climb onto his spiritual horse and said, "I'll lead the way." He finished speaking. He took out the yellow flag that was used to deliver the economic military report. Under his lead, Li Yueming's 10 riders did not stop and went straight to the commander's tent in the city. At this moment, Uaotian and the others were still in a meeting. After hearing the commotion, Uaotian hurriedly ended the meeting. He walked out of the door and looked at the dozen or so disciples in front of him. After sweeping a glance from the beginning to the end to make sure that there were no missing people, only then did Uaotian heave a sigh of relief. However, looking at the murderous aura on their bodies and the brown spots of blood, Uaotian's brows, which had just relaxed, immediately tightened again. "What military intelligence do you have?" Li Yueming looked around and lowered his head. "General, urgent military intelligence." Hearing this, Uaotian immediately signaled for the irrelevant personnel to leave temporarily. Although the surrounding generals were surprised and confused, they still left the main tent obediently. Only a few core members of the Northern Battlefront Army were left. After the others left, Li Yueming respectfully handed over a piece of urgent information that he had written on the way. Yueotian took the envelope with a cold face. The envelope was sealed tightly with wax, and the word confidential was written in bright red on it. After tearing it open, there was a piece of craft paper inside. His gaze swept across the letters one by one. Yueotian immediately tensed up. Even the generals who had just left could feel the aura that had suddenly erupted from this great general. It was like an unsheathed blade. The killing intent was overwhelming. After reading the contents of the envelope, Yueotian did not say anything. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. A flame rose in his hand and burned the letter clean. A moment later, Li Yueming did not hesitate and said, "It's absolutely true. The Qin army has mastered a method to communicate with the wild beasts in the 100,000 mountains. This batch of Qin soldiers has stayed in the Great Zhou dynasty's territory with the goal of opening up a path from Hang Pass to the north. Once the road is opened, the Qin army at Hang Pass will descend from the sky. The western border will no longer be able to provide protection for our Great Zhou. At that time, our northern lands and even the entire Great Zhou will be in chaos, and blood will flow for thousands of miles." Yueotian did not speak. Li Yueming's letter was very simple. It was about the group of people who had discovered the Qin army in the north. Moreover, he had observed that some people were able to communicate with the spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains. This was sensational news. Once word got out, it would probably not just be the Great Zhou. The entire world would be in an uproar. After all, the 100,000 mountains was not just related to the Great Zhou dynasty. Among the 6 states, except for the Qi state that was close to the sea, the land of the other 5 countries was more or less related to the 100,000 mountains. In the past, there was no one to carry the Shiwen mountain. This was a fact that many countries had already acknowledged. If the Qin army was really at the moment, they could communicate with spirit beasts to cross the 100,000 mountains. Then the order of the entire world would probably be shaken violently because of this. In fact, this doubt had troubled him for a long time. He had investigated both openly and covertly. He wasn't the only one. Even the imperial court had been investigating through various means over the past few months. After all, these were 50,000 elite Qin soldiers. How did they pass through the 100,000 mountains and appear in the Great Zhou dynasty? Could this behavior be replicated? These were not problems that could be ignored easily. But for the time being, this matter seemed to be highly confidential with the Qin army. Therefore, they had yet to find out anything. And now, he didn't want to believe that the information that Li Yueming gave him was true. However, these 50,000 Qin soldiers had really passed through the 100,000 mountains and appeared in the Great Zhou dynasty. Moreover, they had indeed conquered Dingyuan City, which they thought had no strategic value. Other than Dingyuan City, the Qin army had ignored the other more important cities. From this, it could be seen that the credibility of this news was already very high. Thinking of this, even Yueotian, who had been through hundreds of battles, could not help but narrow his eyes. Beside him, the other high-ranking officers of the Northern Battlefront Army lost their composure and shouted, "This news is of great importance. We have to report it immediately." Yueotian had also realized the seriousness of the matter. He immediately waved his hand and said, "The news naturally has to be reported. Immediately send someone to report it urgently." After he finished speaking, he looked up at the door and said, "Men, call Marba, Gillian, and Hong Yu over. Also, order the entire army to gather quickly." Hearing this, a high-ranking official hesitated and said, "General, isn't this inappropriate? As a general, the greatest taboo was to privately mobilize the army. If someone from the higher UPS took advantage of this to make an issue out of it, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for Yueotian to be dragged out and beheaded." However, Yueotian had clearly made up his mind. With a solemn expression, he said, "The Qin army is currently in a state of shock. Things might change. We must immediately make the corresponding arrangements, give the order. For the sake of the northern lands and the billions of people of the Great Zhou not suffering from the chaos of war, if the higher UPS blame me, I will bear all the blame." Chapter 382, Yueotian's Shock. Part 4. Seeing this situation. "General, you don't have to take this risk. I have a better idea," Li Yueming suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone, including Yueotian, was shocked. All the generals were stunned. Their eyes also turned to Li Yueming, the unremarkable little scout. This was because Yueotian had never made it public. Therefore, none of the soldiers present knew his true identity. If it wasn't for Li Yueming and the others who had just made a great contribution, he would probably be kicked out immediately. After all, it was an important military matter, how could a small scout interrupt? But now, Li Yueming and the others were meritorious officials. Therefore, the higher UPS of the Northern Battlefront Army felt uncomfortable. However, she still patiently did not interrupt him. Fortunately, Yueotian still knew their true identities. Therefore, he looked at Li Yueming and the others curiously. "And do you have any other ideas?" Li Yueming wasn't scared at all. After all, he was the heir of the Marquis of Southern Mountains and a reincarnator who had experienced many storms. To him, such a scene was simply a piece of cake. "Me past, ne na experience mornin mms." He stood up and said, reporting to the general. "My classmates and I found the Qin army at the foot of the snow mountain and immediately rushed south. We conveniently burned Dingyuan city. Right now, the Qin army probably hates us to the core. As long as we go out and provoke them a little, the Qin army will probably be flustered and take the initiative to attack. At that time, the general will be able to send troops to suppress them. When the imperial court comes to its senses, great general will only have credit and no guilt." When Li Yueming stood up, all the higher UPS of the Northern Battlefront Army frowned. In their opinion, this little scout had probably just made a great contribution. He was already feeling a little smug. He actually dared to disregard military discipline in front of them. Even Meng Bie, who followed Li Yueming here to report the information, broke out in a cold sweat for Li Yueming. He could only say that this kid was really a fool. However, when he heard Li Yueming mention that he had conveniently set Dingyuan city on fire, he was shocked. The group of people was immediately stunned. His mouth was so wide open that he could swallow an egg alive. What did they just hear? These few scouts actually said that he had set Dingyuan city on fire? Was it an illusion in their ears or was the world upside down? He finally came back to his senses. The group of people suddenly thought of the news that Meng Bie had reported earlier. According to the eyewitnesses, the murder and arson in Dingyuan city, LT seemed to be a group of people wearing Great Zhou's military uniforms. Scout? Thinking of this, then, he looked at Li Yueming's clothes. It was already stained with blood. Even though it had solidified, he could still smell the blood in the air. So, was it really a group of scouts who set Dingyuan city on fire? And it was a group of young scouts? The group of generals only felt that their three views, which had been cultivated for decades on the battlefield, were different. At this moment, it was somewhat shattered. Since when could scouts attack cities? All right then. It was fine if they attacked the city. After all, scouts were the elites of the army. However, a dozen or so scouts had directly killed the Qin army's city walls and even burned down the cities that the Qin army had captured. No matter how he listened, this sounded like a story that only a country storyteller could make up, right? Yueotian was also shocked. However, he was still the general of the Northern Battlefront Army. Therefore, he was the first to accept the news and paced around. After considering all the causes and effects, he nodded and said, "In that case, let's try it out as you said. If the Qin army doesn't make a move, then even if I have to risk losing my head, I'll take this chance. A smile appeared on Li Yueming's face when he heard that. He bowed and said, "Yes, sir." Chapter 383, A Thief Doesn't Leave Empty, He's Proficient in Killing and Arson. Part 1. After listening to Li Yueming's suggestion, Yueotian chose to accept it after thinking for a moment. Glancing at Li Yueming, Yueotian asked, "Are you sure the Qin army will attack our city? If it's really like what you said, the Qin army came here to open up a path in the 100,000 mountains, then it's especially unwise to take the initiative to attack our city at this time. They will definitely complete the mission first." Hearing this, Li Yueming smiled, "General, don't worry. The Qin army will definitely attack us." At this point, he had no choice but to go back in time to half a day ago. At that time, Li Yueming was still fighting the true form realm cultivator in the sky. The thoughts of the group of reincarnators under his feet became active. Good heavens! He didn't expect the Son of Heaven's mandate to be so awesome. He was only 14 or 15 years old, but he could already fight a truth realization state cultivator. If he was given a few more days, wouldn't it be great? However, at this moment, it was obviously a good thing for them that Li Yueming was strong enough. The group of reincarnators saw that the situation was still within their control. He finally felt relieved. As expected, they were right to not choose to slip away. Now, it was finally their turn to make a fortune. A group of reincarnators skillfully killed and set fire to the place. On the other side, they began to search the city as quickly as possible. What was a reincarnator? He wanted to do what others didn't dare to do, but he didn't dare to do it. They were reincarnators. If it was an ordinary person, their stomachs and legs would probably cramp. However, this group of reincarnators who did not care about life and death still remembered the principle of not leaving empty-handed. After all, it was not easy to occupy a city. If he did not rummage through it to see if there were any treasures, wouldn't he be making a huge loss? However, when they found the Qin army's warehouse. He was shocked by the wealth in the warehouse. There were 3 huge warehouses in the center of Dingyuan City. One of the warehouses was filled with exquisite jade and all kinds of gold and silver utensils. Another warehouse was filled with food and wine. The last warehouse was filled with a large pile of magic treasures watered and made from spirit stones and spirit soil. There were 3 large warehouses. Each of them was filled to the brim. This really gave the group of reincarnators a big fright. This was F***ing. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to be the territory of the Great Zhou. NGNT. Where did the Qin army get so many treasures? Moreover, it was fine to bring food and magic treasures when marching to war. What was the point of bringing wine and gold and silver utensils? Many reincarnators were silent for a moment. In the end, Ding Yi, who was experienced and knowledgeable, spoke up, "I guess these are items that the Qin army traded with the spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains. If you like them, take more. If you can't take the rest, burn them." Hearing this, then, he looked at the messy pile of things in the warehouse. The other reincarnators shook their heads in disappointment and said, "How F***ing unlucky. These things are probably only used to fool the uncivilized foreign races." To reincarnators, the gold and silver treasures of the native world could not be brought with them when they were born or when they died. Although it was useful, its effect was obviously very ordinary. What they wanted the most was naturally some cultivation technique manuals or some top-grade weapons. Unfortunately, there was nothing here. Therefore, the group of reincarnators picked and chose. After barely taking a few tools, they left without looking back. Of course. Following the 3-light strategy. Before the group of reincarnators left, they did not forget to set the warehouse on fire. After all, they couldn't take it away, so they naturally couldn't leave it for the Qin army. This action destroyed the Qin army's painstaking efforts. Li Yueming didn't believe that the Qin army could endure it. Even if the Qin army could endure it, reality would not give them any other choice. After all, he wanted to continue communicating with the king of spirit beasts in the snow mountain. It was definitely important to prepare enough gifts. If the Qin army did not want their expedition to fail, they had to think of a way to get back these lost gifts. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming wasn't afraid that the Qin army would hold back. However, these words were obviously not suitable to be said in front of so many people. Therefore, he could only choose to shut up. He believed that with Yueo Tian's boldness and foresight, he would not be conflicted about these things. Point 0. He looked at Li Yueming, who had a serious expression on his face. Yueo Tian was silent for a moment. Clearly, he was weighing the pros and cons in his heart, but in the end, he still smiled and said, "All right then, this general will believe you this time." Hearing Yueo Tian's answer, the high-ranking generals and strategists of the Northern Battlefront Army widened their eyes. Good fellow! What did they hear? Something that had such a huge impact. At this moment, no matter how stupid the group of higher UPS were, they were still in a daze. He finally felt that something was wrong. Obviously, there was something wrong with Li Yueming's true identity. He just didn't know who it was. That was why the usually steady great General Yu was willing to take such a huge risk. Just as the group of higher UPS were thinking, Yueo Tian had already stood up and said in a vigorous voice, "Men, pass the order." He heard the noise in the tent. Marba, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, hurriedly walked in and bowed respectfully to receive the order. "General! Get ready!" Yueo Tian said with a solemn expression, passed down the order to the army to prepare for the Qin army's attack. Chapter 384, A thief does not leave empty, he's proficient in killing and arson. Part 2. Marba was stunned. At this moment, the entire army was still preparing food and fodder, and the army had yet to be fully assembled. Why did he have to be prepared to be attacked by the Qin army? However, just as he was in a daze, Yueo Tian's eyes had already straightened as he spoke again, "Order the army to prepare for battle immediately, do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Marba replied subconsciously. However, after he finished speaking, he thought about it and asked, "But General, food?" Yueo Tian's voice was very cold as he said, "Don't worry about that." Marba glanced at the solemn Yueo Tian. He then looked at Li Yueming, who was kneeling not far away. He could not help but feel extremely puzzled. After all, he had been outside the tent the entire time. Just half an hour ago, Yueo Tian and the others were still discussing which direction to attack the Qin army from. However, not long after Li Yueming and the others entered the tent, Yueo Tian's attitude had changed so much. Obviously, Li Yueming must have reported some news to make Yueo Tian's attitude change so quickly. This kid. He was too torturous every day. What was he doing? Start the final battle with the Qin army? Marba glanced at Yueo Tian, who was not angry and looked dignified, and then looked at the general's token in Yueo Tian's hand. In the end, he chose to shut his mouth and carry out his orders. Very quickly, the relevant decree spread throughout the entire Northland. Even the Northern Battlefront Army was shocked. Just when everyone was still confused, Yueo Tian's orders were passed down one after another. It was a soldier's duty to obey orders. Although the soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army were not the most elite soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty, they were still considered outstanding. It was still possible to carry out orders and prohibitions. Therefore, all the troops in the northern part of the Great Zhou quickly gathered. The patrol and defense level of the town had also been raised by several levels. For a moment, the entire Northern Battlefront Army was filled with killing intent. Finally, after midnight, the relevant information at the meeting finally began to spread. The Qin army has actually mastered the ability to communicate with the 100,000 mountains. Is this true? It's absolutely true. I heard that it was discovered by a group of young scouts from the scout camp. That's right, didn't Ding Yuan City catch fire today? The ones who set the city on fire were also the scouts. So ridiculous. When did our great Zhou have such elite scouts? So these 50,000 Qin soldiers are here to attack the outpost. No wonder they didn't occupy any other cities but Ding Yuan City. Ding Yuan City is the closest to the 100,000 mountains. This is too terrifying. Did the Qin army succeed? Otherwise, why would the general order us to defend? I don't know. The only thing we can do now is to believe in General Qin. All the soldiers in the army became nervous. He could do it in addition to patrolling. However, it did not prevent them from discussing what happened tonight in private. No matter which one it was, they were all extremely surprised. The first thing they cared about was the path that the Qin army had opened up. If this thing was really broken through by the Qin army, the Great Zhou would probably be completely reduced to the passive side in this long-term competition. After all, it had been so many years. The reason why the Great Zhou was able to resist the attacks of the Qin army was mostly due to the fact that the northwest was a natural barren land that isolated the Qin army from the Qin army. It made it impossible for him to take a step into the central plains. Now that they had lost the barrier of the western border, with the strength of the northern battlefront army, it would be impossible for them to resist the attack of the Qin army. Point 0. Just as Li Yueming and the others were reporting the news, at the foot of the distant snow mountain, after sensing the abnormality in Ding Yuan City, he was shocked. At the foot of the snowy mountain, the 40,000 Qin soldiers returned at top speed. However, by the time they rushed back, it was already too late. The tens of thousands of soldiers could only watch as they worked hard to expand the city. The Ding Yuan City, which had stored many resources, was burned to ashes in the raging flames. The young man in the lead, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, became even more furious when he saw this. She was so angry that she was shaking. One had to know that they were currently at a critical stage of negotiations with the Beast King in the Snow Mountain. In order to prevent the Great Zhou dynasty from suddenly launching an attack, the Qin army lit a bonfire on the city wall and sent troops to patrol day and night. But now, at this critical juncture, he was burned to ashes. The man's eyes were red. He charged out of the army like a madman. He glared at her hysterically and roared, "Who is it that dares to ruin my plans at this juncture?" At this moment, everyone was silent. No one could answer him. Looking at the burning Ding city, the young man in luxurious clothes did not know whether to feel sorry or angry. 3 years ago, they had already cooperated with a group of strange cultivators who called themselves beast trainers and secretly opened up the passageway to the 100,000 mountains. He had spent so much time. They had finally opened up the desolate road from Hang Pass of the Qin state to the northern part of the Great Zhou dynasty. Now, they only needed to successfully negotiate with the king of the Snowy Mountains. Then, the Qin army at Hang Pass would be able to bypass the difficult and meatless western border and launch a surprise attack from the 100,000 mountains, directly cutting into the north, where the defense of the Great Zhou was relatively weak. Great Zhou had lost the northwest barrier, and the northern battlefront army, which had only 200,000 soldiers, was no match for the Qin army. Chapter 385, A Thief Doesn't Leave Empty, He is proficient in killing and arson. Part 3. The Qin army only needed to break through the defense line of the northern battlefront army to tear a hole in the Great Zhou dynasty and plunder its population and wealth. When the time was right, it was not impossible to lead the army south and break through Hejing. The reason why they kept expanding the city walls of Ding Yuan City and tried their best to save so much food and jewelry. It was a gift for the Snow Mountain Beast King. After all, as long as he mastered the method of communicating with wild beasts, he would be able to communicate with them. In fact, there was not much difference between beasts and humans. He also liked flattery, as well as all kinds of treasures that could be used by him. But now, everything that he had meticulously prepared had turned into nothing with this fire. It was no wonder that the man in luxurious clothes was so angry. The fire in Dingyuan City continued to burn. A few soldiers who had survived saw that the main force had returned and hurriedly ran over. They knelt down in front of the man in luxurious clothes with a thud and said with tears flowing down their faces, "Ninth Prince, the attack." The ones who attacked Dingyuan City were Great Zhou's scouts. Hearing this, the young man called the Ninth Prince subconsciously raised his voice and said in disbelief, "What did you say?" At this moment, the anger on his face seemed to have materialized. The soldier couldn't help but shiver. He suppressed his fear and gritted his teeth. "Your Highness, it's true. All of our brothers saw it. Those scouts were not human. They killed and set fire to more than bandits. Even General Fei could not stop the leader of the scouts." The Ninth Prince took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He asked again, "Where is General Fei?" The soldier replied, "After General Fei counted the losses in the city, he has already chased after them. He said that he wants those damned Zhou people to pay with their blood." Hearing this, the Ninth Prince closed his eyes. Clearly, he could not accept that it was only a group of spies from the Zhou dynasty who had burned down the entire Dingzhou city. After all, no matter how empty Dingyuan City was, there were still several thousand soldiers. In addition, there was a general of the transformation realm guarding the place. No matter what, it shouldn't be something that a group of scouts could handle. But now that the truth was right in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. After thinking for a while, the Ninth Prince's expression turned cold. According to his original plan, he only needed to give the Snow Mountain Beast King some of the items and resources he had prepared in Dingyuan City, in exchange for the right to pass through a road. But now, all things he had prepared had been burned. Thinking of this, he looked at a 17 or 18-year-old young man beside him. "Sir, these damned Zhou people burned the gift I prepared for the Snow King. Please help me." Hearing this, the young man patted the fox on his shoulder. A thought-provoking smile appeared in her long and narrow eyes. After a moment, she said, "It doesn't matter. We'll take it back the way they took it. It's just a blood debt." 0. That night, outside Dingzhou City, one after another, the courier who was delivering the news rode away on a fast horse. One of the couriers carried the memorial that Yuao Tian had ridden overnight and would head to Hejing at the fastest speed without rest. It was the power center of the Great Zhou dynasty that delivered the news of the Northlands. There was also a courier carrying the general's order to recruit the entire army in the north. As for the last ride, they were sent to all the county governors and county magistrates of the 18 counties in the north. They were forbidden to open the city gates and pipes in case of an attack by the Qin army. However, it was under such circumstances. The war still descended as expected. The first to suffer a devastating blow was Yunzhou City, which was more than 200 miles away from Dingyuan City. Yunzhou City was the same as Dingyuan City. It was considered half a Tachan city, and there were not many soldiers stationed there. The 50,000 Qin soldiers were like the Grim Reaper. They launched an attack on Yunzhou City before dawn. Although the soldiers in Yunzhou City quickly discovered the incoming Qin army, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. In less than 3 hours, the Qin army had taken down Yunzhou City. After breaking the city, the Qin army burned, killed, and looted the city, but it was still not appeased. They actually piled up the heads of the soldiers and civilians in Yunzhou City to serve as the capital. For a time, the entire Northlands was shaken. From the soldiers to the people, everyone was in panic. This was a great challenge to the dignity of the Great Zhou and the Northern Battlefront Army. Therefore, after hearing the news, Yuao Tian, the general of the Northern Battlefront Army, announced that the Northern Defense Line had entered a state of full war. He took over the army and began to mobilize the Northern Battlefront Army from Dingzhou City and the 6 nearby cities. Before the war, Yuao Tian gave Li Yueming a promotion. However, the specific rewards would only take effect after the imperial court issued an edict. But now, Li Yueming's actual position in the army was on par with Meng Ba. Of course, in contrast, the super scout team under him had long since become famous in the north. Almost all soldiers in the Northern Battlefront Army knew of his existence. Moreover, it was gradually becoming a legend. Li Yueming and his scouts were all new players. It seemed that he had just joined the Northern Battlefront Army less than a year ago. In the end, in just a few days, he had already made a name for himself in the north. Chapter 386, A Thief Doesn't Leave Empty, He's Proficient in Killing and Arson. Part 4. Using a small team of scouts to capture the cities occupied by the Qin army, killing thousands of Qin soldiers and bringing back crucial information. In the eyes of the ordinary soldiers, it was even more ridiculous than a god descending to the mortal world. In addition, it was worth mentioning that this time, Yueotian did not let the reincarnator team charge forward like before. He had probably seen the potential of his students. In addition, the commotion they caused the first 2 times was too big. Even the scouts had become a thorn in the side of the Qin army. This war had not officially begun. The Qin army had already gone crazy and surrounded the Great Zhou scouts everywhere. Therefore, no matter how big Yueotian's heart was now, he would not be able to do anything. He did not dare to let them appear in front of the Qin army. Regarding this, Li Yueming and the others were obviously not very happy. This was especially true for the group of reincarnators. At this moment, they wanted to cause trouble crazily to increase their scores. However, he was suppressed by Yueotian, so he could only hold it in for the time being. Finally, a week later, the main force of the Qin army and the main force of the northern army of the town met. The 2 sides fought 3,000 miles east of Dingyuan City. The Qin army was obviously stronger than the northern army, but the northern army had the advantage in numbers. The 2 sides set up a battle formation and fought fiercely, leaving behind many corpses. However, after this battle, when the Northern Battlefront Army wanted to continue chasing after the Qin army, they were shocked. However, he realized that the Qin army had suddenly disappeared. After learning of this news, Yueotian felt somewhat powerless. There were 50,000 of them, and they were well trained and had amazing combat strength. The Northern Battlefront Army had 200,000 troops, but 100,000 of them had to defend the city. On of 100.000 of could he used Flexiblove. And the 100,000 reinforcements sent by King Yu in the northeast had been dawdling along the way. There was still no trace of him. Under such circumstances, it was truly difficult to swallow this Qin army. If the imperial court had adopted his suggestion earlier and not discounted this, the Great Zhou would probably not be so passive now. Yueotian sighed. Frowning, he took out the map and looked at it for a moment. The Qin army seems to have entered the 100,000 mountains, he finally said. These guys have recently robbed many cities of their resources. They won't be able to successfully convince the King of Snow Mountains, will they? Beside him, Li Yueming's identity had changed from a scout to a military counselor. After all, Li Yueming was Yueotian's disciple and the son of his old comrade, the Marquis of South Peak's Li family. Therefore, Yueotian's feelings for Li Yueming were more inclined to be that of an elder treating a nephew. Especially after discovering that Li Yueming seemed to have a talent for war that ordinary people didn't have, Yueotian really treated him as a successor and nurtured him. Yueotian asked. Li Yueming pondered for a moment and shook his head. LF the king of spiritual beasts on the snowy mountain was really that easy to deal with. The Qin army would not have dawdled in Dingyuan City for so long. Hearing this, Yueotian revealed a satisfied expression and continued to ask, then how can we put an end to this farce? Li Yueming smiled. Actually, this problem is actually quite simple. As long as we take the lead in dealing with the King of Snow Mountain on the peak of the extreme cold, won't this group of Qin soldiers become complete clowns? Hearing this, a glint flashed across Yueotian's eyes, but he sighed a moment later. This is indeed the best method. However, the reason why the Qin people are so fearless is because our great Zhou has yet to master the method of communicating with spirit beasts. For thousands of years, it's not that the various countries have never had the idea of taking over the 100,000 mountains, but in the end, they all ended up failing. It was extremely difficult to open up a path like the Qin. The smile on Li Yueming's face never stopped. He said meaningfully, "That's not necessarily true. If the Qin army can do it, why can't our great Zhou do it?" Chapter 387, The reactions of all parties shook the world. 1. Looking at the puzzled look on the face, Yueotian said. Li Yueming smiled. That might not be the case. If the Qin army can do it, why can't our great Zhou do it? He didn't seem to be joking. Yueotian immediately perked up and asked, "Oh? What should I say?" One had to know that the Qin army was able to communicate with the spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains. This was a major event for the Great Zhou. Not only the Great Zhou. The entire 6 nations would be shocked by this. After all, this was the 100,000 mountains. It wasn't like the various countries hadn't invested in research over the years. But in the end, they basically returned empty-handed. Now that the Qin army had mastered the method to communicate with the 100,000 mountains, it meant that the order of the entire 6 states would undergo earth-shattering changes. To put it simply, for example, in the past, the Northern Battlefront Army would occasionally deal with the spirit beasts in the Shiwen Mountains. There were basically no foreign invaders. Even if they had to defend against a portion of the Qin army, it would only be a small army. And now, once the Qin army opened up a path through the 100,000 mountains, the weak defenses of the north would very likely become the Qin army's backyard. He could come and go as he pleased. In the long run, the Great Zhou would have to invest 10 times or 100 times more energy to resist the outside world. Under such circumstances, if Li Yueming could find a way to deal with the Qin army, this was a great achievement. Therefore, he sat up straight and focused on Li Yueming, who was not far away. Li Yueming didn't keep him in suspense and said, "One can bring some people to the 100,000 mountains to try to communicate with the king of the snow mountains. However, before we go to the snow mountains, you and the imperial court must prepare some things for me as soon as possible." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. There were many treasures listed on it. Seeing this scene, Yueotian was shocked and stood up. Of course. Li Yueming nodded. The war between Great Zhou and Great Qin was the best nourishment for him. He could use this opportunity to grow stronger. Yueotian stared at him for a long time and finally said, "Do you know that this idea is not a good thing for you personally?" He went to make contact with the spirit beasts on the snowy mountain. This kind of thinking was quite dangerous. This was because the Great Zhou had yet to investigate how the Qin army communicated with the spirit beasts. If he were to report this information rashly, when the imperial court issued an edict, Li Yueming would naturally have made a great contribution if he succeeded. If he failed, he would probably lose himself. Li Yueming naturally knew what Yueotian meant and smiled. "Master, don't worry. Since this disciple dares to kick out this opinion, I naturally have confidence." Hearing this, Yueotian was puzzled. "With your status, as long as you grow up smoothly, you can live comfortably. Why would you take such a risk?" Li Yueming thought about it. Of course, he wouldn't reveal his true reason. Instead, he gave a reason that Yueotian could not refuse and said righteously, "Naturally, it's for the billions of people in the Northlands. I can't bear to see them sink into the flames of war." Yueotian looked deeply at Li Yueming. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Yueming to be from an aristocratic family. It actually had such a diameter. For the billions of people in the world. Countless dignified people in the world would often say this sentence. But in reality, they said one thing and did another. And now, when Li Yueming said it, he had a different feeling. Yueotian sighed and patted Li Yueming's shoulder. In the end, he did not say anything and turned around to give the order. Beside Li Yueming, the other reincarnators were also interested when they saw this situation. After confirming that Uaotian had left, everyone gave him a thumbs up and said, "Junior brotherly, well said. A real man should benefit the people when he walks between heaven and earth." Recently, his movements had been restricted by Uaotian. The group of reincarnators were in a tough spot. Seeing such a good opportunity to fight with the Qin army, they actually had no way to intervene. There was no progress on the mission. How could this work? It was also because of this that the group of people had been constantly thinking of ways to come up with ideas. But now, Li Yueming made a move. Uaotian was finally persuaded. As long as they could go to the battlefield to advance the main mission, it would be a great thing. Li Yueming only smiled. His expression was a little profound. 0. After Uaotian left, he immediately sent another secret letter. They were sent to the capital without stopping. He reckoned that the secret letter regarding the Qin army's plot should have been sent to Gaojing by now. He did not know what kind of turmoil it would cause. As expected, at the end of the month, news of the northern battlefront army's border spread. The entire Great Zhou was in an uproar. Even the emperor was surprised. The Qin army had actually mastered the method to pass through the 100,000 mountains. In that case, wouldn't the Great Zhou's northern defense line be extended by tens of thousands of miles? Originally, the Qin army had already caused the Great Zhou dynasty to be in a terrible state just by being at the northwest border. Now, the northwest border could no longer keep the Qin army in check. The days of the entire Great Zhou would probably be 10 times or 100 times more difficult to endure. At the same time, after the news spread, it was not only the Great Zhou that was in awe. Great Ming, Great Tang, Great Han, Great Song, and other countries all received the news and felt a headache. This was because their territory was more or less bordered by the 100,000 mountains. Now that the Qin army was able to open up a path in the 100,000 mountains, didn't that mean that they could use it to attack them at will in the future? Chapter 388, The reactions of all parties shook the world. 2. This was naturally hard to accept. At the same time, the name Li Yueming also began to spread. After all, being able to thwart the Qin army's schemes at the age of 13 or 14 was not something an ordinary person could do. Most importantly, he was the son of Marquis South Peak. His identity was extremely prominent. Therefore, the Li family was pushed to the forefront again. Many people believed that the Li family had a chance of becoming 2 marquises in this generation, and even had the hope of returning to the peak of the Defender Duke era. Countless nobles had their own thoughts. He wondered if he should discuss marriage with Marquis South Peak if he had the chance in the future. Just as everyone was in an uproar. In the Great Zhou dynasty, a group of nobles and officials were discussing how to deal with the matters in the north. Of course, after knowing the true purpose of Qin Jun, he was shocked. The emperor had already given Prince Yu a strong dose of medicine. Right now, the army of Prince Yu's northeast had already rushed to the north without stopping. The first batch of reinforcements would arrive in at most 10 days. However, it was clear that sending an army was not the fundamental solution to the problem. The Great Zhou had to make preparations to defend before the Qin army completely attacked. However, just as they were arguing in the court, finally, Uaotian's second secret letter was handed over to the court. The emperor received the letter. He opened his eyes and looked at them silently. Then, he looked at the officials in the imperial court and said, "Stop arguing." The entire court fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at Tianzi on the dragon throne. The emperor waved his hand at the eunuch beside him, who handed over the document. Many of the officials looked at the contents of the letter and were shocked. A moment later, Left Prime Minister Wang Fuyu spoke first. "Ls, what General you said in the secret letter true? My Great Zhou can also communicate with the spirit beasts on the northern snow mountains." The emperor didn't say anything. With the letter here, Uaotian was usually a steady person, so he naturally wouldn't pass false information. Beside him, the right Prime Minister Ji Hong shot a glance and said, "I'll believe that regardless of whether it's true or not, we can give it a try. Even if we fail, the Great Zhou will only lose some gifts." Hearing this, Wang Fuyu also came back to his senses and echoed, "That's indeed the case. Even if it's only a 0% chance, our Great Zhou has to give it a try. However, the candidates for the 100,000 Mountains, LSNT it a little inappropriate to let the heir of the Marquis of Southern Mountains go." In the letter, Yuaotian had already described everything that had happened. After all, it was not easy to send a letter from a long distance. Naturally, he had to explain everything in detail. Therefore, everyone in the court already knew about Li Yueming's proposal. Wang Fuyu raised an objection. "Lord Left Minister, what do you think is wrong?" The right Prime Minister Ji Hong stepped forward with a smile on his face. "Do you think that the son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains should only enjoy special privileges and not contribute to the Great Zhou?" After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, this is the suggestion of the son of the Marquis of South Peak himself. Since he has the heart to serve the country, how can we interfere?" Wang Fuyu glared at Ji Hong. For the sake of balance, the Great Zhou dynasty was divided into two prime ministers. There was no difference in position between the two prime ministers. The left prime minister was in charge of the Great Zhou's economy, while the right prime minister was in charge of the Great Zhou's military and political affairs. Its purpose was to balance the power of both parties. And it wasn't just a day or two that he and Ji Hong had been at odds with each other. Even some trivial matters were often squabbled in front of the emperor. The top 100,000 mountains were not a small matter. If they were not handled well, it might shake the foundation of the country. Therefore, it was even more impossible for Wang Fuyu to back down in front of Ji Hong. The Marquis of South Peak is still fighting a bloody battle at the border. How can we let his son take such a huge risk? If something were to happen to Li Yueming, how would Marquis South Peak view us and the imperial court? Everyone with discerning eyes knew that this mission to the 100,000 mountains was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. After all, the danger of the 100,000 mountains was self-evident. And now, with the Qin army's interference. To a certain extent, entering the 100,000 mountains rashly was no different from courting death. Therefore, when Wang Fuyu heard that the son of the Marquis of Nanyu, Li Yueming, was prepared to take the risk and head to the mountains, he was shocked. His first reaction was that it was not safe. Ji Hong smiled and said sarcastically, "Lord Left Minister, if I remember correctly, the Marquis of South Peak has always wanted to become in-laws with you. Now, before this is even over, you're already fighting for justice for your future son-in-law." Hearing this, Wang Fuyu's expression immediately changed. Regardless of whether this was true or false, if it was taken to the extreme, then he would lose his head. Therefore, he immediately stood up and retorted, "Ji Hong, I'm not doing this for personal gain. I'm doing this for the stability of the Great Zhou dynasty. Don't slander me." Ji Hong said with a serious expression, "I'll know you're in a hurry, but don't be anxious first. Didn't you see what general you said in the letter that this idea was the will of the son of the Marquis of Nanyu? What does this mean?" It meant that Marquis South Peak's family was loyal and that he was like a tiger father, like a dog son. This was a good thing. Chapter 389, The reactions of all parties shook the world. 3. Why are you standing out to stop us now to sow discord between the imperial court and Marquis South Peak? Ji Hong's words were laced with a spear and a stick. On the one hand, he attacked Wang Fuyu's evil intentions, and on the other hand, he emphasized that this was Li Yueming's personal wish, and he had completely removed the relationship between the imperial court and himself. Lastly, he would praise the loyalty of Marquis South Peak's family. If Wang Fuyu continued to stand up and cause trouble, would it indirectly mean that Wang Fuyu had smuggled goods? Seeing this situation, Wang Fuyu could only sigh. He wanted to help Marquis South Peak. But now, it was Li Yueming who suggested going to the 100,000 mountains. Even if he wanted to help, he had no idea where to start. He might even be dragged into the water by his arch-enemy. The higher the position, the more careful one had to be. Every word and action had to be considered for the overall situation. Otherwise, if they were not careful, it was still a light punishment. There were also many people who would be executed. Wang Fuyo lowered her head and stopped talking. Ji Hong was satisfied. He looked at the emperor who was sitting high not far away and reported, "Your Majesty, there is no time to lose at the northern border. There is no time to delay. Therefore, I think we should do as General Yu says." As for the son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains, not only did he discover and thwart the Qin army's plot, but he also thought of a way to resolve the crisis in the northern lands. Although it hasn't been put into practice, his initial intentions are good. To have such talent at such a young age is truly the fortune of our great Zhou. Therefore, in my opinion, you should be heavily rewarded. However, the Northlands is currently in a crisis. The specific rewards can be delayed slightly. We can decide after the situation has stabilized. As for the candidates for the Northlands, since it was the son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains who came up with the plan and volunteered himself, I think we can give him a chance to prove himself. After all, if we can really find a way to communicate with the spirit beasts of the 100,000 mountains, not only will the crisis in the northern lands be resolved, but it will also be a great thing for the great Zhou. Ji Hong spoke for a long time, but the recuperation was very clear. However, everyone in the imperial court was a shrewd person. Therefore, anyone with discerning eyes could tell that Ji Hong did not want the heir of the Marquis of South Mountains to be well. He clearly wanted to kill the heir of the Marquis of South Mountains. After all, the plan that the son of the Nanyu Lord had proposed sounded perfect. However, there was a crucial problem. That was how to communicate with the spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains. Since the Qin army dared to roam the northern lands after being discovered by the Great Zhou, it meant that the snow mountain spirit beasts were not easy to communicate with. Moreover, it was very likely that the methods that the Qin army had mastered would be difficult for other countries to replicate. Otherwise, a human could communicate with the spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains. How could the Six Nations have always regarded the 100,000 mountains as a forbidden zone for humans? Therefore, most of the officials felt that Li Yueming must have started to become arrogant because of his achievements. He didn't think that the plan he provided would really succeed. The Qin army had prepared for so long and used so many resources to make this happen. Even they felt helpless. If they were easily dealt with by a teenager like Li Yueming, what face would they have? However, since the best plan had already been reported, then the imperial court would definitely not give up. After all, this was indeed the best solution. If it could succeed, not only would they be able to resolve the crisis in the north in time, but they would also be able to take this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the morale of the Qin army. And the cost of completing this plan was just some insignificant gifts. Now, it was up to the emperor. If the emperor really agreed to Right Prime Minister Ji Hong's suggestion, then the implications were worth pondering. In the court, all the officials' gazes were focused on the emperor. The emperor sat upright, the imperial edict above his head covering his expression. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let me consider this matter a little more. You guys should first draft a report on how the Great Zhou should face the threat of the Qin army in the north." It was clear that the emperor knew the pros and cons of this and did not express his stance. Instead, he let the ministers discuss how the Qin army would deal with the south after opening the northern road. After all, whether or not he agreed to let Li Yueming go to the 100,000 mountains would represent the emperor's attitude towards the Marquis of South Peak. If the emperor did not have any other thoughts about the Marquis of South Peak, he naturally would not watch as Li Yueming headed to the danger zone. However, if the emperor had other thoughts, this would be a good opportunity. Right Prime Minister Ji Hong had been so radical just now because he was betting that the emperor had already decided to kill the Marquis of Southern Mountains and the Li family. Political decision-making and balancing. It was often through some clues that the whole situation would be affected. Finally, after the court meeting ended, all the ministers left the court. The emperor left Right Prime Minister Ji Hong alone and said, "Minister Ji, get the Ministry of War to draft a document and promote Li Yueming to the position of assistant minister. Let him be fully responsible for the communication this time. As for the things he needs, you must gather them and send them to him within a month. You must not be careless." Ji Hong's expression was somewhat ugly. After all, he wanted the emperor to make the decision in the beginning. At that time, even if he had to take the blame, the emperor would be there to help him. He was the right prime minister, and the Ministry of War was under his jurisdiction. Now that the emperor had asked him to draft a document, he was clearly preparing to push him out as a scapegoat. It would be strange if he could be happy. When he did not reply, the emperor suddenly said, "One heard that you have a son who failed to enter the cultivation academy." Hearing this, Ji Hong stood up and nodded respectfully. "Your Majesty, this child's aptitude is dull. He failed to enter the cultivation academy after taking the examination twice." The emperor smiled and said, "It's fine, it's fine. Minister Ji has worked hard for the country. How about this? I'll let Scholar Chi take your son as his disciple. How about it?" Ji Hong weighed the situation for a moment before he said, "One, thank your Majesty for your kindness. 0. In the second month, Li Yueming received a commendation from the higher UPS. Not only did he promote him to a 6th grade official, but he was also rewarded with a house. At the same time, along with the imperial edict came the military transport wagons. The car had already brought all the gifts that Li Yueming needed to go to the snow mountain. Seeing this situation, although Li Yueming looked friendly on the surface, however, in reality, the alarm bells had already rung in his heart. Obviously, the reason why he deliberately made Yueotian famous was that he had recommended himself. Other than this, no one else could do it. More importantly, he wanted to test the emperor's attitude towards him and the Li family. The official edict was written vaguely from beginning to end. It was obvious that the Bureau of Military Personnel did not want to bear this responsibility. However, since the things had been delivered, the higher UPS did not send anyone else to replace Li Yueming. The meaning was obvious. However, this was quite good. He wasn't afraid that the emperor wouldn't have any ideas about him, but he was afraid that the emperor's attitude was ambiguous. After all, it was most dangerous when he could not figure it out. Now that the emperor was the first to be unkind, then don't blame Li Yueming for being unrighteous. Chapter 390, 178, Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Part 1. In the northern lands, the wind blew for thousands of miles. Li Yueming brought the gifts from the Ministry of War and the many reincarnators under his command, preparing to head to the extremely cold snow mountain. Before he left, Yueotian stood at the door and looked at the group of young men who were riding their horses and whipping their horses. At this moment, there was no fear on their faces. He could only see the excitement of wanting to make a name for himself. In a trance, Yueotian seemed to see his past self in them. He was also like them, riding on the battlefield under the previous duke. However, they were still so young. As long as they grew up smoothly, they would definitely be the pillars of the great Zhou in the past. But now. Yet, he was willing to risk his life for the sake of the millions of people in the north. Thinking up to this point, Yueotian could not help but feel a little sour. Looking at the students not far away, he said slowly, "All of you, you must return safely." The young men on horseback still looked relaxed. "Don't worry, master. We're all cockroaches that can't be killed," someone said with a smile. Yueotian didn't understand what an unkillable cockroach meant. However, the smile on the young man's face still moved him. Indeed, a real man stood between heaven and earth. Life is vast and mighty, and death is vast and mighty. Why did he have to say such sad words? Therefore, Yueotian also smiled. He waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him took out jugs of turbid wine and handed them to everyone. After everyone had taken the wine jug, Uaotian took off the wine jug at his waist and laughed boldly. Lord Mo has been on the battlefield for a long time. As he spoke, he raised his head and downed a few taels of sake. Finally, he threw the finished wooden wine jug on the ground. The remaining wine in the gourd flew everywhere. Uaotian wiped his face and said, "Whether or not the tens of millions of people in the 18 northern counties can avoid the suffering of war depends on you." Not far away, Li Yueming also opened the wine pot and drank a mouthful. Fast. After he finished speaking, the group of people rode their horses and left Dingyuan City, officially heading north. In the past 2 months, the Qin army had frequently traveled back and forth between the 100,000 mountains and the northern lands, burning, killing, and pillaging. They had once again stockpiled quite a number of items. He probably wanted to continue negotiating with the spirit beasts on the snow mountain after saving enough gifts. Li Yueming had obtained enough gifts through the Great Zhou Empire. However, there were obviously a lot of gifts, so it was impossible to bring them with him. Similarly, in order to shrink the target and reduce the risk of being discovered by the wandering Qin army, Li Yueming firmly brought only a dozen reincarnators under his command. He did not bring any other officials or generals. The reason was that if the followers were too strong, they might arouse the vigilance of the Snow Mountain spirit beasts. It was just right for Spirit Pool and Origin Sea Realm cultivators like them to enter the 100,000 mountains. Although the group of people felt that it was not very safe. But after all, Li Yueming was the leader of this diplomatic mission. No one else had the power to influence his decision. Therefore, Li Yueming instructed Uaotian to transport the gifts to the Great Zhou city closest to the north and sent a large number of troops to guard it. He only had a few important items with him. If he was able to negotiate with the Snow Mountain spirit beasts, he would first offer these gifts as a gift. As for the specific gifts, there was a lot of room for operation. The Zhou dynasty didn't know what gifts the Qin army had prepared, so they had no choice but to give them whatever Li Yueming said. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming didn't stand on ceremony with the emperor at all. After all, the death row criminals still had a bowl of courage wine before they left. This group of dogs in the imperial court wanted him to sell his life. She had to coax him first. Not to mention all kinds of nourishing natural treasures, Li Yueming's list had a full carriage. There were also more than 10 top-grade cultivation techniques and more than 10 mystic-grade weapons. After leaving Dingyuan City, everyone's spiritual horses traveled to the vast Gobi Desert in the distance. Li Yueming took out all the cultivation techniques and the mystic weapons. The eyes of the surrounding reincarnators lit up when they saw this. These were all treasures. There were even some top-grade ones that could be brought back to the real world. The group of people were all extremely envious. It was a pity that these were all for the Snow Mountain spirit beasts. For a moment, many reincarnators did not know whether to snatch these things and run away, or to hold back the greed in their hearts and cast a long line to catch a big fish. Without a doubt, these treasures were already enough to make their hearts skip a beat. The Dharma treasures and spiritual medicines in this world were divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Every 4 levels were counted as 1 level. Ordinary magic treasures and spirit herbs were generally of the yellow grade. Correspondingly, yellow-ranked spirit herbs and magic treasures could be effective on cultivators at the Qi Transformation, Foundation Establishment, Spirit Pool, and Origin Sea realms. Only magic treasures and spirit herbs that could be effective on cultivators at the True Form realm, Spirit Concentration realm, Void Refinement realm, and Origin Returning realm could be classified into profound grades. Similarly, only magic treasures and spirit medicines that could produce effects on cultivators at the Divine Aperture, Heavenly Tribulation, Nirvana, and Ascension realm could be classified as heaven grade. Generally speaking, heaven-ranked magic treasures could only be found by chance. Even in the entire 6 nations, cultivators who possessed heaven-ranked magic treasures were as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns. Most ordinary cultivators would only be able to see the treasures of a lower grade. Chapter 391, 178, Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Part 2. And now, Li Yueming was holding a mystic magic treasure in his hand. It could be said to be a priceless treasure. Most importantly, he had taken more than 10 of them. How could it not make the group of reincarnators drool? However, if he really made a move, then there would probably be no place for them in the entire Great Zhou. However, the group of reincarnators were lawless people, so they naturally did not have so many concerns. As long as the benefits were sufficient, they could even join the Qin army thousands of miles away. Therefore, the only thing that made them hesitate was that they couldn't win with Li Yueming. After all, following behind Li Yueming, the Chosen One, was like playing a game with Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. As long as he was in charge of going up and dealing the damage, the normal missions would be easy. However, if they were to snatch Li Yueming's things now, he would definitely have a death grudge with Li Yueming. In the future, not only would he not be able to make a living with Li Yueming, but he might also become Li Yueming's mortal enemy. They had to carefully consider the consequences. However, just as the eyes of the group of reincarnators flickered, they did not know if they were going to turn hostile and snatch the things. Li Yueming, who had taken out the treasure, glanced around and handed all the cultivation techniques and weapons to them. He said, "Here, these are the treasures I obtained from the imperial court." Hearing this, all the reincarnators could not believe their ears. What the hell? Weren't these treasures sent by the imperial court to be gifted to the Snow Mountain spirit beasts? Li Yueming actually wanted them to take it and share it with him? Good fellow! In this day and age, were all the natives of the Chosen Ones so extravagant? He actually embezzled the imperial court's things? Of course, although the group of reincarnators had 10,000 question marks in their hearts. He was also very shocked by Li Yueming's wild methods. However, looking at the treasures that Li Yueming distributed, he still swallowed his saliva. F***ck. It was too fragrant. They didn't seem to have paid anything too outrageous. He was really just a passerby with Li Yueming. The most dangerous time was when he was almost caught by a truth realization state cultivator. Compared to their bountiful harvest, this risk could be said to be completely non-existent. But now, Li Yueming had easily given each of them a mystic grade treasure. It was simply too awesome. After getting the treasure, Ding Yi's eyes lit up. "Your Highness, we will be your guards from now on. If you point east, we will definitely not go west." Once upon a time, there was a guy who called himself a traveler on the Reincarnator Forum doing a mission on an unknown continent. In the end, he met a beautiful and rich woman with the word destiny. He left behind a classic sentence that was passed down from generation to generation, "Lma dog in the god." At that time, it caused the envy and jealousy of many reincarnators. Now, after following Li Ming for so long, Ding Yi and the others also wanted to say the famous saying, "Lm the dog of His Royal Highness." Moreover, they all felt extremely guilty for their rash thoughts just now. Look at how thick the crown prince's thigh was. Moreover, he was always thinking about them. He would really give them any treasures. They had actually measured a gentleman's belly with their petty hearts just now. He was considering whether he should snatch these treasures from the prince. Even with the face of a reincarnator that was like a city wall, he could not help but feel a burning sensation at this moment. The sin was simply too grave. Fortunately, he didn't do this kind of suffocating action. Point 0. After distributing the treasures, Li Yueming led the group of reincarnators and continued to walk north. After this incident, it was obvious that the loyalty and recognition of the group of cultivators towards Li Yueming had increased by a large margin. After all, it was not easy to follow a good leader these days. It was not easy to work for a rich and generous leader like Li Yueming. How could Li Yueming get so many mystic grade treasures for them? In the future, when they became stronger, wouldn't everyone have a heaven-grade treasure? Many reincarnators had already made up their minds. They had to hold on to Li Yueming's thick leg tightly. Li Yueming did this on purpose. After all, the only ones who could stand on the same side as them were these lawless reincarnators. Li Yueming didn't really care about the treasures that were distributed. After all, the Li family was also a super family. Although he was not as wealthy as the imperial palace or the imperial court, he was not lacking in treasures. As long as he could grow up smoothly, all kinds of treasures would be his. On the way, Wang Linlin followed behind Li Yueming and watched as Li Yueming distributed all the treasures to the Snow Mountain Spirit Beast King. She couldn't help but worry, "Your Highness, let's enter the Snow Mountain empty-handed, lsnt it not good." Li Yueming rode on a tall horse and walked in front. He turned around and said with a smile, "What's wrong with that?" Wang Linlin tilted her head and thought. In fact, under normal circumstances, she would never say anything. However, the current situation was slightly different. Therefore, she finally said, "We've divided all the treasures. If we really find the King of Snow Mountain, what should we give him as a gift?" Li Yueming thought for a moment and replied, "Spirit beasts don't lack weapons for humans, right? As for the greeting gift, I think I'm the best greeting gift." Chapter 392, 178, Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Part 3. Wang Linlin was speechless. She glanced at Li Ming. Although he didn't know what he was up to. However, since Li Yueming had already considered this, it meant that he should have been prepared for it. Therefore, she had nothing more to say. The dozen or so riders spent half a month to cross the north. Soon, the extremely cold snow mountain appeared in front of everyone. From afar, it was a world of ice and snow. The pure white mountains of the snow mountain range towered into the clouds, as if they were connected to the world. He couldn't see the end. Legend had it that at the highest point of the snowy mountain, there was a holy temple made of ice and snow. The temple might have recorded the civilization before the creation of the ancient times. Because of this, many cultivators had risked their lives to enter the snowy mountains over the years, hoping to climb all the way to see the legendary holy temple. But until now, the legend was still a legend. There was no concrete evidence to prove that there really was a palace on the peak of the snowy mountain. It wasn't that no one could climb the snow mountain. According to rumors, tens of thousands of years ago, the human emperor Tian Du clan had climbed to the highest point of the snowy mountain. However, according to his description, the highest peak of the extremely cold snow mountain was a glacier that was nearly 10,000 meters tall. It was like a sword that pierced through heaven and earth. Even cultivators in the soaring realm would feel as if their entire body had fallen into an ice cave after climbing a few thousand meters. Even the spiritual chi in their bodies would be frozen. The human emperor of the Tian Du clan finally climbed up, but according to his description, the top of the snow mountain was bare. Of course, this had nothing to do with Li Yueming and the others. With their current strength, they could not even deal with the spirit beasts in the snow mountain, let alone the extremely cold glacier that was unknown how high it was. After a little preparation, he added a few more pieces of leather jacket. Li Yueming and the others drove the spiritual horses away, and the dozen of them began to climb the mountain on foot. The spiritual horse was produced in the Qin land. Although its fur had the effect of resisting low temperatures, the temperature near the extremely cold snow mountain was not low at all. The spiritual horse could not withstand such cold. In addition, the spirit horse's body emitted some unnecessary aura. It might attract the attention of spirit beasts. Therefore, driving them back was the best choice. In any case, the well-trained spiritual horses would find their own way back. Point 0. In general, the extremely cold snow mountain was divided into 3 regions. There were many pine trees and spruce trees growing in the outermost area, and the temperature was still acceptable. Most of the spirit beasts that lived there were around the Origin Sea realm. The middle layer was even colder. The plants that grew here were mainly some herbs that could resist the cold. Most of the spirit beasts were at truth realization state or spirit concentration state. The innermost region was where the extremely cold glacier was located. The environment there was extremely cold. Almost no animals or plants could survive. However, if a living creature was found, it would be a super ferocious beast at the void refinement realm or above. The snowy mountain was very large, and there were many types of spirit beasts living there. Every region would have a beast king. They ruled over the territories in their respective territories, as well as the many spirit beasts under the territories. Now, Li Yueming and the others were looking for the outer and middle layers of the northern lands and the beast kings. As for the beast kings in the inner layer of the extreme cold glacier, not to mention Li Yueming and the others, even Qin Jun probably didn't dare to go up and find trouble. Moreover, if they were just borrowing the path like the Qin army, as long as he found the beast kings in the outermost circle of the snow mountain, he should be able to deal with them. After entering the snow mountain, they walked for about 3 days. Li Yueming did not go straight to the beast king in the snow mountain. Instead, he was prepared to find traces of the Qin army and see what the situation was like. After all, although Li Yueming boasted to the public, he was only looking for a reasonable and legal name for his actions. He had not mastered the skill of communicating with spirit beasts. He wanted to successfully communicate with the spirit beast. He still had to learn more from the beast tamers in the Qin army. What was this called? This was called learning from the barbarians to subdue them. Of course, the reason why Li Yueming was willing to take such a risk was because he had ventured thousands of miles into the tiger's den. Naturally, he would not be so kind as to help the great Zhou. If he could master the method of communicating with spirit beasts. With Li Yueming's infinite deduction talent, he could definitely become a beast tamer and tie all the spirit beasts in the north to his chariot. At that time, as long as his own strength grew, the entire world would be his. On the 4th day, a group of people were still chasing after the Qin army's tracks in the snow. After the tireless efforts of a group of people, finally, Li Yueming and the others found the place where the Qin army had set up camp. Outside the pine forest, 50,000 Qin soldiers set up tents. At this moment, they were cooking. Li Yueming and the others found an inconspicuous position and observed in secret. The Qin army probably never dreamed that there would be soldiers of the Great Zhou who dared to venture deep into the 100,000 mountains. Therefore, although the security of their patrols was still very tight, they were all defensive circles set up against spirit beasts. The number of troops defending the soldiers was very small, and the soldiers were also very loose. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming and the others squatted in the distance to observe, but they did not attract the attention of the enemy scouts and hidden sentries. The commotion caused by tens of thousands of people cooking was quite big. However, Li Yueming could clearly see that there were spirit beasts spying on them, but most of them only watched from afar for a moment before leaving. Obviously, the beast kings that the Qin army had good relations with and communicated with should be the outermost layer. Chapter 393, 178, Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Part 4. It was only because of this that they were not attacked by wild beasts. He waited for a few hours. After the Qin army finished eating, they began to gather. In the military camp, the 2 young men that Li Yueming and the others had seen before also appeared among the soldiers. The young man with a fox on his shoulder had an extraordinary status. The other young man was extremely respectful to him. Seeing this scene, Li Yueming and the others already had some understanding in their hearts. The young man with the fox on his shoulder should be the beast tamer, and the other young man wearing a reddish-brown python robe, if they guessed correctly, was probably one of the 12 sons of the king of Qin. After the army gathered, 1/3 of them headed north. This group of soldiers was wearing armor and holding weapons. They were probably the Qin army that was preparing to pillage the Great Zhou dynasty. The other 1/3 of the soldiers wore thick clothes. He carried the 3 huge boxes and buried his head into the depths of the snow. As for the last 1/3 of the soldiers, they would stay in the camp. Clearly, the Qin army had become more vigilant after the incident with the burning of the base camp. Even though they were in dire need of manpower and resources, they still left 1/3 of their forces behind in the base camp to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming and the others naturally did not have the chance to kill and set fire to the second time. Fortunately, Li Yueming didn't have such thoughts. After all, the last time Dingyuan City was set on fire, it was because they could not let the Qin army live too comfortably. Now that the Qin army had been driven into the snowy mountains, Li Yueming would not be too kind to burn down their base camp. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Yueming didn't want to let the Qin army die. After all, he was still counting on the Qin army to complete his goal. If he used some insidious tricks to hurt them in advance, who would still play with him? He definitely couldn't make them too miserable. Therefore, after the 2 young men from the Qin army led the team into the depths of the snow mountain, Li Yueming and the group of reincarnators followed behind them, wanting to see how far their negotiation and communication had progressed. The Qin army in the 100,000 mountains was far from being as fish in water as the outside world thought. In fact, it was a mistake to describe it as a fish in water. If it was to be careful, it might be more appropriate. Compared to the beasts in the 100,000 mountains, the human race did not have an overwhelming advantage. If all the human races in the 6 states could unite, perhaps he could even easily suppress the spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains. However, the human race had been in internal strife all year round, and a unified country had yet to appear. The spirit beasts would also be at odds with each other due to territory and food. However, spirit beasts were more sensitive to the concept of territory and race than humans. They also seemed to have a better tacit understanding of unity in dealing with outsiders. Therefore, after entering the 100,000 mountains, if a human accidentally offended a certain beast clan, then, it was very likely that they would be attacked by many spirit beasts. Therefore, the Qin army's movements were exceptionally slow. Firstly, they could not harm the spirit beasts in the snow mountain. Secondly, they could not go too deep into the territory of certain races. To prevent unnecessary hostility, Li Yueming and the others could only follow patiently. They had fewer people, so they did not have to worry so much. They followed behind Qin Jun for about 2 hours. On the way, they passed through a dense pine forest and a sparse shrub forest. Finally, the Qin army arrived at a valley. The soldiers placed the boxes they were carrying on the ground and opened them. Inside were all kinds of jewelry and shiny gold ornaments. They were probably all plundered from the Great Zhou during this period of time. The young beastmaster revealed a fawning smile. After ordering a few soldiers to take out all the treasures in the chest, he walked towards the valley alone. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming and the others instantly understood what the Qin army was doing. If there were no accidents, the beast kings on the outskirts of the snow mountain should be living in this valley. I wonder how much progress the beast tamer has made on the beast king? He looked at the valley not far away. Li Yueming's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Now, the emperor had already shown his killing intent towards the Li family. This time, the emperor's acquiescence to him heading to the 100,000 mountains was the best proof. And as time passed, this hidden killing intent would only become more and more obvious. After all, the northwest border was often invaded by the Qin army, so it had quite an independent power. In times of emergency, they could even appoint some generals without the imperial court's decree. In addition to some reasons that he did not know for the time being, the emperor had already revealed some bad hints to Li Yueming when he first met him. Therefore, Zhou Tianzi was even more wary of the Li family. Now, Li Yueming was growing in the northern army, while Li Nanfan's prestige in the western frontier was growing. The emperor would only become more and more wary of the Li family. Therefore, there was not much time left for Li Yueming to prepare. He had to arm himself as much as possible. Of course, it was impossible to raise one's combat strength to the peak in such a short period of time in this fantasy world. Therefore, Li Yueming could only find another way. Since he could not increase his personal combat strength in a short period of time, he could only use the Great Zhou's throat to intimidate him. Once he succeeded. For a short period of time, it was enough to protect himself and his family. And now, the Beast King in the valley in front of him was the ultimate goal of Li Yueming, who risked his life to come to the snow mountain. As long as he could play this move well, then all the killer moves in the chess game could be temporarily solved. So far, everything was ready, all that was left was the east wind. Chapter 394, The Beast Tamer's Plan, The Extreme Frost Snow Fox. 1. Outside the snowy valley, a group of Qin soldiers stood guard on the cold ground, stretching their necks to look into the valley. He was afraid that he would miss something. About 10 minutes later, the beast tamer returned with a group of soldiers. The 9th prince, who was dressed in luxurious clothes among the army, hurriedly went up to welcome him. The two of them chatted for a long time. Judging from the 9th prince's disappointed expression, this trip should not have gone as smoothly as he had imagined. The treasure had been taken, but the conditions had yet to be discussed. The 9th prince was so angry that he was about to turn silly. Looking at the valley not far away, he couldn't help but feel ruthless. When the Qin army destroyed the 6 states and unified the world, he would be the first to trample the many spirit beasts on the snowy mountain. It was simply humiliating. After being furious for a while, the 9th prince could only give up for now. He was prepared to collect a few more supplies to try again. If he still could not succeed, he would have to return to Great Qin and think of a way. Of course. He thought of his current terrible situation. The 9th prince also bore a grudge against the Great Zhou dynasty and the group of people who had burned down Dingyuan city. After all, if they hadn't ruined his plans, by now, he should have succeeded long ago. Why would he still need to suffer in this ice snow? However, although the 9th prince was very unhappy, he was still very worried. However, she didn't show much on her face. After all, he still had to rely on the beast tamer to charge forward for him. He had to show enough sincerity and courtesy. Moreover, he was the supreme commander of this Qin army. Exposing too much of his personal emotions was not conducive to the stability of the army. Point 0. Of course, what he didn't know was, the beast tamer whom he regarded as a tool also had a meaningful expression on his face at this moment. As a rare profession among reincarnators, it was a rare profession. No matter which world they went to, beast tamers were still considered relatively popular. After all, the way they increased their strength was different from most reincarnators of the personal power realm. Most of the reincarnators of the personal power side increased their strength by strengthening their bodies, but the way they increased their strength and strengthened themselves was to ride wild beasts. As a result, their profession rarely involved themselves. In terms of seizing resources, they did not even have to clash with ordinary reincarnators. After all, the world was very big and there were very few beast tamers. There were a lot of resources for them to develop. It was the same this time. After the beast tamers who had come to this fantasy world with him had some ability, they all thought of ways to contact each other through special means. In the end, he chose the most powerful Qin country among the 6 countries as his vassal. Other than completing the main mission of helping the state of Qin conquer the world, what they were most envious of was none other than the spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains. It was precisely because of this that the beast tamers led by him discussed for a long time and finally came up with this move. Naturally, opening up the 100,000 mountains was just an excuse. In fact, their true purpose of coming here was to borrow the power of the state of Qin to plan an initial beast pet with sufficient talent for themselves. After all, a beast tamer could only display powerful combat strength after having a beast pet. The potential of an initial beast pet meant the potential of a beast tamer's future growth. Thus, he naturally had to choose carefully. At that moment, the dozen or so beast tamers who were with him had already found their initial beast pets in the 100,000 mountains. As the leader, he still had not succeeded. It was not because he was not strong enough, but because he was too strong. Hence, his foresight was exceptionally high. Most of the other beast tamers chose rare spirit beasts. However, he had his eyes fixed on the beast king on the outermost layer of the snowy mountain. It was an extremely cold snow fox with a snow-white body. This kind of snow fox was not unique to this fantasy world. Some other high-level fantasy planets would have similar species. However, no matter which world it was in, it would be a different world. The extreme cold snow fox was the top existence in the pet chain of animal controllers. With his strength in other worlds, they could forget about getting their hands on the Arctic snow fox. After all, any Arctic snow fox in that race could easily turn him around and crush him 10,000 times. However, for some reason, in this world, an extreme weak individual suddenly dared. Of course, this extremely weak was only compared to the other powerful individuals of the Arctic snow fox. In this world, he was already a spirit focus realm beast king. This discovery naturally made him ecstatic. According to his guess, if nothing went wrong, this extreme cold snow fox was very likely to have drifted over from another world. It might be because of some special reasons that he had ended up in this world. And now, in order to subdue this snow fox, he was going all out. He did not hesitate to start his crazy deception mode, constantly deceiving and tricking the 9th prince of the state of Qin, making the 9th prince, who thought he was smart, mobilize his army to crazily collect treasures. Nominally, it was to open up a path to the snowy mountain. In fact, he had given them all to the Arctic snow fox. Just to win the favor of the extreme cold snow fox. He had no choice. Right now, his strength was far from enough. He was simply unable to force this spirit beast to acknowledge him as its master. He could only try to get a good impression of her by giving her gifts and see if he could achieve his goal. Unfortunately, this Arctic snow fox seemed to be a little difficult to deal with. He tried his best but still could not get enough favorable impression points. Of course. The most unbearable thing was that the Great Zhou had burned down the warehouse back then. Otherwise, Ding Yuan City would have prepared so many treasures. Chapter 395, The Beast Tamer's Plan, The Extreme Frost Snow Fox. 2. There should be something that could please that fox. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Point 0. After the 9th prince left with his army, the two of them were about to leave. Li Yueming and the others, who were hiding outside the valley, were not in a hurry to leave. About half an hour later, Li Yueming discovered that many snow-white foxes had appeared in the valley. This group of foxes was not only extremely handsome. It was also very spiritual. A small number of them could even see the intelligence of humans. After thinking for a while, Li Yueming prepared to get up and walk out of the hiding place. Seeing this situation, the group of reincarnators were a little surprised. Wang Linlin even asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, you can communicate with wild beasts?" Hearing this, Li Yueming replied with a strange expression, "I'm a human, not a beast. I don't know the language of beasts, so how can I communicate with beasts?" He denied it as a matter of course. For a moment, Wang Linlin felt her entire body go numb. She couldn't help but open her eyes and say, "Then wouldn't it be very dangerous for us to expose our whereabouts now?" It wasn't that she liked to dwell on a certain problem. It was just that this question was really important. After all, their greatest advantage was that the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. Now, Li Yueming had rushed to the front of the spirit beasts in the valley, but he was unable to communicate with the spirit beasts. Other than alerting the enemy, it might even arouse the hostility of the spirit beasts. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like there was any benefit. However, Li Yueming only smiled. "Don't worry, I have my own plan." He really didn't have the ability to communicate with wild beasts like a beast tamer. But he had unlimited deduction talent. As long as he could see what method the beast tamer used to communicate with the spirit beast and ensure that the beast king did not have too much hostility towards humans for the time being, Li Yueming could deduce it according to the relevant methods. As long as he was given enough time to interact with her, he could even determine the other party's intentions without dialogue, just through the spirit beast's eyes and actions. After all, even if it was a spirit beast, when he revealed emotions similar to anger, happiness, satisfaction, and doubt, there would also be a fixed form of expression. With this information, Li Yueming, who had unlimited deductions, could already complete the basic communication. He didn't even wait for the group of people to respond. Li Yueming stood up and walked out of the snow. The foxes in the valley were all shocked when they saw the human who suddenly appeared not far away. However, after seeing Li Yueming and the others clearly, then, he revealed a human-like look of doubt. In their eyes, Li Yueming and the Qin army were both humans, and they were both wearing thick clothes. Other than the difference in clothes, there was not much difference. But didn't that group of humans just leave? Why were there still a few who hadn't left? A few foxes opened their mouths and whimpered at Li Yueming for a long time. However, Li Yueming had never learned a foreign language before, so he naturally couldn't communicate with her. However, this didn't stop Li Yueming from expressing his goodwill. After all, the Qin army had already laid the foundation for their relationship. As long as he wasn't viewed with hostility by the spirit beasts, Li Yueming had a way to walk a different path. Li Yueming's hand slipped, and in the next second, a white and tender 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng appeared in his hand. Li Yueming threw the 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng into the snow. He pointed at the large spirit ginseng on the ground and then pointed at the valley. The group of snow foxes turned to look at the valley, then lowered their heads to look at the spirit ginseng. Then, he came to a realization. Then, he picked up the spirit ginseng and walked into the valley. Seeing that the group of people behind them did not follow, the group of spirit beasts stopped and waited for a moment. Li Yueming was clearly prepared for this. Thus, when the group of spirit beasts led the way, he immediately followed them. Only the group of reincarnators were left with their mouths wide open and dumbfounded. Good fellow! The group of reincarnators were shocked by this action. Under the circumstances where they couldn't communicate, Li Yueming actually used spirit herbs as a guide. Moreover, it was just right when Qin Jun had just left after delivering the treasures. This way, even if they didn't need to communicate, the group of spirit beasts quickly understood what Li Yueming meant. They might even mistake them for the Qin army. Through the good relationship they had with the Qin army, they could naturally meet the beast kings in the valley. This move could only be said with one word. That was absolute. No wonder he was the chosen one. His brain worked really fast. Li Yueming and the rest followed behind the spirit beasts and quickly entered the valley. The temperature of the snowy mountain was extremely cold. However, this valley was a rare paradise. It was a warm and pleasant place. He stepped into it. It was still snowing outside, but hundreds of flowers were blooming in the valley. Not only were there exuberant plants, there was also a clear spring water flowing out. At the same time, everyone could still feel a surge of pure spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was mixed with wisps of fragrance. It was intoxicating. Obviously, this was a rare treasure land. Probably only the Beast King and the tribes under the Beast King were qualified to enjoy such a land of treasures. At the periphery of the valley, there were only a few flowers and flowing water. The animal that lived the most was the fox. It could be said that he had poked the fox's nest. When they passed by, the foxes all over the mountain looked over. Chapter 396, The Beast Tamer's Plan, The Extreme Frost Snow Fox. Part 3. Among them, there were several foxes whose auras were quite powerful. The group of people passed through the fox pile and finally entered the valley. Not far away, a crude building attracted the attention of Li Yueming and the others. It was a totem made of stones. It had pointy ears and a long nose, forming the outline of a fox. On the ground not far away, the boxes that Qin Jun had left behind were still there. Dozens of foxes were rummaging through the boxes, probably picking out the treasures inside. Coincidentally, the Qin army was more practical. The boxes were filled with shiny jewelry. Therefore, the current situation was a group of foxes with different fur colors carrying all kinds of human jewelry. From afar, it looked golden and noble. Well, how should he describe this scene? It was quite strange. There was a trace of absurdity in the fantasy. It was really the old cow flying in the sky. The deepest part of the valley was also where the sweet spring water flowed out. A fox with snow-white fur was lying in a nest made of spiritual herbs. He seemed to be resting. Sensing that Li Yueming and the others had entered the valley, the snow-white fox wagged its tail twice and opened its ruby-like eyes. He stared at the human beneath his feet. The snow-white fox stood up and spoke in the human language, human. It spoke in the voice of a human woman. It sounded crisp and pleasant, but it sounded very indifferent. It was like the 10,000-year-old ice on an extremely cold glacier, so cold that it made people feel cold to the bone. Hearing this snow-white fox's words, everyone, including Li Yueming, was stunned. What the hell was going on? The spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains had their own spirituality and simple social order. But since when did he evolve to the point where he could speak? According to the records of this world from ancient times to the present, spirit beasts were in existence between intelligent creatures and non-intelligent creatures. He shouldn't be able to speak human language. So, was it the human who had an affair, or was it the spirit beast who had an affair? This was simply heartless and unreasonable. However, no matter what, this unknown beast king could speak human language. It was definitely a great thing for them. After all, those who could communicate were civilizations, and those who could not communicate were beasts. The difference was huge. He finally came to his senses. Li Yueming revealed a trace of joy and said, "Hello, Beast King. We represent the great Zhou dynasty of the human race. We want to be on good terms with you for generations and form an alliance with you." The snow-white fox glanced at Li Yueming. After looking at it for a while, she said with a hint of charm, "Don't call me Beast King, call me Lord Snow Fox." Li Yueming glanced at the fox not far away. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Damn it, you're clearly a spirit beast. Why are you calling me Lord?" However, at this moment, the situation was clearly stronger than the person. Therefore, he could only say respectfully, "Lord Snow Fox." The white fox was obviously happy to hear this. He shook his tail and continued, "You're different from the ugly guy from before who gave you a treasure that didn't suit his taste and had evil intentions. At least you're good looking. How about this, if you are willing to stay here and accompany this king can consider befriending the human countries called Great Zhou." Li Yueming, concealment. The group of reincarnators was speechless. Actually, before coming to the valley, everyone, including Li Yueming, was mentally prepared. To them, the worst outcome would be the breakdown of the negotiations. With their abilities, although they were unable to fight against the many spirit beasts on the outskirts of the snow mountain, they were still able to resist. However, if he only wanted to escape, it should not be a problem. After all, they were all reincarnators. To be able to roam so many worlds, they would at least have some life-saving skills. However, the development of the matter was completely beyond their expectations. And this matter seemed to be developing in a strange direction. Not only could this snow fox speak the human language, but it had also taken a fancy to Li Yueming, the son of the Marquis of South Peak. Could it be that His Royal Highness was going to sacrifice himself to complete this mission that others thought was impossible? Thinking about it, it felt a little exciting. Especially Wang Linlin. Her eyes were shining so brightly that they looked like light bulbs. Of course, Li Yueming didn't have the time to care about them. The snow-white fox in the valley could actually speak, which was far beyond Li Yueming's expectations. However, after a short period of confusion, Li Yueming had already regained his senses. When they entered the valley just now, there were many foxes outside. However, whether it was from the color of its fur or its body, the two of them did not seem to be foxes of the same species at all. If it was not a genetic mutation, then this white fox might have some other background. Of course, these were not things that Li Yueming needed to consider for the time being. After thinking for a while, Li Yueming said, "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Snow Fox. Of course, I'm willing to stay and accompany you. However, the weather in this snowy land is too cold. I still have my parents at home. I really can't stay here for long." Hearing this, the white snow fox's voice immediately turned cold. A powerful pressure erupted from the seemingly weak body. It looked down at Li Yueming and said coldly, "Since that's the case, don't mention the alliance anymore. Before this king gets angry, quickly scram." However, Li Yueming did not leave. It wasn't that he didn't know what was good for him, but that he had already found the white snow fox's weakness through his infinite deduction talent. After all, it was a spiritual beast that could speak human language and had clear logic. Even in the 100,000 mountains, where spirit beasts were as common as clouds, it was the only scorpion poop. In addition, it seemed to want him to stay and accompany it, which meant that its intelligence was extraordinary. Under such circumstances, instead of saying that it was a spirit beast, it was better to say that it was actually no different from a human. He would also be lonely. Standing guard in the vast ice and snow, he could only see his own kind of bored creatures. How could he not be tempted by something from the human world? Therefore, Li Yueming smiled and said, "Wait a moment. I have also brought some treasures for Lord Snow Fox. Why don't we ask Lord Snow Fox to take a look at the treasures before making a decision?" Hearing this, the Snow Fox obviously did not show any interest. However, she didn't ask him to scram. He glanced at the jewelry box that had been rummaged through by a group of foxes not far away. Snow Fox said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. If your present is also this kind of junk, you'd better leave before my mood turns bad." Chapter 397, Great Hoodwinkerly, the Qin Army in Disaster. 1. He looked at the disdainful white fox not far away. Obviously, the gifts that the Qin army had sent over did not satisfy her. Otherwise, the Qin army would not have to plunder around in this cold weather. However, Li Yueming was obviously more confident about this. Under the white fox's gaze, Li Yueming took out several small jars from his pocket. The white fox looked puzzled. Obviously, she didn't understand what Li Yueming had taken out. She was used to seeing gold, silver, jewelry, and all kinds of spiritual herbs. To her, these things were not attractive at all. Jewelry was nothing more than some glowing stones. As for spirit herbs and spirit medicines, they could be seen everywhere in the snowy mountains. That group of humans could only use these messy things to fool the ignorant ones in her territory. However, he could not deceive her. She occupied the vast land outside the snowy mountain and ruled hundreds of tribes, big and small. He didn't lack anything. However, the small jar in Li Yueming's hand was really rare. At least, she had never seen it before. Therefore, it successfully piqued her curiosity. Under the gazes of the reincarnators and the fox, Li Yueming slowly opened the first small jar in his hand. There were some crystal particles in the jar. The shape and color of the particles were all different. They looked soft and shiny. Li Yueming opened the small jar and poured out a few oddly shaped things from inside. He revealed a treasure-like expression and said, "Lord Snow Fox, this is the candy of human society. Eating this item has the magical effect of making people happy. If you are interested, you can try it." He looked at the magical particle called candy in Li Yueming's palm. The white fox's eyes revealed some doubt as she said, "Human, do you know the consequences of lying to this king?" Li Yueming smiled and said calmly, "Lord Snow Fox, why don't you try it first?" Hearing this, the expression on the white fox's face was clearly moved. After all, the candy in Li Yueming's hand looked crystal clear. Under the sunlight, it even reflected a hint of an alluring color. One look at it and it made one feel very appetizing. Really? Eating it can actually make people happy. The white fox was a little skeptical, but with her cautious nature, she forcefully suppressed her curiosity. After wagging her tail twice, she raised her head and continued, "I heard that you humans are full of tricks. The candy with such magical effects won't be poisonous, right?" As she spoke, she lowered her head and looked at Li Yueming coldly. "Take 2 pills first. After you're sure there's no problem, give it to this king." Li Yueming naturally did not hesitate and stuffed all the candies that he had just poured into his mouth. After chewing for a moment, he swallowed it. Seeing this, White Fox was relieved. He swung his soft and fluffy snow-white tail again and raised his chin. "Since that's the case, bring it over and let this king take a look." She had already tried her best to act as calm as possible. However, her tail that was constantly wagging had long betrayed her true emotions. It was obvious that he was already a little impatient. At this moment, the group of reincarnators behind Li Yueming were all dumbfounded. Good fellow! They had been wondering why Li Yueming dared to enter the valley where the Beast King was without bringing any gifts. One had to know that even the beast tamer had made sufficient preparations before heading to the valley. There were already several boxes of gifts. They just rushed in empty-handed. Wouldn't he be chased out? Only now did he know that Li Yueming had such a trick up his sleeve. Giving candy to a dignified beast king. All right, although it sounded a little strange. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make some sense. So, how did His Highness' head grow? Could it be different from their structure? Of course, they don't know the truth. Li Yueming does the truth, they prepare the truth, they go to the truth. Now, he had only taken out one type. After handing the jar of candy to the Arctic Spirit Fox, Li Yueming respectfully took 2 steps back and smiled. The Snow Fox curiously used its claws to pull at the jar for a moment. This wasn't enough, so he sniffed it again. Finally, he carefully put a candy into his mouth. After swallowing the candy, the Snow Fox smacked its mouth a few times and closed its eyes to savor it for a moment. Her ruby-like eyes narrowed into a line. Clearly, he was intoxicated. Li Yueming was not in a hurry. Anyway, he had plenty of time at the moment. If he wasn't worried that something would happen to his family, he would have no problem staying in this snowy mountain for 3 to 5 years. Of course, the Snow Fox did not make him wait too long. After taking out another candy from the jar and putting it into its mouth, the Snow Fox said, "Humph! Your gift is not bad. If this king is willing to form an alliance with the Great Zhou, how many candies can you give me every month?" Li Yueming smiled. He had thought that this beast king would be difficult to deal with, but he did not expect that a box of candy would charm her so much that she could not turn away Dak. As expected. Many times, the gift was not the gift itself. Instead, it was the difference in human relations and information. After thinking for a while, Li Yueming extended 5 fingers to the Arctic spiritual fox. The Snow Fox was stunned for a moment before it said somewhat unwillingly, "Just 5? Can you give me a little more? 10 pills, no, 8 is good too." Chapter 398, Great Hoodwinkerly, the Qin Army in Disaster. 2. Li Yueming didn't know what to say. "Please, you're a dignified beast king. Can't you have some confidence?" Candies were definitely worthless in the human world. Even if Li Yueming's soft sweets were specially made by him, they were still worthless. However, the Snow Fox obviously did not know. She thought that this was some priceless treasure. When she heard that Li Yueming gave her 5 pills a month, she was very unwilling. Behind him, the group of reincarnators felt numb. To be honest, they had traveled through many worlds and seen many incredible things. However, the scene of Li Yueming holding a box of candy to trick the Beast King still made them feel that it was ridiculous. On the other hand, Li Yueming had a good mentality. He quickly reacted and coughed twice. Yes. Lord Snow Fox, what I mean is that you can give me 5 cans every month. Hearing this, the Snow Fox was stunned. A moment later, he said with a look of disbelief, "Really?" Li Yueming nodded. The Snow Fox immediately took out the jar again. After carefully counting the number of candies in the jar, it raised its head with a satisfied expression and said, "All right then, this king has agreed to form an alliance with the great Joe. You guys should hurry back. Remember to bring more candy next time." Li Yueming, concealment. The group of reincarnators was speechless. Good heavens! Wasn't this mission a little too smooth? It was so simple that it was somewhat unreal. This country fox who had never seen the world, the Qin army had been trying for half a year but still could not deal with it. Are you sure you're not joking? Of course, they didn't know that the beast tamer wasn't helping the state of Qin open up a path in the 100,000 mountains at all. Instead, he wanted to subdue this extreme frost spirit fox. Seeing that the little fox's eyes were evading, it seemed like it was craving for candy again. In order not to embarrass herself in front of them, she even ordered them to leave. Li Yueming could only step out to stop him. "That, Lord Suihu, don't be anxious. I still have a gift for you." Hearing this, the Snow Fox's eyes lit up again. Obviously, she just remembered that Li Yueming still had a few jars in his hands. If nothing unexpected happened, those jars should contain treasures of the same level as the candies. Thinking of this, the Snow Fox wagged its tail happily. It finally suppressed its joy and said, "Oh! Quickly take it out and let this king see if there are any more surprises." Li Yueming opened the second jar in his hand. It contained a mixture of several powders. This time, everyone, including the many reincarnators, revealed puzzled expressions. This? What the hell was that? The world of the reincarnators had candies. Therefore, they were very familiar with candy. However, this powder was something that the reincarnators were not familiar with. He could barely tell that it was a mixture of some kind of spices. Fortunately, Li Yueming never kept him in suspense at the crucial moment. He looked around. Li Yueming found a relatively clean slate and started a fire skillfully. When the fire was extinguished, only the burning charcoal was left. The fire heated up the stone slab, and Li Yueming placed a few pieces of beast meat that he had accumulated along the way. Soon, the meat began to sizzle, and oil kept coming out of the meat. At this point, everyone could still understand. After all, it was just barbecued meat. Whether it was beasts or humans, they basically had enough knowledge about this. But the problem was, what was Li Yueming's purpose for starting a fire in such an occasion? Could it be that he didn't eat lunch and was prepared to settle it in front of the Beast King? However, Li Yueming's next move quickly pulled their attention back. After the meat on the stone slab emitted a fragrance, Li Yueming sprinkled some of the powder in the jar in his hand. Instantly, a rich fragrance filled the entire valley. The group of foxes all smelled this aura. His eyes were fixed on the large piece of roasted meat at Li Yueming's feet. All of them were obviously drooling. Of course, the snow fox was still standing on top of it. Even if they had 100 guts, they would not dare to cross the line. After repeated roasting, Li Yueming picked up the roasted meat and walked to the snow fox. He handed it over and said, "This is the roast meat I made. In order to make the meat more delicious, I put an ancient secret recipe called barbecue condiment." Lore. This time, Li Yueming didn't finish his sentence. Everyone could already see the saliva that was continuously dripping from the snow fox's mouth. After all, no matter what, the snow fox was still a spirit beast. She had a natural sensitivity to meat and fragrance. When Li Yueming roasted the meat, she was actually a little disdainful. Humans had to roast their food before eating. As a spirit beast, the snow fox obviously despised this kind of behavior. Because of their habits, food was naturally more chewy when eaten raw. Dip it in a little blood to replenish enough salt. However, the moment Li Yueming sprinkled the ancient recipe called barbecue sauce into the roasted meat, everything changed in an instant. The entire air was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. Even the piece of meat that she thought was extremely ordinary had become the most delicious thing in the world. He saw Li Yueming approaching with the roasted meat. The snow fox could only feel saliva dripping down from the corner of its mouth. Chapter 399, Great Hoodwinker, the Qin Army in Disaster. Part 3. Woo, what an embarrassment! A few foxes carefully brought over a stone chopping board. Judging from the marks on it, this should be the dining table that the snow fox usually used to eat. Li Yueming did not hesitate. He placed the roasted meat on the stone slab and looked at the snow fox. "Sir, please use it." This time, the snow fox obviously didn't let him have a taste first. After all of this was done by Li Yueming in front of her. If it was really poisonous, she wouldn't have been able to detect it at such a close distance. Therefore, he did not hesitate. The snow fox lowered its head and sniffed the air before immediately gorging itself. 0. So far, Li Yueming's actions stunned the group of reincarnators. First, he made a pile of strange candies. At this moment, he took out an ancient secret recipe called barbecue sauce. It should be a high-grade seasoning made from a mixture of various spices and seasonings. The two combined. He actually managed to subdue the Beast King at the periphery of the snowy mountain. This was a good relationship. When the time came, the other treasures that the Great Zhou would ship over as gifts, wouldn't they be able to engage in corruption in a legitimate manner? They were mentally prepared for this trip to the snowy mountain. After all, the 100,000 mountains had always been filled with various dangers. Even cultivators could be targeted by powerful spirit beasts at any time and become food for them. However, following behind Li Yueming, they once again felt what a cracked version of the mission was. How long had it been since they entered the extremely cold snow mountain? It had not been 10 days. He had already taken care of the Snow Mountain Beast King that the Qin army had spent half a year trying to take care of. This was simply ridiculous. Now, they truly felt how good Li Yueming was. Work hard, my ass. Wouldn't it be nice to hug the thigh of Destiny's Child? Li Yueming, YYYYDS. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had to act as a soldier, the group of reincarnators would probably have to shout, "I'm Li Yueming's dog," to express their determination to cling to him. Of course, when the group of reincarnators exchanged glances not far away, Li Yueming naturally did not stay idle. He also gave the jar containing the barbecue ingredients to the snow fox and told it how to use it. Then, he took out the third gift. The third gift was a very simple chessboard. The snow fox was obviously less interested in this thing. After all, you can't eat it. Li Yueming taught her the rules and methods of chess. The snow fox signaled for the two of them to fight to see if it was as fun as he had introduced. Li Yueming didn't stand on ceremony. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the public, Li Yueming found a rock and sat down, ready to have a good game with the snow fox. The snow fox was an extremely cold spiritual fox. As the favored child of heaven and earth, his intelligence was obviously not ordinary. Therefore, after Li Yueming taught them a few simple games, Snow Fox was already familiar with the rules of the chess pieces. But the problem was that having a high IQ did not mean that one was smart enough. Li Yueming was teaching Chinese chess, which emphasized on the formation of troops and psychological strategies. Obviously, in this aspect, the young Snow Fox was far inferior to the old fox Li Yueming. General. Let's go. Ping pow, General again. This king's general can walk out of the chessboard and complete transcendence. This is very reasonable, right? Then I'll get in the car. Hey, you came just in time. Eat. Li Yueming, concealment. What are you staring at this king for? Isn't it reasonable for this king's general to eat a carriage? All right, as long as you're happy. After putting down the chess piece, Li Yueming stood up and said, since your majesty has already agreed to form an alliance with the great Zhou, as an ally, can your majesty help me with a few small matters? Hearing this, the snow fox's ruby-like eyes glanced at Li Yueming. After a moment, he raised his head and said, this is only natural. If there is anything this king can help with, just say it. Spirit beasts were not as cunning as humans. The snow fox thought that she had gotten what she wanted from Li Yueming. Therefore, he was naturally extremely generous now. Li Yueming revealed a smile. Your Majesty, I'm sure you know that there has been another human activity in the Snowy Mountains recently. That is the enemy of the Great Zhou. Now, they are relying on your protection to wantonly burn, kill, and plunder our Great Zhou territory. If you can help me capture them, I will be extremely grateful. Next time, I will definitely bring more treasures to the king. Hearing this, the snow fox muttered to itself. She naturally knew about the Qin army at the foot of the mountain. After all, he had been presenting her with treasures every day like an idiot for the past half a year. There was also an ugly guy who seemed to want to tease her because he knew a little about spirit beasts. The reason why he had not paid any attention to them before and even tolerated them bringing tens of thousands of people back and forth in the snow. It was only because she felt a little bored. After all, although humans were annoying, they were still intelligent creatures. As a special type of extreme frost spirit fox, it was a very rare beast. She was actually very lonely in this world. Even in the snowy mountain where she grew up, no creature could compare to her intelligence. When it was just born, it did not feel anything because its intelligence had not yet awakened. However, in recent years, as she continued to grow up, her spiritual wisdom was gradually enlightened. All sorts of strange things were also appearing. For example, being born with the ability to speak human language, being able to understand the emotions that many beasts could not understand, and having a learning ability that was stronger than humans. However, this was the case. The more lonely she felt. He did not know where he came from or where he was going. They were neither of the same race nor of the same kind. Naturally, only humans, who were also intelligent creatures, could come into contact with and communicate with them. It was also because of this that she could endure that fool's constant prancing in front of her. But now, there was a very fun Li Yueming. In addition, they had formed an alliance with a human country called the Great Zhou. It didn't seem to matter whether those fools were amused or not. After thinking it through, the snow fox nodded and said, "This king agrees. In exchange, you have to roast a piece of spiritual meat for this king using the ancient secret recipe barbecue condiment, and play a game of chess with this king." It sounded a little strange, but Li Yueming still nodded and said, "In that case, it's a deal." In just a few short sentences, one man and one fox had already decided the fate of the tens of thousands of Qin soldiers. Not far away. For some reason, the 9th prince and the beast tamer who were leading the Qin army down the mountain sneezed at the same time. He finally managed to breathe properly. The 9th prince couldn't help but curse this damn weather in his heart. How unlucky! Chapter 400, Beast Tamer, I'm more unjustly freaking. Injustice than Do-er. Part 1. At the Qin army camp at the foot of the mountain. In the evening, the 9th prince led the Qin army back to the tent. He waited for about 3 days. The army that had gone to the Great Zhou to plunder the treasures had finally returned. However, the amount and variety of resources he brought this time were clearly not as good as before. There was no other way. There were only so many cities in the northern regions of the Great Zhou. There were only a handful of places where they could get money. Basically, they had already robbed them all. The remaining places were either stationed by the army or dangerous places. In addition, Prince Yu's army had also arrived in the north. The defenses of the many cities in the north had been greatly enhanced. It would only become more and more difficult for the Qin army to continue collecting resources. Fortunately, there were only 30,000 soldiers left. Otherwise, if they had a full 50,000 troops, they would not even have enough food in this world of ice and snow. If he still couldn't deal with the Beast King on the mountain in a month or two, he would be able to kill it. The Qin army would have to consider whether they should return home. Thinking of this, the 9th prince's face immediately darkened, like the bottom of a pot that had never been washed. The Qin country implemented the military merit system. If the soldiers wanted to receive rewards, they had to go to the battlefield and make contributions to the country. The credits were calculated according to the number of people killed. The princes were the same. The current Qin emperor had 12 sons. The princes wanted to inherit the throne and grasp the supreme authority of Qin. They also needed to fight for credit on the battlefield. Among the 12 sons of the Qin emperor, only 9 of them had the chance to compete for the position of the next emperor. He was the youngest of the 9 heirs, the 9th prince. The 3 younger brothers below him were not even adults yet, so they were not fated to be the crown prince. Above him were 8 older brothers. Among them, the 2nd prince, 4th prince, 6th prince, 7th prince, and 8th prince had mediocre aptitudes and had basically surrendered in the battle for the crown prince. The remaining 1st prince, 3rd prince, and 5th prince were his main competitors. As the smallest existence in this group, the pressure on the 9th prince was undoubtedly enormous. After all, the 1st prince was the eldest son. From the moment he was born, he had enjoyed the most honorable treatment. He had countless generals and strategists by his side. His other brothers were also a few years older than him. Their foundations were also much stronger than his. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept this. That's why, as a prince, he would not hesitate to take such a huge risk. From Hang Pass, he led a group of Qin soldiers through the 100,000 mountains to the northern regions of the Great Zhou, to complete this extremely dangerous mission. According to his plan, the Qin army should have enough time to prepare. After all, the appearance of 50,000 troops in the northern lands was something that the Great Zhou could not figure out for the time being. They definitely would not dare to rashly send troops. And what he was earning was this time difference. When the time came, as long as he could clear the path in the northern snow, his mission would be completed. In the future, when he returned to Xianyang to fight for the throne, he would have a great contribution. For this reason, he did not hesitate to rope in the leader of the animal controllers. They were counting on completing the mission so that they could return to report on their work. But now, everything was beyond his expectations. First of all, the treasures in Dingyuan city had been set on fire. This was a huge blow to the confident Prince Zhu. The worst thing was that Qin Jun seemed to have become unlucky after this incident. After looting, they had already sent several carts of gifts. Until now, they still had not taken down the Beast Kings on the outskirts of the Snow Mountain. This made the 9th prince suspect that something had gone wrong. As he thought about it, his gaze naturally turned to the beast tamer not far away. He didn't feel that there were any problems with the other segments. Now, the only thing he couldn't grasp was the beast tamer in front of him. Because every time he sent a treasure to the valley, this beast tamer had brought a few soldiers into the cave to give gifts. As a dignified prince, until now, he had not even seen the so-called Beast King with his own eyes. Once or twice was still fine. The 9th prince could still console himself. But now, it had already happened 3 times. No matter how dumb the 9th prince was, he could still smell something unusual. Therefore, after returning to the camp, the 9th prince, who had been so amiable and humble, revealed a rare cold and ruthless expression. He looked at the beast tamer not far away. "Qi Fan, why hasn't the Beast King met me?" the 9th prince asked coldly. "Are you hiding something from me?" When the reincarnator called Qi Fan heard this, he knew that his repeated perfunctory actions had crossed the ninth prince's bottom line. He could not help but bite the bullet and say, "Your Highness, give me a little more time." After so many negotiations and gifts, the Beast King has already relented. "I will definitely be able to persuade him next time. If it doesn't work, Your Highness can use my head to pay for it." Although that was what he said. However, Qi Fan was not thinking about this at all. Now, although he had joined the Qin army. However, compared to the rewards of the main mission and the reward of the faction, it seemed more important for him to subdue this Arctic spiritual fox. But now, he was full of schemes. He used all kinds of tricks, but he still could not subdue it.